Chapter 1. 100,000 yuan lottery ticket. Chun-ji was on the road delivering goods when his phone rang again. Seeing it was a local number, he instinctively answered. Unexpectedly, even local numbers turn out to be debt collectors. The moment the call connected, they bombarded Chun-ji with threats, exposing his contacts, visiting his home, enforcing legal actions, and so on. Furious, Chun-ji yelled into the phone, "Harass, harass, harass. That's all you know how to do. I'm laying it all out today. No money, just my life. Do whatever you want." This is an era where everyone is drowning in debt, and Chun-ji, keeping up with the times, has also had his financial bomb explode. The reasons for his debt were nothing extraordinary: mortgage, car loans, and the hefty expenses for engagement and marriage. Then Chun-ji lost his job at the big tech company, and with his income drastically reduced, he had no choice but to borrow more to pay off existing debts. The final straw that broke him was being scammed out of over 500,000 yuan by his uncle's brother-in-law. 6 months ago, that old bastard had roped him into a partnership under the guise of starting a business together. But as soon as the factory was built, it got shut down for violations, and the man vanished without a trace, taking all the cash from the accounts with him. The guy had been introduced to him by his uncle. Now, with nowhere else to turn, Chun-ji had no choice but to ask his uncle for help. His uncle was the village chief of Beitan village and quite well off. By the time Chun-ji finished his shift in the afternoon, it was already dark. Without even stopping for dinner, he drove his white X-Trail onto the highway, heading out of the city to his uncle's place. As he reached the entrance of Beitan village, his headlights illuminated 2 cars parked by the roadside, a Mercedes and a Land Rover. 2 men were just getting out of the Mercedes-Benz. The one stepping out from the passenger side was unmistakably his uncle Qin Guomin, while the driver was his son Qin Yuhui. Beside the Land Rover stood 2 burly, bald men built like bears. One of them lifted a box of alcohol from the car and walked toward the Mercedes. Chun-ji's gut told him he might have stumbled upon something shady. By now, the Qashqai had pulled up close to the 2 cars. Chun-ji quickly turned on his phone to start recording. Sure enough, after Qin Guomin's feigned refusal, the bear-like man stuffed the liquor into the trunk of the Mercedes. Behind by Tankin village flows the Daqing River. In recent years, sand dredgers have made a fortune. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 bald men are most likely sandpit owners coming to bribe the village chief. Chun-ji pocketed his phone, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. Ignoring the 2 burly men present, he strode straight over. As he approached, he could clearly see that Qin Yuhui's Mercedes GLE 350 was freshly purchased, still without license plates. Chun-ji instantly grew angry. Well, uncle, brand new G-Class, huh? What a fine car. Your nephew is about to have his house and car foreclosed, and when I asked for your help, you kept making excuses saying you had no money. No money? Did this G-Class just fall from the sky? Xiaoji, Qin Guomin said with displeasure. That's completely unreasonable of you to say. The debt crisis is entirely your own doing. What does it have to do with me? I only agreed to help you out of family obligation, but your uncle truly has no money. We bought this car with a consumer loan. The down payment wasn't much. Seeing his uncle clearly trying to shirk responsibility, Chun-ji, pushed to the brink, could no longer care about preserving family face. Playing dumb with me. Uncle, do you take me for a 3-year-old? It was you who introduced me to your brother-in-law to go into business together. You took the money and ran off. Who knows if the 2 of you were in cahoots to scam me? Baseless slander. Chun-ji's words seemed to hit a nerve, making his uncle point at his nose and flare up instantly. Xiaoji, I'm warning you. You'd better take responsibility for what you just said. Qin Yuhui, the village chief's son, was standing right behind him. Seeing his father's anger, the hot-blooded young man flew into a rage. He stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Chun-ji's nose. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Watch your damn mouth. Chun-ji's icy gaze fixed on the other man. Xiaoyi, you dare curse me? Curse you? I'll beat you too. Qin Yuhui shouted, raising his fist to punch Chun-ji in the face. Chun-ji sidestepped the right hook while simultaneously grabbing his left wrist and twisting it backward. Qin Yuhui cried out in pain as the car keys clenched and his hand fell out, which Chun-ji caught midair before flinging Qin Yuhui several steps away. Luckily, The two big bald men beside him reacted quickly and caught Qin Yuhui. Qin Yuhui gritted his teeth and said to the two men, "Help me beat him up and I'll treat you tonight." Those who ran sand quarries were all tough guys, and the two men had been itching for a fight. Hearing this, they were instantly pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They let go of Qin Yuhui and charged at Qinji. But as the bald man in front swung his fist, his pudgy face was instantly pummeled with 7 or 8 punches, sending him tumbling to the ground with a series of agonized screams. The other bald man, following close behind, saw a whip-like leg flash before his eyes before his neck was struck like a heavy hammer, instantly knocking him unconscious. Qin Guomin and his son were dumbfounded. How could two burly men be knocked to the ground without them even seeing what happened? Chunji dangled the Mercedes-Benz key in front of the father and son. "This car is much better than my X-Trail. I'll swap with you for a few days." "A rural family like yours, where did the money for a Mercedes come from?" "You know the answer. I've recorded you accepting bribes just now, and the gifts are still in the car as evidence. Give me 300,000 within 3 days to pay off my debt. If you don't, I'll report you." The father and son, seeing Chunji's bloodshot eyes and clenched fists that cracked with tension, were too terrified to utter a word, watching helplessly as Chunji drove away in the Mercedes. "Damn it," Qin Yuhui gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone to dial 110. But before he could send the call, Qin Guomin grabbed his hand. "We can't call the police. There's evidence of bribes in that car. Didn't you hear him say he recorded it? Then what do we do?" Qin Yuhui jumped around in frustration. "That's a brand new car. I was just starting to enjoy it." "Shut up," Qin Guomin roared, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "When Chunji was little, his mother ran off with some rich guy. His dad went to catch them in the act and got his legs crippled for it. I heard he's been training in Sonda since childhood to get revenge. Never expected he'd become this good. All these years, even when his dad was bullied in the village, we never saw him lift a finger. Shows how deep this kid's scheming runs. We need to be careful." The two bald-headed gift givers had already scrambled to their feet and were calling for backup. Qin Guomin hurried over to stop them. Chunji had the video evidence of bribery in hand, but he didn't dare to escalate the situation. Meanwhile, Chunji was in high spirits. Qin Yuhui's car had upgraded its sound system, probably a 4D Burmester setup, right? The sound quality and immersive atmosphere were undeniably impressive, truly enjoyable. He had long suspected his uncle's corruption as village chief, and now he was absolutely certain the old man had money. Of course, Chunji couldn't push things too far by actually reporting his relative for taking bribes. Thinking about the bribery issue, Chunji parked nearby. He wanted to see what tricks were hidden in those bottles of liquor. He figured the sand quarry boss was loaded, so a simple gift of just 2 bottles of liquor seemed too modest. Carrying the 2 bottles over, he opened the box. Inside were neat stacks of 100 yuan bills, 10 bundles in total, amounting to 100,000 yuan. This was dirty money. Chunji knew he couldn't touch it. If he used it to repay his loans and someone traced the source, he'd have no way to explain. But asking Chunji to return the bribe money untouched to the corrupt official left him feeling psychologically unbalanced. He couldn't report it, couldn't use it himself, and couldn't return it. So how should he handle it? Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into Chunji's mind. Why not donate the bribe money to charity on behalf of that corrupt official? He'd spend all 100,000 yuan buying lottery tickets. Chapter 2. Let's get divorced. 100,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets meant 50,000 bets. Chunji placed all 50,000 bets on the same number, deliberately choosing 2 sets of large consecutive numbers. Knowing that a single ticket wouldn't win anyway, he deliberately chose outrageously improbable numbers. The lottery shop owner packed 50,000 tickets into a large bag for him, looking at Chunji as if he'd seen a monster. Chunji tossed the bulky bag into the G-Wagon's trunk, planning to return along with the car when the time came to hand it back to that bastard Qin. Just imagining his uncle's face when the 100,000 in dirty money turned into this worthless pile nearly made Chunji burst out laughing. The unfamiliar G-Class couldn't enter the residential compound, nor could it be recognized to access the underground garage, so he had to find parking outside the neighborhood. He randomly picked a ramen shop for a bowl of beef noodles before walking into the residential area. It was midsummer, and the night was sweltering. By the time he walked home from outside the compound, he was drenched in sweat. The moment he pulled open the front door, an involuntary shiver ran through him. The air conditioning inside was cranked up high. Upon entering, his sweat-drenched body instantly turned ice cold. He grabbed the remote and turned up the air conditioner a few degrees. His wife, Lu Hong, who was scrolling through her phone on the sofa, glared at him. "What's wrong with you?" She snatched the remote abruptly and deliberately turned the temperature even lower. Chun-Ji tried to grab it back. "I'm drenched in sweat, and you're making it this cold. I'll freeze to death. Aren't you afraid I'll catch a cold?" To his surprise, Lu Hong actually lost her temper. Dodging his attempt to take the remote, she hurled it violently against the wall. With a sharp crack, the remote shattered into pieces, its batteries rolling out. Afraid of catching a cold, Lu Hong glared angrily at the man. "Only thinking about how you worked up a sweat. Have you considered how I feel at all?" Chun-Ji was stunned. "Over such a trivial matter, you're making such a scene? You're blowing it way out of proportion." "I'm blowing it out of proportion." Tears actually welled up in Lu Hong's eyes. "If life has become unbearable, how is that a trivial matter? My phone has been bombarded with debt collection calls all day. Do you have any idea how my colleagues are looking at me now? I had to mute my phone and ended up missing the department head's call. Got an earful from him for that." Lu Hong's voice choked with sobs. "I really can't go on like this. Let's get divorced." Chun-Ji stared at Lu Hong, his heart a turmoil of mixed emotions. He saw it all too clearly. Ever since their debt crisis exploded, Lu Hong's desire for divorce had been written all over her face. Or rather, ever since he lost his job at the major tech company, Lu Hong's attitude toward him had completely changed. He didn't let Lu Hong's fury dictate his emotions, replying calmly instead, "Divorce? I can agree to that. Now that the debt crisis has exploded, I shouldn't drag you down to suffer with me. But have you considered, if we divorce, both our parents will be hurt too?" Chun-Ji. Lu Hong suddenly turned her head sharply. "Are you even a man anymore? You're actually threatening me with family. In the end, you just want to drag me down with you." Those words carried real weight. Chun-Ji's expression turned cold. "Fine, I'm a man. If you want a divorce, then divorce it is. Have it your way. If that's what you said, then fine. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Chun-Ji firmly spat out a single word. "Deal." Lu Hong had clearly been waiting for this response. Now that she'd gotten what she wanted, she stopped making a scene and went back to scrolling on her phone. After a while, Lu Hong stood up and went into the bathroom. The sound of running water could be heard from inside. She was showering. From the lightness in her movements, Chun-Ji could tell she was in a good mood. Chun-Ji, however, felt heavy-hearted. He could see that Lu Hong's heart had already flown away, and it seemed pointless to try to hold her back. Yet, a divorce would deeply hurt their family. His single father, who had once gone to catch an adulterer in the act only to have his leg broken, had no one to turn to for justice. Limping on that injured leg, he had raised 3 motherless children alone, one of them intellectually disabled, enduring far too much suffering. And then there was his grandfather. Every melon season, the old man would ride his rickety electric tricycle under the scorching sun, traveling all the way to the city 60 kilometers away, bringing watermelons, muskmelons, and all kinds of sweet melons, yellow oxhorn, green-skin crisp, and little honey jars for his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Grandpa doted on his granddaughter-in-law the most. After the whirring sound of a hairdryer faded, the bathroom door opened, and Lu Hong stepped out, smoothing her hair. She wore a light green nightgown made of mulberry silk, looking fresh and comfortable. Tied at the waist with a sash, her slender figure accentuated her curves. The thin mulberry silk fabric faintly revealed the contours of her 26-year-old body, and Chun-Ji instinctively swallowed hard. As Lu Hong passed by him, Chun-Ji suddenly stood up and embraced her from behind. Chun-Ji decided that whether for the sake of his family or the feelings they once shared, he should try his best to keep his wife. Between husband and wife, as the saying goes, pillow fights end with reconciliation. A little intimacy would bring back all the tenderness and affection. "What are you doing?" Lu Hong squirmed, trying to break free, but Chun-Ji held her tightly. He buried his face deep into her long, silky hair, breathing in the fresh, delicate scent of her shampoo. Chun-Ji greedily inhaled the intoxicating fragrance. Want to fly away? As long as you're still in this nest, you're my woman. We're getting divorced soon. This is rape, don't you know? Lu Hong struggled desperately. But how could Chun-Ji let her slip away? He pressed tightly against her back, his hands firmly gripping the bowl lids. He knew this move never failed. Lu Hong's body would go limp after just a few touches. She went limp, while Chun-Ji's reaction was the exact opposite. Both their breaths began to grow noticeably unsteady. Chun-Ji pinned Lu Hong down, scooped her up horizontally, and carried her into the bedroom. He tossed her onto the bed and was about to pounce. But Lu Hong pushed him away abruptly, her fair little foot pressing against his chest to keep him at bay. You stink. Go take a shower and brush your teeth. I just rinsed off this morning. I'm not dirty. Chun-Ji replied impatiently. Lu Hong stood her ground, refusing to compromise. You must wash up or you're not coming to bed. Fine, I'll go rinse off. Since his wife had already relented, Chun-Ji saw no need to push further. He hurried through the shower, barely drying himself before rushing back to the bedroom. But he found Lu Hong already asleep, covered by a thin summer quilt, her fair face tinged with a faint blush as she emitted soft snores. She was sound asleep. She never had any intention of serving you. Making you take a shower was just a ploy to send you away so she could sleep. A surge of heat rose within him, and the feeling of being deceived transformed into anger in Chun-Ji's heart. He yanked the summer quilt away and pounced on her. Chapter 3. Win the jackpot with 100,000. Chun-Ji pounced on her, instantly waking Lu Hong, who raised her hand and shoved the man forcefully. Caught off guard, Chun-Ji nearly fell off the bed. Lu Hong pointed a slender finger at him. Don't touch me, or I'll turn on you. Chun-Ji flared up. Then why did you tell me to shower and brush my teeth earlier? What's wrong with asking you to shower and brush your teeth when you're drenched in sweat on a scorching day? Yes, you clearly meant for me to wash up and get ready while you wait for me in bed. You're overthinking it. Lu Hong scoffed. We're getting divorced tomorrow. You've already lost the privilege of my bed. I'm warning you not to try anything funny. That marital rape case on the hot search just got a 3-year sentence. You wouldn't want to trend online too, would you? Chun-Ji nodded, his anger unexpectedly twisting into a smile. He laughed because he had finally seen clearly Lu Hong's determination to divorce. In that case, there was no need for him to try to keep her anymore. Chun-Ji grabbed his pillow and summer quilt. Since I'm not qualified to sleep in your bed, I'll go to the guest room. For safety's sake, you'd better lock your door tight, lest someone forces themselves on you. Nature will take its course. Just as rain must fall and mothers must remarry. Chun-Ji had experienced his mother's ruthless abandonment of husband and child in his youth, and he knew that once a woman hardened her heart, no one could change her mind. Lying on the bed in the guest room, Chun-Ji tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After all, they had known each other for over a year and been married for just as long. The sudden dissolution of their little home left him unable to remain unaffected. Though this was a materialistic society where a man without money shouldn't expect to discuss feelings with a woman, Lu Hong's heartlessness had still wounded him deeply. She couldn't wait to fly away now that he was broke, but if he became wealthy again, would she come crawling back, desperate and pleading? While letting his thoughts run wild, he absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone and came across a video. The video showed a blogger speaking in an angry tone. Do you guys know about the huge lottery prize that was just announced tonight? Someone hit the jackpot of 560 million yuan. That's a massive win, folks. So how did they win it? According to reliable sources, just minutes before sales closed tonight, someone bought 100,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets all at once. What's truly baffling is that 50,000 bets were placed on the exact same number. And the most ridiculous part is that they were 2 consecutive large number combinations. And yet, against all odds, it actually won the jackpot, 560 million yuan. Who's ever seen such heaven-defying luck? Isn't this whole operation just a bit too smooth? Drop your thoughts in the comments, folks. Chun-Ji scoffed at the video, thinking to himself, smooth my ass. This has to be an inside job, just moving money from one hand to another. With that thought, he casually swiped to the next video. But the moment this video disappeared, Chunji's eyes suddenly widened, his body jerked violently, and he abruptly sat up in bed. Then he swiped back to that video again, burning with the desire to see what the winning numbers actually were. When he confirmed each digit of that winning combination one by one, his entire body began trembling so violently he could barely hold his phone. Wasn't this exactly the number sequence he'd spent 100,000 yuan to purchase, which meant the astronomically lucky 560 million jackpot winner mentioned in the video was none other than himself. Clicking open the comments section, he was met with a flood of skepticism. Some believe this to be completely fake news. Some commented, "I may be poor, but I'm not stupid enough to fall for lottery scams." Others said, placing a single bet of 100,000 yuan, did someone get courage from Fish Liang's song and time travel from the future to buy this lottery ticket? And they'd have to be absolutely certain too. Spending 100,000 yuan on the exact same number combination and actually winning, coincidence after coincidence piling up. Is this too much of a coincidence? Truth really is stranger than fiction, unprecedented, and probably never to be repeated. Seriously? 50,000 bets all on the same number, and it's one that was statistically impossible to win. If there's no foul play here, I'll literally eat shit in front of you. Chunji stared at the string of consecutive winning numbers in the reply, thinking to himself, all right, you could go eat shit now. Because he knew there was absolutely no foul play here, nor was it some orchestrated scheme cooked up by the Lottery Center insiders. This was just a prank he'd pulled to get back at that bastard Qin. Who'd have thought a simple prank would end up winning 560 million yuan? It wasn't that Chunji had never seen money before. Just never this much. Suddenly becoming filthy rich gave him an overwhelming sense of unreality, coupled with sheer exhilaration that made his heart pound wildly, as if trying to leap out of his chest. My mind is in chaos. Winning over 500 million at once. Life really does require some serious replanning. The most pressing issue is how to claim a prize, because he's realized this news has exploded across the internet within a short time, with netizens already in an uproar. Everyone's waiting with bated breath to see who'll come forward to claim it. So if he goes to collect it himself, should he buy a tiger costume online or a panda one? The entire nation's netizens are watching. His identity absolutely must not be exposed. Chunji has no intention of putting himself in the eye of the storm. Even if this matter doesn't trend online, winning a huge lottery prize must absolutely be kept secret. As the saying goes, unexpected fortune inevitably brings unexpected disaster, all because secrecy wasn't properly maintained. Then there's the issue of Lu Hong. Should he tell her about the winnings? If that woman next door knew she was worth hundreds of millions, she'd never dream of divorcing him. Nor would she treat him so viciously. She'd surely turn gentle as a lamb the moment they hit the sheets. At this moment, Chunji suddenly realized life's hardships weren't entirely worthless. Suffering acts like a sieve, separating the wheat from the chaff, distinguishing truth from falsehood. That woman chose to heartlessly leave during his most difficult times, so he absolutely wouldn't share his sudden wealth with her either. However, considering they were once husband and wife, now that he's so wealthy, he could moderately meet some of her financial demands when drafting the divorce agreement. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Chunji opened it to see a message from Qin Yuhui. First came a few-second voice message. Cousin, got a surprise for you. Open and see. Chunji didn't need to ask to know that the guy was texting to get his Mercedes-Benz back. He originally couldn't be bothered to respond, but when he saw Qin Yuhui follow up with a file attachment, his interest was piqued. If Qin Yuhui had something to say to him, he could have just sent a text or voice message, not a file. So what was in that file? Had Qin been tailing him when he bought 100,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets? Did Qin also see the viral news about someone winning big after spending 100K on lottery? When they found out that the 100,000 yuan lottery ticket had hundreds of millions in the jackpot, they immediately came to assert their ownership, demanding that I return those 50,000 lottery tickets to them. Chapter 4. Hard Evidence. Chunji clicked on the voice file, and to his surprise, it was Lu Hong's voice. I really don't understand what you were thinking. It would have been so much easier to just get a room, or if that wasn't possible, your office would have worked too. Why did you have to come to my house? The man speaking to her had a robust and magnetic voice in the audio. Coming to your place is all about seeking some excitement, isn't it? I want to experience what's like to conquer you right in your own bed. You're coming to my place in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of getting caught in the act? Caught in the act? Like Wu Dalong trying to catch Ximen Qing? You think he wouldn't get his ribs kicked in? Lu Hong retorted in a teasing tone. Oh, so you think you're tough, huh? He works out too, runs every day and punches sandbags. Long ago, his mother hooked up with a rich man. When his father went to catch them in the act, the rich man crippled his legs. It was a father's blood debt from childhood. He vowed to avenge his father and trained hard in martial arts. He also has 3 throwing knives. I've seen them with my own eyes. The man scoffed. What era is this for throwing knives? Are we in the sentimental swordsman or something? Then, the man suddenly burst out laughing. Lu Hong asked irritably, "What's so funny?" Still unable to stop laughing, the man said, "It just occurred to me that getting your legs broken by an adulteress is actually hereditary." Is adultery something to be proud of? Lu Hong grew angry, saying sternly, "What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, we live in a society governed by law. Don't do anything reckless. If you cause trouble for me, I won't let you off easy." The man said nonchalantly, "Do I look that bored to you? As long as that kid doesn't bother me, I can't be bothered with him." All right, enough of this unpleasant talk. Lu Hong switched to a syrupy tone. He's gone to the countryside and won't be back. When he returns this afternoon, he'll go straight to his ride-hailing job. Put your mind at ease. Don't let it affect your performance. Her voice was so cloying that one could practically feel the viscous desire oozing from every pore of her body. The conversation between the two grew increasingly explicit. It was clear they'd already begun foreplay even before getting out of the car. Chun-Ji's blood boiled with rage. The trembling excitement of having just won the jackpot was completely replaced by an overwhelming urge to kill. Though the divorce was imminent, and he'd soon have no ties whatsoever to Lu Hong, he couldn't bear the humiliation of being cuckolded while still legally married. And they even had the audacity to bring it into his home. What infuriated him most was that he had considered his wife the closest person in the world, which was why he had confided in her about the misfortunes of his childhood. Never did he expect that his tragic childhood would become a laughingstock in the mouths of that adulterous couple. This was absolutely unforgivable. Those despicable cheaters would have to pay a heavy price for this. The phone rang at that moment. It was Qin Yuhui calling. As soon as the call connected, his smug voice came through. "So, cousin, did you hear everything clearly? You should thank me. If I hadn't discovered such a big secret in the dashcam footage, you'd still be completely in the dark. Don't worry, I've kept the original files for you. If you return my car tomorrow, I'll hand over all the documents untouched. But if tomorrow passes, I can't guarantee these things won't end up leaked online." Chun-Ji realized that Qin Yuhui, that bastard, had checked the dashcam footage from the X-Trail and discovered Lu Hong's infidelity. He had then edited this particular segment into an audio clip just to disgust him. The X-Trail had always been Lu Hong's daily commute car, while Chun-Ji rode his foldable e-bike to work and drove for ride-hailing services after hours. He had only taken the X-Trail to work today because he needed to visit his uncle's place. The woman had truly been brazen, bringing another man into their home while he was away. In fact, Chun-Ji had noticed Lu Hong's unusual behavior for some time now, but lacked concrete evidence. The reason he hadn't thought to check the Koshike's dashcam was because he never imagined Lu Hong would dare to go this far. Qin Yuhui had converted the video recording into an audio file, leaving no visual footage that could reveal the recording time. What Chun-Ji was thinking now was that if he could see the original video and confirm its recording time, he could request the residential compound's entrance surveillance footage from the property management. You'll see the true face of that adulterous couple. The murder of his father and the disgrace of being cuckolded. These grievances made Chun-Ji's hatred burn so fiercely that he could hardly wait to rush to Bai Tankin, retrieve his X-Trail, and get hold of the dashcam footage. Fortunately, Chun-Ji possessed extraordinary self-control. Despite his boiling blood and overwhelming rage, he didn't lose his rationality but forcibly suppressed all his emotions. Not even a ripple of emotion could be detected in his tone as he calmly said into the phone, "Your words have truly piqued my curiosity. Then I'd like to see what happens after tomorrow. Not only will your car not be returned tomorrow, it won't be returned anytime soon." This response clearly caught Qin Yuhui off guard. He hadn't expected Chen Ji to remain unfazed by the threat. Disbelieving, he asked, "Haven't you considered the consequences if the video gets leaked online? The entire internet would know about your uncle's corruption scandal. And what will your relatives and friends, the elders and youngsters in your village, think of you?" "Shut up," Chunji interrupted lazily. "The video from the dash cam getting leaked online has nothing to do with me, because I've already divorced that bitch Lu Hong. As for whether the video of bribery at Beitan Village's entrance and the footage of that box of liquor in the Mercedes trunk getting leaked online will affect you, I can't guarantee that. Otherwise, if you cut ties with your uncle, you can absolve yourself of all legal responsibilities." Clearly, Chun Ji's response instantly deprived Qin Yuhui of any leverage. As long as you're not embarrassed, others will be. Similarly, as long as you're not afraid, the other party will be. When Qin Yuhui realized his leverage no longer threatened Chen Ji, he immediately changed his tone, pleading with soft words for Chen Ji to return his car. Chen Ji had no patience for his nonsense and simply hung up. Right now, he had more pressing matters to deal with. Next door lay someone who had turned against him, causing immense harm. What should he do next? Chen Ji realized he had a busy schedule ahead, with several major tasks demanding his immediate attention. Getting divorced, claiming the grand prize, exposing the corrupt official. Early the next morning, Chen Ji maintained his unshakable routine of rising early for exercise. When he returned from his workout, he was surprised to find Lu Hong already up and about, busily moving in and out as she packed her belongings. "Can't wait to get out of this house, huh?" Truth be told, Chen Ji wished this bitch would scram even faster. Just looking at her made him sick. Lu Hong had packed up all her cosmetics and was carrying them out of the bathroom when she saw Chen Ji return. She tossed out a cold remark. "I just drafted a divorce agreement and sent it to you. See if there's anything you want to change." Chapter 5. Just buy Mercedes. The divorce agreement was actually quite simple. It essentially stated that Lu Hong and Chen Ji's marital relationship had broken down irreparably, and both parties mutually agreed to dissolve their marriage. The couple had no shared assets or debts after marriage, while premarital properties or liabilities would remain each individual's responsibility, and so on, which meant Lu Hong wouldn't bear a single cent of Chen Ji's debts. As for asset division, what fucking assets? The whole thing had already blown up. As for this marital home, there was still over $3 million in outstanding mortgage payments. Yet comparable units in their complex had already dropped below $3 million in value. Naturally, Lu Hong had zero interest in it. There was just one small concession for lost youth at the end. She demanded the white Qashqai be transferred to her name. The car loan had already been paid off. Chen Ji stared at the divorce agreement Lu Hong had written, letting out a continuous cold laugh. Lu Hong shook out a piece of clothing, folding it as she leaned out from the bedroom. "What's so funny? See if there's anything else that needs changing." Chen Ji sneered. "I can't be bothered arguing with you about the rest. But you're not taking that Qashqai. I already sold it." "Sold it?" Lu Hong was startled, then flew into a rage. "Yesterday you asked me for the car keys, lying that you needed to visit your uncle. I never imagined you'd actually sell the car to pay debts." Chen Ji sneered again. "I didn't sell the car to pay debts. I just don't need it anymore. Because I just picked up a Mercedes-Benz. No point keeping that old Qashqai around." "A Mercedes?" Lu Hong shrieked, her face twisting in disbelief. "How could that be?" Chen Ji was already drowning in debt, barely scraping by. Where would he get the money to buy a Mercedes? Lu Hong stopped what she was doing and stood there, staring fixedly at Chen Ji. She didn't believe he could afford a Mercedes, yet part of her did, because she had always thought Chen Ji was the kind of man even his own wife couldn't fully figure out. Chen Ji pulled out the brand new Mercedes key from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Lu Hong could no longer stay composed. She put down the clothes, walked out of the bedroom, and sat on the sofa. It was clearly the setup for a serious conversation. "Honey." "Hey." Chen Ji raised his hand to stop her. "I don't deserve that." It's been so long since I've heard that term. It actually grates on my ears now. Just call me by my name. Well, here's the thing. Lu Hong said sincerely. Can you tell me the truth? This debt crisis is fake, isn't it? Actually, you're testing me, right? Chun Ji remained pretentiously silent. Lu Hong leaned slightly closer to Chun Ji. If you're deliberately testing me, I really don't think it's necessary. Maybe I haven't been treating you well these days, but put yourself in my shoes. When debts explode like landmines, who could possibly be in a good mood? Chun Ji remained silent, continuing to watch her performance. Actually, I know you're someone who keeps things close to your chest, a person with remarkable endurance. Lu Hong seemed lost in memories. For example, you've practiced Sanda since childhood just to avenge our father. You've trained all these years and become really good at it, yet you never fought back when bullied at school. Some people in the village still bully our dad, yet you've never lifted a hand against them. You once told me that merely beating someone up isn't real skill. The true ability lies in thrashing them while ensuring they have no recourse to complain. So I admire how you've endured all this while your strength wasn't enough. But you can't use this approach on me, because human nature can't withstand such tests. Chun Ji smiled faintly. Yes, indeed it couldn't withstand the test. Ever since I lost my job, certain people have changed their tune. Now that the debt crisis has just erupted, isn't she rushing to get a divorce? We actually don't have to divorce, Lu Hong said. As long as we can keep our lives going, who would willingly divorce when things are fine? I don't ask for great wealth, only to be free from debt. Do you understand this point? I don't. Chun Ji shook his head. Since we've agreed to divorce, and you've already packed your things, stop wasting words. Lu Hong stared at Chun Ji for a long time. Then she got up and entered the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Chun Ji guessed she was probably texting someone to inquire about his financial situation. If she discovered his credit was good and he still had assets under his name, she wouldn't be so quick to divorce him. Or at the very least, she'd want to secure a share of the assets before divorcing. They were both educated people, not so easily fooled. Lu Hong worked at the Jiangzhou branch of Dade Xinxing accounting firm, having passed the CPA exam at just 22 years old. CPA? It's the abbreviation for Certified Public Accountant, a highly credible and prestigious certification. Rumor has it that passing the CPA exam leads to promotions, salary raises, and reaching the pinnacle of one's career. Unfortunately, the exam is notoriously difficult, like 1,000 troops trying to cross a single plank bridge. With its numerous subjects and lengthy testing cycle, too many people give up halfway through. Back then, what Chun Ji admired most about her was how she passed the CPA at such a young age, believing her to be an exceptionally hard-working and disciplined person. Moreover, she was stunningly beautiful. Voluptuous curve with a slender waist and perky bottom, a perfect figure. Her distinctive lips and lively eyes were particularly heart-fluttering. What's more rare was her exceptionally high emotional intelligence and stable temperament. For Chun Ji, who had just entered the big company back then, full of ambition and looking down on everyone, only someone like Lu Hong, a top-tier professional, could be worthy of him. Only now did he realize that exceptionally high emotional intelligence was just a facade, nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. At this moment, Chun Ji heard Lu Hong's phone ring inside the room. Lu Hong answered the call, but after just a few seconds, she suddenly flung open the door and stormed out furiously. "You're something else, Chun. Borrowing someone else's car to put on airs in front of me. And it's stolen, no less. Your uncle called me. They've already reported it to the police. Just wait till they come for you." Chun Ji stared at the other's furious face, feeling a belated sense of fear. If it weren't for the debt crisis, he wouldn't have known this woman could turn on him faster than flipping a page. And the look on her face when she did sent chills down his spine. There was nothing left to say now. Better pack up and get this divorce over with. Chun Ji refused to transfer the kashke to Lu Hong, and without another word, she simply deleted that clause from the divorce agreement. You could tell she was truly eager to divorce, desperate to sever ties with Chun Ji, who was drowning in debt. After leaving the neighborhood, Lu Hong hailed a ride-hailing car. Though she already knew Chun Ji was now driving a Mercedes-Benz, she refused to get in his car. Because she was dragging 2 large suitcases, she wouldn't let Chun Ji know where she was storing her belongings. While waiting for the bus, Chun-ji had already pulled up in a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Rolling down the passenger window, he said to her, "I'll go ahead first and wait for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Lu Hong eyed the brand new Mercedes GLE 350 with a complicated expression, her face darkening. "You go wait for me at the notary office first. After the notarization, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." According to regulations, before processing the divorce procedures, the divorce agreement needed to be notarized first. Chun-ji had never been divorced before and didn't know notarization was required, but this played right into his hands. Even though their divorce proceedings would take a full month's cooling-off period to finalize, with this notarization in hand, all financial ties between them would be severed from this moment onward. Lu Hong wanted to escape this living hell as soon as possible, while Chun-ji saw the notarization as insurance against her claiming any assets. Now, he could boldly go claim his prize without worry. Chapter 6. The Twins. After completing the notarization, the couple went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file their divorce paperwork. Of course, the first visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau can only be to file for divorce. The actual processing requires completing a 1-month cooling-off period. After completing the application procedures, Lu Hong visibly relaxed. Stepping out of the government service hall, she even gave Chun-ji a rare smile. Although we won't get the divorce certificate until a month later, from now on, we're officially separated. Let's part on good terms. I wish you find your own happiness soon. Didn't you have a white moonlight named Shin Qinglin during college? You can go pursue her again now. Chun-ji smiled faintly. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate your blessing. I wish you happiness too. Lu Hong waved her hand breezily. See you later. We'll come together to get the divorce certificate in a month. Chun-ji watched Lu Hong's carefree, departing figure, laughing coldly incessantly in his heart. Don't think this matter is completely settled. Putting horns on me during our marriage and mocking my childhood misfortunes, this absolutely demands an explanation. Chun-ji recalled a discussion about whether women bring prosperity to their husbands, how sometimes a man's promotion and wealth come simply from marrying a wife who brings good fortune. If such a man becomes arrogant and replaces his wife, his life immediately takes a sharp downturn, with all good luck turning to misfortune. Clearly, Lu Hong was not the kind of woman who brings prosperity to her husband. Looking back, ever since I married her, misfortune has followed me like a shadow. But just last night when she asked for a divorce, news of my lottery win arrived immediately. Her eagerness to leave me was actually me getting rid of bad luck. Right at that moment, the phone rang. It was my childhood friend Shin calling. As soon as the call connected, I heard him yelling, "What's wrong with you, kid? Why aren't you here at this hour? Not gonna work anymore? Aren't you tired of rolling around with Lu Hong all day? How many rounds last night? Too busy managing your harem to attend to state affairs. Is that it? Where are you now? Bringing up Lu Hong? That's like rubbing salt in a fresh wound, hitting right where it hurts most." If Uxin had said this to Chun-ji's face, he would have kicked him straight in the chest without hesitation. Divorcing Lu Hong might have been like getting rid of a plague, but it still meant breaking up a family, and now he'd have to face his own relatives' heartbreak. This is actually quite upsetting. "I'm still at home," Chun-ji replied irritably. "What, still at home? What time is it and you're still home? The other trucks left half an hour ago. The boss just helped me load the goods himself, and even yelled at me. Get your ass over here at warp speed, right now, immediately." Chun-ji and Chun Sinyu had been childhood friends who grew up together bare-assed, and now they delivered goods in the same truck. Sinyu delivered goods for a merchant at the trade center, whose employer was the Jiangzhou agent for Luo Hui ham sausage. A while back, Sinyu's partner quit, so he brought Chun-ji on board. They've been working together for over 3 months now. Chun-ji was in a hurry to claim his grand prize now. How could he possibly be in the mood to make deliveries? Besides, with money in hand, he should start his own business. What billionaire worth hundreds of millions would still drive around delivering goods for someone else? I've got something urgent to handle. Tell the boss I quit. Find someone else. You quit. Sinyu interrupted Chun-ji with a shocked cry. Why? Not paying the mortgage anymore. Are you just going to keep defaulting on your online loans and credit cards? Don't you want to get back on your feet? Or have you found a better job? Chunji wasn't good at lying and found himself at a loss for words. I was thinking of following Jinyu to work at the cold storage, slaughtering chickens. That job pays well. 3 months ago, Chunji had two options: either follow Sinyu to make deliveries or go with Jinyu to slaughter chickens at the cold storage. In desperation, Chunji had no choice but to bring Jinyu into the conversation, telling a well-intentioned lie. "All right then," Sinyu didn't insist, but immediately cried out. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me wait for nearly an hour." Chunji quickly apologized. He had actually planned to call Sinyu first thing in the morning to discuss this matter, but Lu Hong's interference made him completely forget about it. Now that he had quit his job, it was time to hurry and claim the prize, a jackpot worth several $100 million, which had to be collected at the provincial lottery center. But before heading to the provincial capital, Chunji first went to a shopping mall to buy an Ultraman costume. After trying on, he found it quite fitting. The disguise was perfect. Now, surely no one would recognize him. But Chunji realized that claiming the prize would require presenting valid identification. His true identity would still be exposed, at least to the staff. Right now, Chunji just wanted to claim the jackpot without anyone knowing. More importantly, he didn't want Lu Hong to discover he suddenly possessed such a massive fortune. If she found out he was worth hundreds of millions, that woman would turn into a rabid dog. She'd drag the lawsuit to the ends of the earth just to claw her share of the money. Though he wasn't afraid of her, being targeted by a rabid dog was still quite troublesome. At this thought, Chunji's eyes suddenly lit up. He could use his older brother's ID card to claim the prize. His twin brother was named Chundaji. When they were 3 years old getting vaccinated, the nurse mixed them up. The older brother got 2 shots while the younger one got none. The vaccine overdose caused Daji to run a high fever that night, damaging his brain. To this day, his mental capacity remains at the level of a 4 or 5-year-old. Since it was a medical malpractice case, the town health center had compensated them with tens of thousands of yuan, and the family planning office even approved a second child for the Chen family. Thus, Chunji's younger sister, Chinxian, was born. Since he happened to have his older brother's ID card in his possession, why not use his brother's identity to claim the prize? Back home, he dug out his older brother Chindaji's ID card and compared it once more with his own. The photos looked identical. The birth dates matched perfectly, and even the ID numbers differed by just a single digit. Might as well let his brother play the role of billionaire for him this once. After leaving, Chunji went to a mobile service center and got a new phone card using his brother's ID. Then he drove straight to the provincial capital. Jiangzhou was over 100 kilometers away from the provincial capital, and he reached the provincial lottery center in just over an hour. He went and dressed as Ultraman, turning heads with a 100% stare rate wherever he went. Led by the staff to the prize claim room, it was now necessary to reveal his true appearance, as identity verification was required. Soon, several leaders from the lottery center also entered. After all, the leaders were curious too. As soon as they came in, they couldn't wait to ask Chunji, "Mr. Chun, may we ask how you were certain this number would win?" Chunji smiled and replied, "I wasn't certain at all that this number would win." In his heart, he was actually cursing. "Damn it, I'm actually certain this number won't win." The officials grew even more puzzled. "If you weren't sure this number would win, why did you spend 100,000 yuan at once? And 50,000 bets on just this single number?" Because Chunji rubbed his nose. "If I said I didn't want to win but just wanted to donate to charity, would you believe me?" All right, the leaders left disappointed, because they realized they couldn't get any valuable information from Chunji. They had originally hoped the lottery winner would say something about Zhou divination or the 8 trigrams. Chunji won 560 million yuan, with the lottery center deducting 20% in taxes, leaving him with 448 million yuan in actual winnings. The staff routinely asked if he wanted to make a donation. Chunji donated 2 million. The remaining 446 million was the actual amount Chunji could take home. Chapter 7. Financial Management? Not a chance. Chunji received 2 checks. One was a transfer check for 446 million, while the other check for 560 million was taller than him when placed horizontally. He had to hold this oversized check model for photos and interviews. After all the fuss, Chun-Ji was drenched in sweat. This Ultraman costume was way too damn thick, nearly roasting him alive. After barely completing the procedures, Chun-Ji fled in panic under the barrage of reporters' questions. He returned to Jiangzhou as soon as he got in the car. He didn't want to deposit the money in a provincial bank, as withdrawing large sums might require visiting the original branch. By the time he rushed back to Jiangzhou and arrived at the bank, it was already past noon, but not yet time for afternoon operations. Fortunately, the bank didn't close at noon and had staff on duty. When the bank staff saw Chun-Ji presenting a check for 446 million yuan marked with the word prize, they looked at him as if he were a monster. Unable to contain themselves, they blurted out, "So you're the one who spent 100,000 yuan on the same number and won the 500 million jackpot." Chun-Ji put a finger to his lips while cautiously glancing around. The staff member maintained an expression that could have fit an entire goose egg in her mouth, quickly ushering Chun-Ji into the VIP room, and immediately called the bank manager. From her side of the conversation, it sounded like the manager and others were at a dinner gathering. But within minutes of her hanging up, the manager, deputy manager, and others rushed into the VIP room. Bank executives weren't unfamiliar with billionaires worth hundreds of millions or billions, but they were particularly eager to witness the legendary lottery winner in person. Accompanying the bank president and vice president to the VIP room was also a financial advisor. The financial advisor was trying to sell investment products to Chun-Ji. At first glance, the returns on these investment products sounded quite attractive, but Chun-Ji was well aware of the risks involved. Especially during this economic downturn, the likelihood of losses was high. There was even a chance of losing everything. So investing was out of the question. He wouldn't touch these financial products in this lifetime. Compared to the high returns promised by investment products, the current savings interest rates seemed pitifully low, less than 2% for a 3-year fixed deposit. On the way back to Jiangzhou after claiming his prize, Chun-Ji had already allocated the 446 million yuan. He decided to set aside 200 million for fixed deposits, while the remaining 246 million was earmarked for investment, hoping to find a promising startup project. After all, it was unexpected windfall money. Even if the investments failed, he wouldn't feel too heartbroken. If they did fail, he'd simply give up on investing altogether and spend the rest of his life living off the interest from his 200 million in fixed deposits. After some negotiation with the bank executives, Chun-Ji deposited the 200 million in large denomination certificates of deposit at an interest rate of 2.2%. Although deposit interest rates had been repeatedly lowered over the past 2 years, with large certificates of deposit now offering just 2.2%, the annual interest on 200 million yuan still amounted to 4.4 million. Paid monthly into the account, this came to over 360,000 yuan. The remaining 246 million yuan was split up. 240 million was placed in a 7-day notice deposit account. After some negotiation, it earned 1.2% interest, also paid monthly into the account. This way, he would receive over 600,000 in interest every month. A monthly interest of 600,000 was more than Chun-Ji, a rural boy accustomed to poverty since childhood, could ever spend, even if he tried to be extravagant. As for the remaining 6 million in his account, aside from paying off debts, he could treat it as pocket money. After the bank executives left, only Chun-Ji and the financial advisor named Fong Xinyan remained in the VIP lounge. Chun-Ji stared at the string of numbers in his SMS balance notification, still in a state of disbelief. Fong Xinyan picked up another financial plan and began patiently persuading Chun-Ji. "Mr. Chun, your allocation of the prize money shows you have profound insights in financial management. Since you've set aside 6 million as flexible funds, would you consider this investment project? No need for much. You could start with 3 million, or even 2 million would do. After all, 3 or 2 million is just a drop in the bucket for you. Dabbling in high-yield products would be quite an experience." Chun-Ji, who was gradually facing reality, couldn't help but take a few more glances at this financial advisor. Dressed in a light gray skirt suit paired with nude stiletto sandals, she wore a pale blue silk blouse underneath with a slightly open collar adorned by a silver necklace. Beautiful, intellectual, and efficient. Despite the repeated sales pitch, Chunji didn't feel annoyed. After all, the beautiful woman's attitude carried a hint of flirtation, which as a man, he found rather flattering. It seems even bank employees find it hard to maintain perfect composure when facing a young, handsome billionaire like himself. If she knew he'd just gotten divorced, he was sure her flirtatiousness would intensify. Chunji skimmed through the wealth management product brochure and nodded. This financial product does look quite good. It offers the highest yield within the risk level R1 category. But I've just won the jackpot and my mind's a bit scrambled. Can't really think about wealth management right now. Let's revisit this later. If I have such needs, I'll definitely contact you. Fong Xinyan responded warmly. Absolutely, Mr. Chun. From now on, I'll be your dedicated personal financial advisor. Feel free to contact me anytime for any banking-related services you may need. Oh, really? Chunji pondered for a moment. Then could I trouble you to help me withdraw 1.1 million in cash? No problem, Mr. Chun. Fong Xinyan refilled Chunji's teacup. Please wait a moment while I check the cash situation at the counter. Soon enough, Fong Xinyan helped Chunji withdraw 1.1 million in cash, packing it into a large bag for him. Originally, for a VIP client like Chunji, the bank had many gifts prepared. Moreover, these gifts were quite exquisite, far more valuable than the rice or peanut oil given to regular depositors. However, Chunji noticed that all the gifts bore the bank's logo. Not wanting to reveal his status as a high-net-worth client, he politely declined the bank's kind gesture. After leaving the bank, Chunji sat in his Mercedes-Benz for a long while, lost in thought. The sudden windfall felt unreal at every turn, leaving him in a daze. It took another round of mental adjustment before he finally began to feel somewhat normal again. The first thing to do after regaining normalcy was to transfer 500,000 from his brother's account to his own via mobile banking, using it to clear all his overdue credit card bills and online loan debts. Just moments ago, he had been drowning in debt, unable to scrape together even 1,000 yuan from his entire net worth. But from now on, his brother's account, holding hundreds of millions, would serve as his secret bank. Whenever he needed money, he could simply transfer funds from his brother's account to his own. The advantage of this arrangement was clear. Though he was effectively a billionaire, no trace of wealth could be found under his name. The feeling of being an invisible millionaire is exhilarating. His overdue debts had only just begun collection, with none yet reaching litigation stage. Now that they're all repaid, the liberating relief of being debt-free rivals the thrill of winning a jackpot. Yet this overwhelming excitement must be savored alone, absolutely impossible to share with anyone. Even family members must never know about such windfall winnings. Keeping it confidential is one thing, but now that I have money, sharing some with my family is perfectly fine. Chapter 8. Sinyu Gets Beaten. Chunji immediately transferred 30,000 to his father. The money had just been sent when his father didn't accept it, but instead called right away. Xiaoji, why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Do I need a reason to give money to my own dad? Chunji laughed. I'm doing pretty well financially right now, so I want to contribute a bit to the family. Things have been tight these past few years. Even stocking our little grocery store has been on credit. Here, take this first to settle the supplier payments. Don't you just deliver ham sausages with sinew? How could you save up this much money in just a few months? Dad sounded skeptical. Chunji crafted a small lie. Delivering ham sausages doesn't pay much. The bulk of my income now comes from doing R&D for a machinery factory. These 30,000 yuan are from the R&D side, and there'll be more and more in the future. Chunji currently had nearly 4 million yuan in flexible funds at his disposal, with over 600,000 in interest arriving every month. He had considered sending more to his father, but was afraid of startling him. If he suddenly sent hundreds of thousands, his father would surely think the money was ill-gotten. Better not scare him like that. After calming his father down and reassuring him to accept the money, Chunji immediately sent another 5,000 to his younger sister Chinxian. Their family had always been poor. Their single father, with a lame leg, struggled to raise 3 children, one of whom was intellectually disabled, and the 4 of them endured countless hardships. His youngest sister had been heartbreakingly sensible since childhood. Ever since starting university, She had been juggling part-time jobs in her spare time. Today's college students often complain that their parents give them too little allowance, which isn't enough to get by, and they constantly ask their families for more money. Chen Xian, however, was the opposite. Whether it was her father or Chen Ji offering her living expenses, she sometimes refused, saying she still had money left. Now that Chen Ji had money, he couldn't let his little sister keep suffering like that anymore. As expected, the moment Chen Ji sent Chen Xian money, she immediately called him. "Second brother, did you send this to the wrong person? I'm returning it to you." Chen Ji was utterly exasperated and had to send it again. Xian, your second brother isn't so old that he's lost his mind yet. I wouldn't mess up sending a simple transfer. That money is for you. Take it quickly. Why are you suddenly giving me so much money? I'm not short on cash. My one-on-one tutoring pays well these days. If you've got money, give it to sister-in-law or save it for the mortgage. Chen Xian didn't come home for summer vacation, instead finding a tutoring center to teach summer classes. "What's a student like you doing earning money?" Chen Ji said. "Second brother is making more and more now. Our family doesn't have to live so frugally anymore. Come straight home during holidays from now on. No need to look for part-time jobs. Second brother can easily afford to support you." After arguing back and forth on the phone for ages, Chen Xian finally accepted the money with great reluctance under Chen Ji's stern threats and grumbling complaints. After hanging up, Chen Ji pondered again. He needed to make a quick trip back to his hometown these days to deliver some money to his grandfather too. With the granddaughter-in-law his grandfather doted on most now gone, the old man would undoubtedly be devastated when he found out. Best to preemptively bombard the old fellow with cash. Dazed by the monetary onslaught, the news of his divorce wouldn't hit him quite as hard. Thinking of Lu Hong, Chen Ji couldn't help but glance at the money-filled bag on the passenger seat. There was no need to let her know about his hundreds of millions. Just showing her this over $1 million in cash would surely make that woman instantly devoted to him again. But such devotion bought with money was utterly worthless in Chen Ji's eyes. The reason he withdrew $1.1 million in cash was that $100,000 of it needed to be returned to his uncle. Winning the lottery was actually thanks to my uncle, so I won't hold it against him. I'll just put the $100,000 in dirty money back into his liquor gift box. Although Qin Yuhui threatened him with that recording last night, and then this morning that bastard Qin called Lu Hong, which really pissed Chen Ji off. But now that he's worth hundreds of millions, a man destined for great things, he doesn't have time to waste arguing with that Qin bastard. As for the remaining $1 million in cash, Chen Ji just withdrew it for fun. Holding real, physical money in his hands made everything feel more tangible. Chen Ji didn't dare stay outside for long and went straight home. Sudden wealth is wonderful, but the windfall came too abruptly for one's mentality to adjust immediately. The overwhelming feeling was that of being torn between hope and fear. He kept thinking, if this fortune could fall from the sky, might it also suddenly vanish? After returning home, he hastily prepared some food, then spent time fiddling with that 1 million yuan in cash. A full 100 bundles of bright red banknotes stacked up made quite a spectacular sight. After admiring them for a while, he began pondering how to hide all this cash. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. If not properly concealed, it could easily attract thieves. After circling through the house, he finally arranged the 100 bundles neatly beneath the mattress in the guest bedroom. This bedroom was reserved for Dad and older brother, but they only stayed here for one night. Chen Xian also stayed for a couple of days. Chen Ji decided that for the coming period, he would sleep in the guest bedroom. He planned to clear out everything from the master bedroom when he had time, treating it all as trash. Moreover, the room needed to be disinfected and repainted to completely erase Lu Hong's traces. Just the thought of that woman bringing another man into their home made Chen Ji feel utterly disgusted. Every piece of furniture, every inch of the floor seemed tainted by her betrayal. He wanted to refresh this home as if she had never existed. Only this way could Chen Ji completely shake off the shadows of the past and start his life anew. Having slept poorly last night and been on the go since early morning, Chen Ji felt utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. He decided to take a nap first, recharge his energy, and then make his next move. Sleeping on a bed covered with $1 million in cash was quite thrilling, keeping him awake for a long time as he tossed and turned before finally managing to fall asleep. After waking up, he first called Sinew. "Hey, I didn't go today. How did you manage alone?" "You've got some nerve calling me," Sinew said angrily. "You quit without even giving me a heads up, leaving me completely unprepared. Luckily, I called my cousin from my second aunt's family to help out, or I would have been exhausted to death today." "Stop complaining," Chunji laughed. "I'll treat you to dinner after work as an apology." Sinew snorted. "Cut the crap. What apology between brothers? You'd better save that money to pay off your debts and get back on your feet sooner." "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Chunji said. "Stop harping on about debts. My financial situation isn't that bad. I just picked up a brand new Mercedes today." "Stop the nonsense. What do you want to eat tonight? And take a look at my Mercedes while you're at it." Sinew didn't buy it for a second. "You're full of it. I know exactly how many holes are in your underwear. With your current financial situation, how could you possibly afford Mercedes? Whether I can afford it or not, you'll find out when we have dinner tonight." Hearing him speak with such certainty, Sinew began to have doubts. "Then we'll see the truth tonight. Don't try to fool me with some toy car when the time comes." The two agreed on a time and place, and after work in the afternoon, Sinew went there with his cousin. Because Sinew had delayed his delivery time today, he would be back later after collecting the car. Chunji didn't leave until it was almost dark. As he neared the agreed-upon hotel, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Chunji thought those collection calls might have some lingering ones he hadn't cleared yet. He intended not to answer, but curiosity got the better of him, and he pressed the answer button. A timid voice came through the phone. "Is this Brother Chunji?" Chunji was taken aback. "Who is this?" "I'm Zhu Haoyang." "Oh, I'm Chin Sinew's cousin. Could you come to the police station?" Chunji's heart sank. "What happened? Where's Sinew?" Zhu Haoyang's voice trembled. "Cousin got beaten up, but the police handcuffed him instead. They're detaining him." Your wife is here too." Chapter 9. The Enemy. Hearing his cousin's incoherent, jumbled explanation, Chunji thought, "What kind of mess is this?" He interrupted his cousin, saying, "Whose sister-in-law? Who are you talking about? What's her name?" "It's your family's sister-in-law," Zhu Haoyang replied timidly in a low voice. "She should be called Lu Hong, right?" All right." Chunji seemed to understand what was going on and asked, "Tell me, who hit Sinew?" Zhu Haoyang weakly said, "It's someone who's really good at fighting, very tall and completely muscular." Chunji's heart stirred as he asked, "Was that man particularly forceful in his speech, with a voice that sounded full of vigor?" Zhu Haoyang quickly replied, Yes. That guy was clearly trained. Just hearing his voice made him seem incredibly formidable. That guy was really ruthless. He beat up cousin, and I didn't dare say anything. But not only did he hit cousin, he also kicked me twice." Now, Chunji was even more certain of his suspicion. He said to his cousin, "Don't worry. Tell me which police station you're at now. I'll come right over. Give me all the details about what happened from start to finish." Chunji drove, while listening to Zhu Haoyang recount the incident. In truth, the matter wasn't complicated. Sinew had arranged to have dinner with Chunji that evening. After finishing his shift, he took his own car and drove his cousin to the agreed-upon restaurant. On the way, Sinew spotted Lu Hong. At that moment, Lu Hong was facing a tall, well-proportioned man while holding a large bouquet of flowers. Then Lu Hong threw herself into the handsome man's arms, and the two embraced right there on the street. Sinew couldn't tolerate this and immediately parked his car to confront Lu Hong. Lu Hong didn't care at all. She claimed she had already divorced Chunji and accused Sinew of meddling in others' business. Sinew didn't believe Lu Hong's words and started arguing with her on the spot, accusing her of being unfaithful to Chunji and threatened to call Chunji immediately. At that moment, the tall and well-built handsome man stepped forward and without saying a word, directly grabbed Chun Sinew by the neck, telling him to get lost. Although the other man clearly looked like a skilled fighter, being grabbed by the neck and told to get lost on the street was something Chun Sinew couldn't tolerate. The two instantly came to blows. Chun Sinew was no match for the man at all. A flurry of punches left him bruised and battered, collapsing to the ground. Seeing how formidable the opponent was, Zhu Haoyang didn't dare move a muscle, not even daring to make sound, and could only hurriedly pull out his phone to call the police. But the man kicked him twice, sending his phone flying. Unexpectedly, The man called the police instead, and officers soon arrived, taking everyone to the station. Zhu Haoyang said the responding officers were from the Public Security Brigade of Jiangzhou City. We're the brigade now. Since I wasn't involved in the fight and didn't get a chance to call the police myself, I've been released from custody. His cousin's voice broke with sobs as he continued. Brother Chunji, hurry over here. Find someone you know. We need to get our cousin to the hospital. He's badly beaten up. How can we not send him to the hospital? Chunji grew even more frantic upon hearing this. He slammed on the accelerator, speeding through the city streets recklessly. Like a slippery loach, he weaved through every gap, stopping only for red lights, forcing his way through whenever possible, and even when it wasn't. When he arrived at Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau, there was no way he could drive his car inside. After parking, he told the security guard that his classmate had been detained by the public order police, and he was there to post bail, which finally got him through the gate. In the police station courtyard, he spotted his cousin pacing in circles. Though the two had never met before, a single exchanged glance was enough to confirm each other's identity. Zhu Haoyang jogged over to meet him. Brother Qinji, you're finally here. What do we do now? Do you have any connections at the police station? Hurry up and call your contacts. That bastard who hit my cousin has connections. He was the one who beat up my cousin, yet the police are detaining my cousin instead and even fining him. The one who threw punches got off scot-free. Qinji thought to himself, what connections do I have? We're all from the countryside, just graduated and started working not long ago. In this city, we're still the underprivileged. Yet he still comforted Zhu Haoyang verbally. Don't worry, cousin, it's fine. Let me go in first to check the situation. Zhu Haoyang followed closely behind Qinji as they hurried into the first-floor lobby, whispering while walking, the officers from the Public Security Brigade are really fierce. This is the Municipal Bureau, not the Public Security Brigade. It's the Public Security Division. Qinji corrected him. By now, it was already dark. At this hour, most offices would have closed, but the police headquarters building remained brightly lit, with busy officers constantly coming and going through the lobby. It just goes to show that frontline police officers can't keep regular working hours, because crime doesn't care whether you're off duty or not. At that moment, Chunji saw police officers escorting several thug-looking individuals toward the elevator. But it was obvious those punks weren't having it, not cooperating one bit. One particularly beefy thug kept shouting wildly, "What gives you the right to arrest me? Do you even know who I am? Do you know who I run with? You'd better treat me nice and let me go right now." He kept yelling while struggling violently against the officer's grip. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and as the two officers tried to push him inside, he suddenly erupted. Breaking free from the officer's grasp in an instant, he turned and bolted outside. Several officers scrambled in disarray, trying to apprehend him. But the man was utterly frenzied, built like a young bull, charging recklessly with such force that he knocked aside every officer who attempted to grab him. At that moment, several police officers emerged from the elevator, one of whom wore 2 bars and 3 four-pointed stars on his shoulder. Tall and straight-backed, he carried himself with an air of vigor and dignity. Seeing the situation unfold, the 2-bar 3-star officer reacted with lightning speed. He swiftly chased after the scoundrel and grabbed hold of his arm. The young thug, strong as a bull calf, tried to shake him off using the same trick as before. But the 2-bar 3-star officer was too quick. With a deft grappling move, he effortlessly brought the bull calf crashing to the ground. With a commanding gesture, he pointed and ordered the approaching officers, put him in reverse handcuffs. It must be said, this officer's series of actions were downright badass. This scene made Zhu Haoyang involuntarily give Qinji a thumbs up. Damn, that was badass. Qinji, however, turned his head away, tugged at Zhu Haoyang's sleeve, and swiftly ducked into the corridor. Zhu Haoyang urged anxiously, "Brother Qinji, the Public Security Brigade is on the 2nd floor." "Don't speak," Qinji whispered, deliberately walking in front of Zhu Haoyang to let him shield his own figure. As they neared the end of the corridor and spotted the restroom, Qinji abruptly turned into it. Zhu Haoyang also sensed something was wrong. Once inside, he asked quietly, "What's the matter, brother Qinji?" Qinji said it's fine with his mouth, but in his heart, he was utterly dejected. Zhu Haoyang had told him to seek connections through acquaintances, but now not only were there no connections to be found, he had even run into an enemy. Chapter 10. The head of the Criminal Police Division. Zhu Haoyang sensed something was off and couldn't help asking, "Brother Chunji, do you know that incredibly handsome cop from earlier?" Chunji completely ignored his question. "Hurry up and go check how Sinyu is doing." In fact, the officer who had just stolen the spotlight was Chunji's high school classmate Ding Haowei, who had recently been promoted over his superiors to become the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau just a few months prior. During high school, the two were in the same grade but different classes, so they originally had little interaction. Moreover, due to family circumstances, his mother's affair as a mistress had spread among the classmates. Chunji couldn't hold his head up at school and had always been a marginalized student. On the contrary, Ding Haowei was the school's star figure, flamboyant, arrogant, and always showing off in front of others. To put it bluntly, he was the type who lived for others' attention. Few people naturally liked such a haughty individual, and Chunji found him particularly distasteful from the bottom of his heart. What made it worse was hearing classmates say Ding Haowei had an uncle in high office, a powerful backer, which only fueled his arrogance and kept a crowd of followers constantly around him. Chunji was completely different from him and would always steer clear whenever they crossed paths, afraid of getting involved with his kind. But he was overthinking it. Ding Haowei was the chivalrous type who wouldn't bother with students like Chunji, who kept their heads down and stayed out of trouble. He couldn't stand those students who wanted to act like gang leaders. Anyone who dared to be more arrogant than him was just asking for a beating. At the time, there was a genuine official's kid at school who also had a gang of followers. Neither the official's kid nor Ding Haowei would ever back down from the other, and the two had been sworn enemies locked in fierce rivalry, fighting many times with victories going both ways. On several occasions, the fights had actually been started by Ding Haowei standing up for Chunji. Because that official's son loved bullying people the most, he'd pick on anyone, and of course that included Chunji, the laughingstock everyone talked about. Ding Haowei couldn't stand it and stood up for Chunji, which led to several fights. When someone stood up for him, Chunji couldn't just ignore the kindness and wanted to treat Ding Haowei to a meal, but Ding Haowei simply looked down on him. The two truly crossed paths during their senior year of high school. One evening after self-study session, Ding Haowei found himself alone without his usual entourage. A stranger lurking in the darkness suddenly emerged and stabbed Ding Haowei. The assailant clearly intended to kill him, attempting to deliver additional fatal blows after the initial stab. At that critical moment, Chunji happened to pass by. He immediately rushed forward and subdued the attacker with a few swift punches and kicks, capturing him alive. Interrogations later revealed the assailant had been hired by that spoiled official's son. The arrogant second-generation heir, unaccustomed to being dominated by Ding Haowei, had actually developed murderous intent and was determined to eliminate him. Ding Haowei had narrowly escaped death, and it was only then that he realized Chunji was actually such a skilled fighter. And yet, despite being so capable in combat, he had endured so much, being bullied every day at school without ever fighting back. Ding Haowei immediately took an interest in Chunji and, after being discharged from the hospital, clung to him constantly. Chunji was the type to keep a low profile and endure silently, so he naturally looked down on Ding Haowei's brash and domineering attitude. But even a cold but can't withstand a warm face constantly pressing against it. After some back and forth, the two actually developed a decent relationship. The only thing was Chunji never joined their little clique. After the college entrance exams, Chunji got into Beijing Institute of Technology, while Ding Haowei went to Police Academy. Still, as old classmates, they kept in touch. After graduation, Ding Haowei passed the joint recruitment exam for Police Academy graduates and was hired by the public security authorities. When he first started working, he was assigned to a police station in a remote township, just an ordinary officer. Chunji heard rumors among his old classmates that Ding Haowei might have been suppressed and retaliated against by enemies, deliberately sent to that remote township. After all, they had gone through tough times together in high school, and they had kept in touch during their college years. Chunji even went to visit Ding Haowei at that township police station. Back then, Ding indeed looked like someone who had been suppressed, such a high-profile and arrogant person in the past, now reduced to a lifeless state. Seeing his old classmate Chunji still remembered him and came to visit, he was genuinely moved. His words were utterly dejected. No more striving. The word effort is just a sickle harvesting ordinary people. We live at most 30,000 days. Might as well enjoy each one while we can. I've given up. I'll just lie flat, spend my life guarding the local police station till retirement, and call it a day. Given his state of being neglected and lamenting the fickleness of human relationships, Chunji often made time to visit him to offer comfort. After more than a year, Ding Haowei was promoted to deputy director, and his situation noticeably improved. He no longer sighed in despair, and his arrogant nature gradually resurfaced. Then Chunji became busy with dating, engagement, marriage, and later unemployment. His life was chaotic and hectic, so he lost touch with classmates who lived in different cities. During Chunji's years of misfortune, Ding Haowei's career, however, sailed smoothly. As deputy director, he achieved successive merits and was exceptionally promoted. First, he was transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, and within less than half a year, he was recruited to the City Bureau's criminal police team as a squad leader. Shortly after, he cracked 2 major cases, quickly gaining widespread fame within Jiangzhou's public security system. His achievements were even featured on the provincial department's official media, marking him as a key candidate for organizational cultivation and turning him into a shining star in Jiangzhou's police circles. Chunji heard from classmates that Ding Haowei, the once ostentatious and arrogant show-off, had made a full comeback. Naturally, those classmates who had previously ignored him became enthusiastic again. When he was transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, some even took the initiative to organize gatherings to welcome him. After he joined the municipal bureau, even more classmates tried to curry favor with him. Chunji, having lost his job at the major corporation, had sunk to taking odd jobs everywhere, feeling ashamed of himself. He never attended any of these class reunions. Afterward, some classmates told Chunji that Ding Haowei had openly expressed dissatisfaction with him during the banquet. Just a few months ago, Ding Haowei cracked another major case and was exceptionally promoted, directly rising to become the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of Jiangzhou City's Public Security Bureau. Keep in mind he was only 29 years old, already at deputy division level at such a young age, and crucially placed in such an important position. According to classmates' rumors, aside from his undeniable competence and tenacity, his uncle's transfer to the central government must have also given his career a significant boost. This time, having received an exceptional promotion, Ding Haowei didn't wait for his classmates to organize a celebration. He took the initiative himself to throw a party, inviting all his old classmates currently in Jiangzhou to attend. Ding Haowei even personally called Chunji to invite him to the gathering. But Chunji knew that class reunions were essentially just platforms for classmates to flaunt their success. Only those who had made it in life would attend such events. And he himself was currently drowning in debt with no way out, having fallen from being a top-tier corporate elite to delivering goods for others, doing the lowest-rung jobs in society. At the gathering, when classmates asked about his situation, should he lie or tell the truth? So one must have self-awareness and avoid becoming a stepping stone or a target for others at such gatherings. Chunji, he tactfully mentioned that he happened to be away from Jiangzhou and thus didn't attend the party organized by Ding Haowei. Chapter 11. Enemies Cross Paths. Regarding that gathering, Chunji later heard from classmates that Ding Haowei had drunk a bit too much during the banquet and openly cursed Chunji in front of everyone without restraint. That guy is nothing but an arrogant ingrate. He's probably forgotten all about how he was bullied in high school until he couldn't hold his head up. Who was it that stood up for him back then? Now that he's made it big, he looks down his nose at us old classmates. Utterly ungrateful. His face changes faster than flipping pages in a book. If I ever run into him, I'll teach him a lesson as his old classmate and show him his place. Those sycophantic classmates who usually flattered him immediately chimed in, adding fuel to the fire with their comments. Yeah, Chenji is really not what he used to be. He's a top student from Beijing Institute of Technology with a master's degree, and his abilities are beyond question. Right after graduation, he joined Liguan Motors, one of China's top-ranking companies in the new energy sector, easily pulling in an annual salary of over 200,000 yuan. Rumor has it he became a core member of the company's smart manufacturing team shortly after joining. We're simply no match for him, another classmate chimed in. Didn't you hear? Another classmate added. He hadn't even worked at Liguan for a year before following his team leader to Jiping Motors. Jiping Motors is a joint venture backed by two of China's top financial conglomerates. Their resources are massive. I heard his job switch immediately bumped his annual salary up to over 300,000 yuan. At this rate, it's probably reached 600,000 by now. The gap between us keeps widening. Soon we won't even feel comfortable inviting him to class reunions. He probably wouldn't bother with our little gatherings anyway. These classmates were spewing all sorts of sarcastic and malicious remarks to curry favor with Ding Haowei. Listening to these comments, Ding Haowei grew increasingly furious and began lashing out without restraint. He immediately issued a harsh warning. Ding Haowei, am putting this out there. I hope Chenji behaves himself and doesn't pull any illegal stunts. If I ever get the chance, his words were dripping with menace, and anyone could tell he was warning Chenji not to fall into his hands, or else Chenji would regret it. Though Ding Haowei was acting outrageously arrogant, Chenji knew he was in the wrong himself. They were originally good old classmates, and when Ding Haowei achieved career success, Chenji should have been the first to stand up and congratulate him. Instead, he chose to avoid the situation. Anyone in that position would feel resentful, thinking Chenji looked down on him, especially someone as flamboyant as Ding Haowei, who valued face more than anything else. But what's done is done. There was nothing Chenji could do but hope for the best, praying he wouldn't mess up, and above all, that he wouldn't fall into Ding Haowei's hands. Right now, the situation with Sinyu getting beaten up is already tricky enough. The other party clearly has connections. If Ding Haowei gets involved too, things will only get worse, and Sinyu would really be in deep trouble. By now, the earlier commotion in the lobby had gradually died down. Chenji cautiously peeked out, estimating that Ding Haowei had probably already left. Only then did he pull Zhu Haoyang along and hurry out of the restroom, quickly heading upstairs. When they reached the second-floor security division, the first thing Chenji saw upon entering was a battered and bruised Sinyu, looking utterly dejected with a swollen face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had taken quite a beating. Handcuffed and crouching in the corner, he looked like he had just finished giving his statement. Lu Hong sat on a nearby chair, her expression cold, as if everything happening before her had nothing to do with her. Next to her sat a man in a V-neck t-shirt, his wrist adorned with a gleaming Patek Philippe. Just as Zhu Haoyang had described, the man's exposed arms were tightly muscled and prominently bulging, clearly the result of dedicated training. Even while seated, his tall and imposing physique was unmistakable. Looking at Sinyu, who had been beaten beyond recognition, Chenji understood clearly that against such a strong opponent, Sinyu stood no chance of fighting back. The scene before them was clearly not some fair fight, but rather a one-sided, brutal beating. But now, Sinyu, beaten to a pulp, was handcuffed on the ground, while the guy who had done the beating sat there leisurely, holding a disposable paper cup and sipping water without a care. He looked for all the world like some honored guest here. By instinct alone, Chenji could be certain this was the man Lu Hong had previously brought to his home. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury. Chenji barely restrained the impulse to beat the man beyond recognition. Yet his dagger-sharp gaze and the hatred etched across his face betrayed his emotions completely. The man also recognized Chenji. Their eyes locked, mutual hostility radiating between them as they stood in silent confrontation, the air thick with tension. Crouched on the ground in disarray, Chun Sinyu spotted Chenji and immediately brightened, as if seeing salvation. Lao Ji, you're here. Shut up. The investigating officer immediately snapped at him. Who said you could speak? Officer, Chun Jiqiang suppressed his anger, trying to keep his tone calm. Why is the victim handcuffed while the assailant gets to sit comfortably? What kind of logic is this? Who are you? Who let you in here? The policeman turned his head, glaring at Chun Ji with hostility. What's your business here? Chun Ji pointed at Sinew. This is my brother. Then he gestured toward Lu Hong. And that woman sitting there is my ex-wife. She's the one who started all this trouble today. Ex-wife. Sinew's dim eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. He looked back at Chun Ji and asked urgently, Old Ji, did you really divorce her? What exactly happened between you two? Seriously, how heartless can you be? He continued, glaring angrily at Lu Hong. I was just beaten like that, and you didn't even lift a finger to help. With how close our families are, I never imagined you could be so cruel. Didn't I tell you to shut up? The policeman kicked Chun Sinew impatiently. Sinew shuddered but clenched his teeth, swallowing the rest of his words, though his eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Standing in the police station, Chun Ji knew perfectly well that no matter how furious he felt, he couldn't afford to act out here. Since there were no acquaintances who could help, he wondered if paying a fine could get Sinew released. Officer, I'd like to discuss something with you. Could I pay a fine to get my friend released on bail? Chun Ji said, try his best to keep his tone calm. The investigating officer sneered mockingly. Do you think the police station is your family's business? Do you really believe paying a fine can exempt you from administrative detention? Did you make up these rules yourself? Cut the crap. Chun Sinew is charged with provoking trouble and disturbing public order. 5 days detention plus 1,000 yuan fine. Since you're going to pay the fine, then hand over the money first. Chapter 12. Let them both cool off. Now, Chun Ji panicked. Without bail approval, would Sinew really have to endure detention and that ordeal? He hurriedly said, according to the Public Security Administration punishment law, if the person being punished legally applies for administrative reconsideration or files an administrative lawsuit and provides a guarantor or pays a deposit at the standard rate of 200 yuan per day for administrative detention, they can apply for a temporary suspension of execution. We now request to apply for administrative reconsideration. He knew the handling officers were clearly favoring the other side, but being outnumbered, arguing with the police at this moment would be utterly futile. He could only cite legal provisions, trying to win a glimmer of hope for Sinew, while also hoping the police would truly act according to the law and not go too far. Before the police could respond, the stylish man who had been sitting nearby drinking water suddenly snorted with laughter, his face full of disdain. Come into the police station to lecture us on the law. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection, see what kind of trash you really are? Lu Hong also snorted coldly, speaking in a mocking tone, talking about paying fines like you're some big shot with money. You? Right now, if we told you to pay up, could you even scrape together the cash? She kept sneering while shooting sidelong glances at Chun Ji, her face full of disdain. The man continued mockingly, money? If he had money, pigs could climb trees. Probably getting chased by debt collectors every day, can barely feed himself, yet still putting on airs here. I'm embarrassed for him. These words felt like 10,000 steel blades stabbing into him, completely igniting the fury in Chun Ji's heart. It was clear this woman had already told this bastard about his debt crisis. Recalling the conversation in Qin Yuhui's audio recording, how this despicable couple had laughed at his childhood misfortunes, Chun Ji felt his blood boiling, with uncontrollable rage surging through him. Anyone would find it unbearable to endure their wife's betrayal, let alone her joining forces with another man to humiliate them. What's more, that handsome guy kept hurling sarcastic remarks while staring at Chun Ji with nothing but provocation in his eyes, simultaneously setting down the paper cup in his hand. Look at his tense muscles. He's clearly ready for a fight, just waiting for Chun Ji to lose his temper. In truth, everyone present could see that Chun Ji's anger had reached its boiling point. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Chun Ji suddenly smiled in the next moment, a chilling smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chun Ji knew that no matter how overwhelming his fury was, he had to restrain himself at this very moment. They pulled some strings. These officers are clearly favoring the other side. If I make a scene at the station, I'll definitely end up worse off. No matter what, I can't fall into their trap. Chun Ji sneered. Lu Hong, Is this man the reason you were in such a hurry to divorce me? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Hong reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chun-ji, I'll have you know, you can say whatever you want about me, but you can't insult President Wang. I'm just an ordinary friend of Mr. Wang, or rather, I work out at Mr. Wang's gym, and he's my fitness coach. Is it wrong for me to want to have a meal with a friend to relax when I'm feeling down after my divorce? Chun Sinyu insulted me on the street for no reason and even physically attacked Mr. Wang. Now you're saying such insulting things. I order you to apologize to Mr. Wang immediately. Now Chun-ji was finally certain about this man's identity. Turns out this man was the owner of the gym Lu Hong frequented. Chun-ji had accompanied Lu Hong there twice, but never met the owner, though he knew his name was Wang Qiuyang. Alright, I fucking memorized you now. Chun-ji had no time to deal with Lu Hong's nonsense. Ignoring her, he turned to the handling officer. Officer, I'll now act as Chun Sinyu's guarantor. I'm willing to pay the full amount of bail for him and request a temporary suspension of his detention. Money was no object to him anyway. He didn't care how much bail was required. Right now, Chun-ji just wanted to use his wealth to get someone out, to take Sinyu away from this place as soon as possible. This was a society governed by law, not one where certain individuals could manipulate things behind the scenes with connections. Justice had to be served, but the priority was ensuring Sinyu didn't suffer here any longer. But the police still refused Chun-ji's request and ordered both him and Zhu Haoyang to leave. But how could Chun-ji just walk away like this? With no other options left, he began considering whether to call his uncle. He had an uncle named Chun Shaoi, who served as a standing committee member of the Jiangzhou Municipal Party Committee and secretary of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. As a government official, his uncle looked down upon Chun-ji's family living in such miserable circumstances, and the two households hardly had any contact. That's why Chun-ji never considered himself as having connections in high places. But now, seeing Sinyu treated so unjustly, beaten up, and still facing detention, Chun-ji felt how poverty grinds down ambition. Driven to this point, he could no longer cling to pride. Bracing himself, he decided to try calling his uncle. He had just pulled out his phone when Wang Qiuyang stood up from his chair, pointing at Chun-ji. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Chun-ji shot him a cold glance, ignored him, and turned to walk out, intending to call his uncle outside. In this place, he was the disadvantaged one. No matter what, he couldn't afford to clash with Wang Qiuyang. Seeing Chun-ji about to leave, Wang Qiuyang leaped forward and grabbed him by the collar, shouting, "You stay right there." Chun-ji raised his hand and knocked the other's hand away. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a police officer roared angrily. What's going on here? Fighting in a police station. Chun-ji defended himself. Officer, you saw it. He's the one looking for trouble. Didn't you lay a hand on him? The policeman frowned and said to his colleague, "Birds of a feather indeed. Let's cuff him first to cool his heels somewhere." The policeman took the handcuffs off the wall and walked toward Chun-ji. At that moment, a tall and upright police officer emerged from the side of the doorway and stood at the entrance with a smile, saying, "What a lively scene. Someone actually dares to start a fight in the public security brigade." The officers inside smiled at him. "Captain Yang, still here? Tell me about it. Some people these days are just getting out of hand." The officer referred to as Captain Yang said, "This is truly unacceptable. It seems these two harbor deep-seated prejudices against each other. They both need to calm down. Maybe find them a quiet room to reflect on their actions." The officers in the office were momentarily stunned. It was clear they hadn't expected Captain Yang to make such a suggestion. For a moment, no one knew how to respond. Captain Yang chuckled and continued, "I was just passing by your place and thought I'd offer a little suggestion. Take it or leave it, folks. If you need a place, we've got an empty holding room over at our criminal investigation division. Coincidentally, the surveillance cameras there are out of order and it's quite peaceful. If you'd like, you can invite these two gentlemen to reflect in that room for a few hours." Several police officers immediately grasped Captain Yang's implication, exchanging knowing smiles among themselves. And Chun-ji also understood this Captain Yang was actually from the Criminal Investigation Division. Chapter 13, A Broken Arm. Chun-ji and Wang Qiuyang were taken into a room with a sign that read detention room. The police locked the iron-barred door and said to the two inside, "Reflect carefully in there. You can come out once you've figured out your mistakes." After realizing that Captain Yang was actually sent by Ding Haowei, Chenji had been nervously pondering. He thought to himself, could this really be such a coincidence? Just as he encountered trouble at the Public Security Brigade, a comrade from the criminal police team happened to pass by and offered reasonable advice. Could it be that Ding Haowei had spotted him downstairs in the lobby earlier? By the time he was locked in the detention room, he had pretty much pieced together the connections. First, he was absolutely certain that Ding Haowei must have seen him. Captain Yang from the Criminal Investigation Division wouldn't come to the Public Security Brigade without reason, meaning Ding Haowei had sent him. Ding Haowei's motives boiled down to two possibilities. The first, that he was deliberately causing trouble, aiming to embarrass Chenji in front of the Public Security Brigade. The second, that he actually intended to help him. Wang Qiuyang watched Chenji lost in thought, a smug grin spreading across his face. Hearing the police officer's footsteps fade into the distance, he sneered at Chenji, "Kid, now it's just you and me. Show me what you've got." The detention room was an empty space, devoid of any furnishings. If you grew tired of standing, the only option was to sit on the bare floor. But this empty house seemed to suit Wang Qiuyang just fine. He sneered at Chenji while pressing his elbows together, making a series of crack-crack sounds. Clearly, he was warming up. Chenji looked up at him and said calmly, "Now I'm completely certain you and Lu Hong are definitely involved in something shady. But one thing I can't figure out, you teamed up with that bitch to cuckold me, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Why the hell are you so determined to mess with me?" Wang Qiuyang snorted with domineering arrogance. "Because this lord simply can't stand your face. From a moment you stepped into the Public Security Brigade, the way you looked at me already pissed me off. So this beating was inevitable, just to teach you a lesson you won't forget. From now on, behave yourself and be obedient when you see me. If you look at me like that again, I'll beat you every time I see you." With the cracked sound of him flexing his elbow joints, the well-defined muscles in his arms bulged prominently, making it clear he was someone not to be trifled with. Chenji visibly cowered. He suddenly rushed to the door, shaking the bar gate while shouting loudly outside, "Help! Someone's trying to beat me up. This man wants to kill me." But at this moment, the corridor was completely empty. No one paid him any attention at all. Wang Qiuyang approached Chenji unhurriedly, step by step, his voice turning icy. "Don't waste your effort. Can't you see what's happening? This is just giving us both a fair chance to settle things. For you, this opportunity is about experiencing firsthand how your brother was knocked to the ground under my storm-like barrage of punches." As he spoke, his fist whistled through the air, aiming straight for the back of Chenji's head. Chenji quickly dodged. Wang Qiuyang wasn't about to let him go, swinging his fists as he closed in step by step. Chenji could only circle around to evade, shouting for help while dodging. Wang Qiuyang chased him for several rounds, but surprisingly failed to land a single hit. Panting heavily as he came to a stop, he cursed, "You coward! If you've got the guts, fight back. What kind of man just runs away?" Chenji also stopped and flashed him a faint smile. "Threw so many punches and didn't land a single one. What kind of man does that make you?" Wang Qiuyang's face darkened as he roared, "Still running your mouth when death's at your doorstep." Gathering all his strength, he charged forward again. This punch carried everything he had. Chenji stopped retreating and instead pivoted sideways, raising his hand to precisely grab the other's wrist before forcefully slamming him against the wall. With a boom, Wang Qiuyang's fist collided with the wall. Before he could pull his hand back, Chenji delivered a sharp elbow strike, smashing viciously into his forearm. A faint crack sounded, followed by Wang Qiuyang's agonized scream, "Ah!" that tore through the air. Chenji didn't wait for him to react before grabbing his left wrist and repeating the same technique, an elbow strike that shattered his other forearm. With both arms broken, Wang Qiuyang writhed in agony, spinning in circles as he let out inhuman shrieks of pain. The piercing screams echoed through the building, forcing the police to abandon their posts and rush over to investigate. The two police officers stepped in and saw Wang Qiuyang's face twisted in pain, his agonized screams sending chills down their spines. They immediately roared, "What the hell is going on here?" Chun Ji-xiao gloated with schadenfreude. "Coach Wang here can't go a day without itching to practice. Even when we told him to cool off here, he couldn't stay idle, ended up punching the wall during boxing practice. Probably hurt his knuckles." As he spoke, he pointed at the dent in the wall made by a fist. Wang Qiuyang jumped up and wailed, "It was him. He's the one who broke my arm. Arrest him now." The two officers finally noticed Wang Qiuyang's forearm dangling limply, clearly without support. It was obviously broken. Chun Ji remained unafraid, smiling indifferently. "Even if your arm is broken, you smashed it against the wall yourself. Don't try to pin it on me." With both of Wang Qiuyang's arms broken, he needed to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Until things were clarified, Chun Ji would undoubtedly remain locked in the detention room. Before the officers could lock the door, Captain Yang coincidentally appeared again. After cooling off for so long, "Isn't it time to let them out?" A police officer said. Captain Yang didn't expect a small matter to get so complicated. "The guy we just carried out had both arms broken." Captain Yang replied, "Broken arms? Get him to the hospital immediately." Then he pointed at Chun Ji. "Is he all right?" The officer responded, "They were the only two locked in this room, with one having broken arms. He's the prime suspect. We definitely can't let him leave." Chun Ji immediately protested. "Officers, I've already explained clearly. Coach Wang's arms broke because his hands were itching, and he punched the wall twice himself. You can't wrong an innocent man like this." Captain Yang gave Chun Ji a scrutinizing look before entering the detention room to examine the fist-shaped dents on the wall. He said to the patrol officer, "Isn't it obvious? He clearly broke his own arm by punching the wall. Besides, just look at their physiques. That other guy's a trained fighter. If he hadn't broken his own arm, do you really think this Chun fellow could have taken him on?" The patrol officer replied uneasily, "Captain Yang, with the suspect breaking both arms in custody, such a serious incident requires some explanation, doesn't it? He broke his own arm by smashing it against the wall. How? Is that our responsibility?" Captain Yang was visibly irritated. "The surveillance in this holding room is spotty. The signal came back for a while earlier, and I saw that Wang guy chasing and beating Chun, who was screaming for help. I rushed over to tell you, but this is how it ended up. If you don't believe me, check the footage. No one else is to blame for this." The patrol officer was about to say something else, but Captain Yang cut him off impatiently. "Chun Ji comes with me. Deputy Director Ding wants to see him." The patrol officer asked in surprise. "Deputy Director Ding wants to see him? What's that about?" "It's nothing special," Captain Yang said as he walked. "Deputy Director Ding and this Mr. Chun Ji are old classmates. When an old classmate comes, you call them over to catch up, right?" He led Chun Ji away without looking back. "He's Deputy Director Ding's old classmate?" The patrol officer muttered the words to himself, staring dumbfounded at the two retreating figures. Chapter 14, Righteous and Unyielding. Arriving at a door labeled Squad Leader's Office, Officer Yang knocked, ushered Chun Ji inside, then exited and closed the door behind him. Ding Haowei's office was quite spacious. After all, his rank warranted it. By standard protocol, he was certainly entitled to a large office. Moreover, the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau's new office building had only been completed a few years prior, featuring particularly modern layouts and office facilities. Behind the expansive desk, Ding Haowei sat imposingly in his executive chair, cutting an undeniably authoritative figure. Seeing Chun Ji enter, he deliberately propped one foot on the desk, swiveled in his executive chair, unable to conceal the smugness and show-off expression on his face. Chun Ji chuckled inwardly. This guy would never change. As long as he could flaunt something in front of old classmates, it gave him immense satisfaction. With that thought, he casually walked over and sat down on the nearby sofa without waiting for permission. Ding Haowei glared. "Who said you could sit? Stand up properly. How did that Wang Qiuyang guy's arm get broken? What does it have to do with me if he broke it himself?" Chun Ji smirked indifferently. "What? You dare to arrest me if I don't stand up?" From what had just happened, he could roughly deduce that Ding Haowei must have intervened in this matter. In other words, this guy not only held no grudge, but was secretly helping him. On the surface, it seemed that Captain Yang and the other officers handling the case were in cahoots, deliberately siding with Wang Qiuyang to give him a chance to beat him up. Probably only Ding Haowei knew that despite Wang Qiuyang's bulging muscles and larger frame, if it really came to a fight, that bastard was no match for him. Ding Haowei was just helping him in a different way. Actually, this aligns with his true nature. He's not a bad person at heart, just too fond of showing off and being ostentatious. If you really asked him to do those despicable, dirty deeds, he wouldn't be capable of it. Ding Haowei put on a stern face and spoke in bureaucratic tones. Do you realize that if it weren't for me, you brothers would have been in deep trouble tonight? Chunji answered honestly. I could tell. It must have been your help. Seems old classmates really come through when it matters. Ding Haowei threw his head back with a triumphant laugh. Haha, so you still remember we're old classmates? I suppose others have already told you. You didn't show up to that gathering, and I cursed you out at the dinner table, even vowed to teach you a lesson. Weren't you scared? Chunji pretended to tremble all over, terrified. See how I'm shaking with fear? Cut the crap. Stop putting on an act in front of me, Ding Haowei said. But to be honest, I was genuinely furious with you back then. I thought you'd really made it big and started looking down on us low-income folks. But jokes aside and quarrels notwithstanding, after all these years as old classmates, I'd never do something as drastic as turning against you and becoming enemies. You know my personality. I'm straightforward. If you piss me off, I might curse at you just to vent, but don't take it to heart. Chunji laughed. As long as you don't actually plan to get back at me, then I'll forgive you. Ding Haowei scoffed. Oh, now you're pushing your luck? You forgive me? If anything, it's me who's forgiving you. To be honest, after that gathering, a classmate told me you might be going through something. He once saw you sweating buckets doing hard labor on the streets. Moreover, the recent sudden dissolution of Jiping Motors caused quite a stir. Of course, we assumed that with your educational background, expertise, and capabilities, you could easily transition to another major new energy vehicle company after Hypen's collapse. But when I heard from classmates that you'd resorted to manual labor, I couldn't help but conduct some discreet investigation into your situation. Rest assured, this wasn't an abuse of power or official privilege. I simply made inquiries as a concerned classmate would. Only then did I realize that when you resigned from Jiping Motors with your team supervisor back then, the company's owner, Zhai Xiangxing, personally spoke with each of you, trying to persuade you to stay. When he failed to retain you, Zhai Xiangxing was furious. He declared that unless you worked at Jiping Motors until death, you'd never find another job in this industry if you left. The entire team that jumped ship is now unemployed, essentially blacklisted from the industry. So I understand now. You're avoiding the reunion because you feel humiliated, afraid classmates will laugh at you, too ashamed to show up. Am I right? I said, why are you such a sleazy guy? What kind of behavior is this? If this place doesn't want me, there are plenty that will. If Zhai Xiangxing can dominate the new energy industry in Jiangzhou, why don't you look for opportunities in other cities? Chunji replied, you're right. When I was at my wit's end, I also thought about leaving Jiangzhou. Back when I had just graduated and started working, didn't I mention this to you when I came to visit? My family situation wasn't great, so after graduation, I rushed back to my hometown to find work and take care of my family. So Jiping Motors disbanded overnight, and we got blacklisted in the industry. Couldn't work in this field anymore, but didn't want to leave Jiangzhou either. Had no choice but to take up other jobs temporarily. Don't laugh, but I've done all kinds of odd jobs recently. Driving for Didi, food delivery, even working as a steel reinforcement worker at construction sites. Back then, I just needed to put food on the table while paying off loans. Didn't care how hard or tiring the work was, as long as it paid. But how much can you really earn from these odd jobs? The wages weren't even enough to cover my loan payments. So your debts blew up, right? Ding Haowei interrupted Chunji. Chunji stared at him wide-eyed in surprise. You dare claim you didn't abuse public power for personal gain? Don't put it so harshly, Ding Haowei said. Would I have nothing better to do than investigate you? I just happened to learn about your current situation while asking classmates about you. No problem. It's just a small loan, right? With your skills, as long as you leave Jiangzhou quickly and find a job at a major new energy company, you'll be making hundreds of thousands a year. You'll turn things around in no time. I know you must be in a tough spot right now, and there's not much an old classmate can do to help. Don't be fooled by how well off I seem on the surface. My salary isn't that high either. Over the years, I haven't saved much, spending freely as I go. I've only managed to put aside about 100,000 yuan. I'll lend you 100,000 for now, but you'd better pay me back as soon as you have the money." He took out his phone while speaking. "Mobile transfers can't exceed 50,000 per day. I'll transfer 50,000 first, then send you another 50,000 tomorrow. Don't even think about skipping out on me. I'm a police officer, remember? You'll regret it if you try to dodge this debt." Chunji's phone vibrated. When he checked it, the notification showed 50,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. I have to say, Chunji was genuinely moved by Ding Haowei's gesture. Staring at the SMS notification for the 50,000 yuan transfer, he kept his head lowered, not daring to meet Ding Haowei's gaze. He could feel his eyes growing warm and was afraid Ding would laugh at him for being overly sentimental. Ding Haowei continued explaining, "Back in school, I always admired how impressive policemen looked. My biggest dream was to become one myself someday. But after actually becoming an officer, I realized this job isn't easy, the pay isn't great, and there are real risks involved. Especially for those of us working in criminal investigation, the job is particularly grueling. Sometimes when we take on a case, we might have to work around the clock for extended periods, and going days without returning home is a common occurrence. Of course, in my current position, there are plenty of opportunities to make some extra money if one were so inclined. But you know me, I'm the type who can't tolerate wrongdoing and refuses to turn a blind eye to evil. To put it bluntly, you could call it a sense of justice. To maintain a sense of justice, one must first keep oneself clean. Before correcting others, correct yourself. Be upright and blameless, so that when facing wrongdoers and misdeeds, you can stand with unwavering righteousness." Chapter 15. Even old classmates aren't spared. Chunji knew Ding Haowei wasn't just spouting lofty ideals. This guy was genuinely principled. The words he'd shared were heartfelt and sincere, spoken from the depths of his conscience. "In that case, you must know about my buddy getting beaten up and then detained. It's obvious Wang Qiuyong pulled strings behind the scenes. When you see such abuse of power and bending of the law, don't you feel like speaking up for what's right?" Chunji said with a laugh. "That's not my responsibility," Ding Haowei said, "but I had my subordinates report it to the supervision office." "Where's my buddy?" Chunji asked urgently. "He's been taken to the hospital. You can call to find out which one." Chunji immediately stood up. "Old classmate, I won't waste words thanking you. I'll repay this favor another day. I need to go check on him at the hospital first." As for Ding Haowei transferring him 50,000 today, with another 50,000 coming tomorrow, Chunji didn't refuse that either. Although he now had a net worth of several hundred million and didn't need this 100,000 or so, Ding Haowei was after all concerned about face. So he'd given the opportunity to help. What he needed was precisely this psychological satisfaction. He'd just tell him in a few days that his cash flow had stabilized and pay him back then. Leaving Ding Haowei's office, Chunji immediately called Sinyu, only to hear the automated message that the phone was switched off. He quickly called Zhu Haoyang again. Only then did he learn that Sinyu's phone had fallen to the ground and been trampled during the beating. At this moment, Sinyu was at Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. "All right, tell him I'm coming right away." As soon as Chunji finished speaking, he heard Sinyu's urgent voice on the other end of the line. "Old Ji, are you okay? You got out so soon? That bastard didn't hit you, did he?" Chunji deliberately laughed loudly twice and said, "I'm fine." As he walked out of the police station entrance and headed to retrieve his car, he spotted Lu Hong standing on the sidewalk to one side of the gate. Not only that, but there was also a woman with 2 children beside her, holding a younger one and leading an older one by the hand. Upon closer look, wasn't that Sinyu's wife, Su Meiwan? Su Meiwan was chasing after Lu Hong, demanding, "Lu Hong, what's going on with you? I'm asking you a question. Why are you avoiding me?" It was obvious that Lu Hong was evasive in front of Su Meiwan, clearly trying to dodge her. But Su Meijun kept chasing after her with the child, calling out as she ran, "Did you come here because of Xinyu too? What on earth happened? What's going on? Don't scare me like this." Su Meijuan's voice was already trembling with tears. Seeing Lu Hong dodging her questions and constantly trying to slip away, Su Meijun assumed something terrible had happened to Xinyu. The thought frightened her so much she was on the verge of tears. The more Lu Hong tried to avoid her, the more tightly she clung to the child and pursued relentlessly. Chunji quickly ran over and shouted, "Lao Wan, stop questioning her." Su Meiwan turned around and saw it was Chunji. She immediately led the child forward to meet him, anxiously asking, "Lao Ji, you're here too. What on earth is going on? Tell me quickly, don't scare me. What exactly happened to Sinyu? Has something terrible happened to him? Otherwise, why would Lu Hong avoid facing me like this?" Chunji didn't know how to respond to her barrage of questions. He instinctively picked up the child she was leading. Sinyu had 2 children, a 5-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. Chunji glanced at Lu Hong's retreating figure and said to Su Meiwan, "Come on, let's get in my car." Su Meiwan was frantic. "Then at least tell me first, what exactly happened to Sinyu? Is he still alive?" "What nonsense are you talking about? He's fine," Chunji said. "He just got into a fight, took a few punches, reported it to the police, and now he's getting in for the hospital." Su Meiwan also glanced back at Lu Hong's retreating figure and asked, "Why isn't she coming with us? Where's she going?" "Don't bother with her," Chunji said. "From now on, act like you don't know her when you see her." "What happened? Did you two have a fight?" "We didn't fight. We just got divorced." "What on earth happened?" Hearing about their divorce, Su Meiwan grew agitated again. Chunji sneered. "Go ask Sinyu at the hospital. He got beaten up because of that woman. Why would you two divorce when everything was fine? What's going on? Is it because of your debts?" The whole way, Su Meiwan kept anxiously questioning Chunji about the divorce. Chunji knew she was worried about him, but he still replied impatiently, "You're so young, yet you keep nagging. Why ask so many questions? If a couple gets divorced, it means they couldn't make it work. Who would divorce if they were truly happy together? If I don't ask, then who will?" Su Meiwan flared up. "How could I just stand by and watch you two get divorced? Arguments and quarrels happen all the time. I fight with Sinyu every day. When tempers flare, we even come to blows. But we're still doing fine, aren't we? No household is free from quarrels. If everyone divorced after a single fight, the divorce rate would be 100%. Shut up and mind your own business. Go take care of Sinyu first." Su Meiwan was from their neighboring village. Chunji and Sinyu had been her middle school classmates. Despite her name, Meiwan meaning beautiful and graceful, she wasn't pretty at all, just barely presentable in appearance. Sinyu didn't do well in school and failed to get into high school, so he started working right after graduating from junior high. With such a low starting point in life, his expectations for the future weren't high either. In today's society, he'd be perfectly content if he could smoothly marry a wife who'd wholeheartedly settle down with him. In his estimation, Su Meiwan was already the most attractive woman he could possibly pursue. Chunji often mocked the couple for being shameless, joking about how they had the nerve to go after their own former classmates. Since they were middle school classmates who grew up together, and Su Meiwan had married his childhood best friend, Chunji shared an exceptionally genuine relationship with her. When they arrived at the People's Hospital and got out of the car, Su Meiwan finally realized and exclaimed, "Hey, Laoji, where did this car come from? With your current financial situation, how can you afford to drive a Mercedes?" Earlier, when they got into the car at the police station entrance, she had been too preoccupied with her worries to notice what kind of car Chunji was driving. Now that I've calmed down a bit on the way here, I finally realized I actually arrived in a Mercedes-Benz. Chunji smiled and said, "Just got this new car, what do you think?" "What do you mean my financial situation can't afford such a nice car? Who do you think you're looking down on?" Su Meiwan paused for a moment, then said meaningfully, "If you were really driving such a nice car, would Lu Hong have been willing to divorce you? Listen to you talking like that, as if that woman was some kind of gold digger," Chunji said as he picked up his eldest daughter again and walked toward the hospital building. Chapter 16, he actually got it right. When I arrived at the ward, Sinyu was indeed hooked up to an 4 drip. There were 3 police officers by the hospital bed. The inspectors Ding Haowei had mentioned, currently taking Sinyu's statement. The investigation has basically been completed now. The surveillance footage from the scene clearly showed that Wang Qiuyang was the one who threw the first punch. Throughout the entire incident, Sinyu had no chance to fight back at all. It was completely one-sided, with Wang Qiuyang relentlessly beating him. After the beating, it was Wang Qiuyang who called the police, nothing more than the villain filing the first complaint. Moreover, he used his connections to contact the deputy captain of the 1st Division of the Public Security Brigade, the very officer who led the response team. As a result, Sinyu, the one who was beaten, ended up detained and fined, while Wang Qiuyang, the assailant, was portrayed as the victim. Such blatant distortion of the truth and abuse of power for personal gain constitutes serious misconduct. The supervisory department stated that this matter would undoubtedly be dealt with severely. Moreover, they needed to seek the victim's opinion to see if they still wanted to hold the other party accountable. After the inspector left, Chenji watched Su Meiwan still wiping away her tears. She was heartbroken. Her man had been beaten to a pulp, and what wife wouldn't feel the same? Chenji sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, an ugly wife, barren land, and a tattered quilt. How true it was. Su Meiwan wasn't much to look at, but she had self-awareness. She knew she was plain, and only Sinyu, who had low expectations for both family and career, treated her like a treasure. So she cherished their relationship deeply, was utterly devoted to Sinyu, and undoubtedly genuinely cared for her man. Come on, Lao Wan. Chenji consoled her, stop crying. Why are you acting so sentimental at such a young age? It's just a few punches. Sure, he's bruised and swollen now, but in 3 to 5 days you won't even notice it. Easy for you to say. You weren't the one who got hit, were you? Su Meiwan retorted. When it comes down to it, wasn't Sinyu beaten because of you? You must be blind. You had such a great college classmate. What was her name? Oh, Shun Qinglin. Instead of pursuing her properly, you went and set your sights on Lu Hong, of all people. Now that you've just gotten into a bit of debt, she can't wait to divorce you. She's practically inhuman. Sinyu mumbled through his swollen lips. More than inhuman, she's downright viperous. You say our families have such a close relationship. You and that woman are practically like sisters. This afternoon, I just went over to confront her about that matter. When that man was hitting me, if she had just pulled him away or tried to calm him down, I would have felt a little better. But she just stood by and watched coldly. When she saw me beaten to the ground, she even sneered. I'll definitely remember her. If that woman ever crosses my path again, I'll blow her brains out without hesitation. If I'd known she was such a bitch, I would have torn her apart right at the police station entrance earlier. These two are truly a perfect match, singing in harmony as they start cursing Lu Hong, with Zhu Haoyang standing right beside them. Chenji felt extremely awkward. Although they had already filed for divorce, the papers weren't finalized yet. Even if they were, she would still be his ex-wife, a mark that would last a lifetime. Listening to the couple loudly berate that woman, Chenji felt utterly humiliated. When it came down to it, wasn't this all because he'd been blind in the first place? To think he'd fall for such a venomous woman. As the couple kept arguing, Sinyu suddenly remembered something and said to Chenji, Lao Ji, seemed your granduncle's prediction was spot on. Remember when you visited him before? I went along too. He did your fortune-telling and said you were destined for late marriage, that you absolutely mustn't marry young or you'd definitely divorce. He said your marriage would only go smoothly if you waited till after 32. It seems he got everything right for you. At this point, Chenji suddenly realized that all his misfortunes over the years had indeed been foretold by his blind uncle. The old man was a blind fortune-teller who read fates by feeling copper coins. Being blind, he never married and remained a lifelong bachelor, with few relatives or friends ever visiting him. Chenji and his father were among the few who went to visit him. The year Chenji graduated, when he went to visit him, his granduncle had once performed a divination for him, since he'd entered society, concerning both his career and marriage. The blind bachelor said Chenji was about to hit a streak of bad luck. The divination verse flowed quite smoothly, something like, ancestral fortunes withering, kin powerless to aid, tongues wagging with slander, facing officials brings misfortune, marriage proves elusive, meeting the wrong sort of people, what skilled hands for grasping money, yet no vessel to store it. In short, it means Chenji is about to have bad luck. At that time, Chenji had just graduated with a master's degree and was about to join a major corporation. He was brimming with ambition, radiating confidence, with a future that seemed boundless and bright. He scoffed at the words of his blind old bachelor, even feeling somewhat angry, thinking, I came to see you with gifts out of kindness, and you actually curse me. Looking back now, Uncle Grandpa had predicted everything correctly. even his misfortune in finding a wife. His calculations were eerily accurate. Chunji decided that when he returned to his hometown in a few days, he must visit Uncle Grandpa again for another divination. See if he can predict that he's won the lottery, and have him forecast his upcoming luck. Sumewon grew intrigued when Chunji mentioned going to consult his great-uncle for divination. Take me with you when you go. I want to have Xingyu's fortune told. See if he's destined for official conflicts this year. How could he suddenly suffer such a major setback? Give it a rest, Xingyu said impatiently. What official conflicts? Don't go making up nonsense about my fortune. Just then, the nurse came in again, asking the family members to go settle the hospitalization fees first. Sumewon was suddenly in a dilemma. She had just paid a mortgage the day before yesterday and didn't have much money left. She said to the nurse, "Miss, could we postpone paying this fee for a while? You know, my husband was beaten up like this, and the police just said they'd have the assailant pay the medical expenses first. Due to special circumstances, the assailant can't come right now, but once he arrives, he definitely won't shortchange you." The inspector did say they'd have the attacker pay the medical fees up front, but then they received a call informing them that Wang Qiuyang had both arms broken and couldn't come to pay the hospitalization fees. How exactly did Wang Qiuyang's arm suddenly break? The inspector seemed quite concerned about it. But Chen Ji wasn't worried. He knew very well that Ding Haowei would handle this matter properly. Earlier in his office, Ding Haowei had said something quite philosophical. True justice isn't about rigidly adhering to legal statutes, but about preventing those with malicious intent from exploiting loopholes in the law. Chen Ji stood up and said to the nurse, "I'm his buddy. Let me pay his hospitalization fees first." Sumewon grew anxious. "Old Ji, what are you doing? Whoever hit him should pay the medical bills. Not only that, we should even hold them legally accountable. Why should we pay this money?" As she spoke, she kept shooting Chen Ji meaningful glances. In truth, she was too embarrassed to say anything else in front of the nurse. But Chen Ji ignored her and followed the nurse out. Sumewon was frantic and wanted to run after him, saying to Xinyu, "Where would Lao Ji have any money? His online loans are overdue and he's struggling to get by. His wife even left him over this. How can we let him pay the hospital fees?" Xinyu said, "How much do you have left on your phone? Let's pool what we can. We have to pay Lao Ji back for the medical fees he fronted. The guy's strapped for cash right now. Let's not make things harder for him." Chapter 17, The White Moonlight. At this moment, Chunji returned and saw the couple pooling money on their phones, even borrowing 1,000 from his cousin to repay the hospital fees. Chunji pulled out his phone and showed them the text message he had just received about the 50,000 yuan transfer. "See? Isn't money pouring in for me? Another 50,000 just came in. A small online loan is nothing. I'll pay it back in no time." Xinyu was completely baffled by his words. "Old Ji, what's really going on with you? Just days ago your phone was blowing up with collection calls. How do you suddenly have money now?" Sumewon also seemed to suddenly understand. "That's right, Xinyu, let me tell you something. Laoji was actually driving a brand new Mercedes-Benz. He said he just picked it up. He drove us here in that very car just now." This made Xinyu even more puzzled. "Lao Ji, have you done something illegal? How did you suddenly become so rich?" "Wanting to be rich isn't complicated at all," Chunji said with a smug smile. "Just won a lottery. I won over 500 million. Buying a brand new Mercedes-Benz is nothing." Xinyu and Laowan simultaneously showed expressions of disdain and contempt. Chunji chuckled to himself. After all, they wouldn't believe him even if he told the truth. But speaking of this Mercedes-Benz, Chunji still decided he should go swap the car back as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Chunji called Qing Guomin. "I'll come swap the cars back after breakfast. Wait for me at home," he said. Qing Guomin on the other end was overjoyed and kept agreeing. "All right, shall we, and I will wait for you at home." "I'm not going to your house," Chunji said. "I'll wait for you at the village entrance like last time. We'll swap back at the same spot where we exchanged cars that night." He avoided going to Qing Guomin's house because he couldn't stand the sight of his aunt's sour face. Ever since his brother-in-law absconded with the money, Chunji had approached his uncle Qing Guomin several times. Qing would put on an act, promising to find a solution. But his aunt's attitude was downright hostile. Truly, long hair, but short-sighted. Most rural women were narrow-minded like this. Once conflict arose, She wouldn't even bother pretending during subsequent visits, openly scowling while slamming things around and making veiled insults. Chunji didn't bother arguing with women. The only solution was out of sight, out of mind. After breakfast, Chunji drove to the entrance of Baitang village, the same spot where he'd last taken the car away. Upon arrival, he called Guomin. "I'm here. Bring the car out now. Tell Shoei to put my dashcam's memory card back exactly as it was. And it'd be best to delete everything stored on the computer completely. Those things can't threaten me. I'm already divorced anyway. Even if word gets out, it'll just be gossip among relatives and friends for a while before being forgotten. But uncle, if the little schemes you've been pulling get exposed, it won't just be a temporary matter." Guomin hurriedly said over the phone, don't worry. I'll definitely make him delete all the videos. Besides, that matter absolutely won't leak from anyone in our family. We're close relatives. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public. Whatever happens, we must help keep it secret." Although Chunji claimed not to fear Qin Yuhui exposing the dashcam footage, how could he truly not be afraid? During their marriage, Lu Hong had brought Min home to fool around. Though he divorced that wretched woman, if this got out, he'd still lose all face. After finishing the call, Chunji got out of the car. Though the air conditioning was on, sitting inside still felt suffocating. He crossed to the other side of the road and stood beneath the shade of a tree, where the gentle breeze made it pleasantly cool. After a few minutes, a car drove out from the village, a white Audi A4. The car wasn't moving fast when it left the village, but as it got closer to Chunji, the driver must have recognized him, because it suddenly accelerated, charging toward him almost recklessly. Chunji's heart lurched. Holy shit, who wants me dead? He quickly leaped aside and hid behind a tree. I'll just stay behind this tree. Go ahead and try ramming into it if you dare. The Audi A4 screeched to a halt right in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust on the concrete road, the acrid smell of burning rubber filling the air. The car door didn't open immediately, clearly waiting for the dust to settle. At this moment, Chunji recognized the visitor. Immediately, an overwhelming joy surged through him. With an irrepressible smile, he quickly jumped from behind the tree onto the road. As the car door opened, an elegant figure stepped out. Gazing at this familiar silhouette, Chunji instantly felt as if a spring breeze had brushed against his face. What is a true beauty? She's the kind of woman who, with just one glance, can sweep away your gloom, making you feel bathed in spring breeze, with every pore exuding freshness and sweetness. The beauty smiled at him and asked, "Well, isn't this a creative way to say hello?" Chunji replied exaggeratedly, "Extremely creative. Hitting shows affection, scolding shows love. You must love me to the extreme." The beauty gave him a charming smile and kicked him lightly, saying, "Let me love you once more." Chunji couldn't help but carefully examine the woman before him. She wore a crisp white sports crop top that perfectly accentuated her slender yet toned waistline, paired with light blue tapered athletic pants. The stark contrast between blue and white radiated youthful energy. Her jet black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail. Her flawless skin glowed with a faint pink hue under the sunlight. Her large, grape-like eyes sparkled with lively brilliance, while her lips resembled ripe cherries, luscious and vibrant. When she smiled at Chunji, she revealed pearly white teeth. Chunji was utterly mesmerized. She is Shun Qinglin, Chunji's classmate from high school through university, the campus belle of Bit back then, his ex-girlfriend, his white moonlight. For years, it had been 4 years since he last saw her. Not only had she grown more beautiful than before, but her aura had also matured, making her utterly captivating from the inside out. A single glance at her could make one feel as if bathed in spring warmth. "So, had your fill of looking? Notice any changes?" Shun Qinglin asked him. "Not enough. A lifetime wouldn't be enough," Chunji answered earnestly. "Just sour grapes." Shun Qinglin chuckled. "I heard you got married a year ago. Already have a wife, yet still spouting jealous remarks. How amusing is that?" Chunji laughed. "You're quite well-informed." "It's not about being well-informed. It's about keeping tabs on the most important man in my life, someone I could never forget." "So what does your wife do? Is she prettier than me?" At the mention of Lu Hong, Chunji's expression turned slightly uneasy. He didn't want Shen Qinglin to notice, but in front of such a sharp woman, there was no way to hide it. He couldn't muster any joy when speaking of his so-called wife, knowing full well that any pretense would never escape Shen Qinglin's sharp eyes. Shen Qinglin blew a breath against his face. What's wrong? Did my question hit a nerve? Is your ex-girlfriend being so heartless asking about your wife, making you think I don't care about you? Knowing you're married and not showing any jealousy at all. So it's wrong that I'm not jealous? Don't forget, we broke up on peaceful terms back then. Chunji shook his head, grabbed her small hand, and rubbed it gently in his palm. That's a forbidden topic. Isn't there a saying, never talk about another woman in front of a woman? All right, you're right. My question was abrupt. Then I wish you well. May your family be happy, and may you grow old together. Ugh. Chunji made a disgusted sound. That sounds so fake. It's not fake. I mean it sincerely. Shen Qinglin looked at Chunji earnestly. This is an era of avoiding marriage. Reliable women who can settle down and live steadily are rare, including me. You know me, I'm just a wanderer at heart. If it weren't for this personality of mine, how could someone else have ended up marrying you? I can't bring myself to settle down in a marriage and play the role of a dutiful wife. That's why I told you to cherish her properly. At least by marriage standards, I don't measure up, so you should treasure your qualified, good wife. Chunji remained silent. Chapter 18, A Comforting Hug. Shen Qinglin was right. Her ideas were unconventional, bearing no resemblance to traditional girls who serve their husbands and raise children to establish families. Even so-called feminism seemed outdated on her. She believed women shouldn't marry while building their careers. Even if they did marry, it should be a new-style cohabitation arrangement, similar to Dink families absolutely refusing to have children. Yet precisely this mindset made her incompatible with someone like Chunji from a single-parent family. Grandpa still held old-fashioned views, favoring boys over girls. Although second uncle was doing relatively well, since he only had 2 daughters, he wasn't favored by Grandpa. Nominally, Grandpa had 2 grandsons, but the elder Chindaji was mentally challenged, so all hopes of carrying on the family line rested on Chinji. What would Grandpa feel if Chunji never married or had children? The despair would be unbearable. What's worse, Shen Qinglin was fiercely ambitious. She had a long-held vow never to marry the son of a wealthy or powerful family. She was determined to become a successful career woman on her own merits, swearing she wouldn't marry until she earned 100 million. She had visited Chunji's home several times. After understanding the situation, she realized she wasn't suited for the Chun family and shouldn't hold Chunji back from continuing the family line. Though they had once been madly in love, in the end, reality and reason triumphed over emotion, and they chose to part ways peacefully. At this moment, Chunji looked at his ex-girlfriend, whom he hadn't seen in 4 years, feeling as if those years had passed in a dream, as though they had just broken up yesterday and were reuniting today. Memories of their time together came flooding back. How capricious fate could be. Despite living in such a civilized society, differences in beliefs and values could still keep 2 people who loved each other apart. Yet who could truly be blamed for this? His grandfather's wish to hold a great-grandchild wasn't wrong. His father's hope for a complete family wasn't wrong either. The fault lies with this broken family of mine, desperately in need of a housewife who can manage household affairs, support her husband, raise children, and continue the family line. Shen Qinglin observed Chunji's expression. What's wrong? You don't seem happy to see me. Chunji shook his head. No, I was a bit unhappy before, but seeing you instantly lifted my mood. What's making you unhappy? Shen Qinglin asked, glancing at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Look at you driving such a nice car. Life's treating you well. What could possibly be bothering you? This car isn't mine, it's my uncle's. Chunji explained the origin of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and also mentioned his debt crisis, only omitting the part about winning the lottery. Finally, he said, the debt crisis hit. My wife's gone too. Yesterday, we submitted the divorce application at the Civil Affairs Bureau. In 29 more days, we'll get the divorce certificate. Shen Qinglin stared at Chunji with complicated emotions in her eyes. No wonder, I sensed something off about your mood the moment I saw you. You seemed happy, but like you were hiding something. Seeing me, do you feel like a lost child finally spotting their mother? on the verge of tears. With that, he spread his arms wide and said, "Come here, let me give you a hug to cheer you up. Your wish is my command." Chunji reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The soft fragrance and the sweet scent of youth instantly overwhelmed him. This familiar aroma, one that had haunted his dreams countless times, had returned. Or perhaps she could no longer be called a girl. She was the same age as him, 29 now, truly ripe like the reddest apple on the branch, certain parts even fuller and firmer than before. Just as Chunji was lost in this warm, sweet, dreamlike bliss, unable to extricate himself, he noticed Shun Qinglin's hands fidgeting. He immediately stopped her. "What mischief are you up to? Behave yourself. Don't move around. Don't ruin my moment of bliss." "Stop shouting." Shun Qinglin shook him forcefully. "I'm trying to operate my phone in your arms to enter your bank card number. I'll transfer you 300,000 yuan. This is the maximum I can offer right now without affecting my financial situation. Don't feel pressured. Pay me back when you have money, and if you don't, I won't ask for it." Chunji shook his head and said, "I don't need it now. My debt crisis is basically resolved. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to transfer the money." Shun Qinglin's chin lightly tapped Chunji's shoulder a few times. "Is your male chauvinism acting up again? Did your pride flare up? Let me interview you. For a man, is it the most painful and humiliating thing to show weakness in front of the woman he loves, to let her see him at his most incompetent? That's what you can't stand, right?" Chunji chuckled softly. "The logic is sound, but it doesn't apply to me right now." Then he began pondering. There was no way he could tell anyone about winning the lottery, but how could he explain to Shun Qinglin that his financial situation had suddenly improved? At that moment, he heard the sound of a car engine approaching from afar. Glancing sideways, he saw his white Qashqai speeding out of the village. He quickly said, "The Qin family's coming out. I really hate to part ways like this." To her surprise, Shun Qinglin only held him tighter. "I don't want to let go. What can that Qin guy do even if he comes?" Chunji smiled helplessly, thinking, still the same rebellious Shun Qinglin as ever. He gently patted her back, but eventually, the two reluctantly parted ways. By then, the X-Trail had already pulled up nearby. The father and son surnamed Qin in the car had long noticed Chunji and Shun Qinglin embracing each other. Qin Yuhui spat fiercely. How shameless, embracing in broad daylight and in public like this. Qin Guomin said dismissively. Weren't they dating back in college? They broke up later because Shun Qinglin didn't want to have children. If they broke up, why are they getting back together now? Qin Yuhui grumbled indignantly. Clearly, he was green with envy. Shun Qinglin was the campus belle of Beijing Institute of Technology, and back in their hometown, she was a peerless beauty unmatched within miles. Every young man in the village regarded Shun Qinglin as their dream girl. Qin Yuhui, being the village head's son, thought himself superior and harbored even wilder fantasies. Yet she remained utterly out of reach. The father and son got out of the car, and Chunji, sticking to formalities, took the initiative to greet his uncle first. Qin Guomin nodded, then said to Shun Qinglin, "Why haven't you left yet? Your third grandpa is still waiting for news over there." Chunji didn't understand what they were talking about and looked at Shun Qinglin. Shun Qinglin explained, "Third grandpa has some money deposited in the bank. His health has been poor recently, and it seems he might not have much time left." The family members took the deposit certificate to withdraw the money, but the bank insisted that the account holder must come in person. They explained to the bank that he's currently immobile and can't leave home. There's no branch in our town, and third grandpa's condition makes it impossible for him to travel to the county branch. The bank staff said their door-to-door service is limited to urban areas and can't extend to rural regions. Anyway, they're just telling us to figure out ourselves. Just now we tried to get third grandpa in the car to take him to the bank, but as soon as he got in, he started having diarrhea and wetting himself. There was nothing we could do. We had to carry him back inside. I'm so angry I could go to the bank and give them a piece of my mind. This is downright inhumane. Qin Guomin said, "Go ahead if you want, but I think the bank is just following procedure. Chances are it won't do any good. If the bank insists on not coming to the countryside, we'll figure something else out." Hearing this, Chunji's heart stirred, and he asked Shun Qinglin, Which bank did your granduncle deposit his money in? China Construction Bank. Why? Shen Qinglin asked. Chapter 19. The Bet. Hearing that her third grandfather's money was deposited at China Construction Bank, Chen Ji had an idea. He said to Shen Qinglin, "Don't go to the county town yet. Wait until I get my car back, and I'll go with you to take a look. Maybe I can help with something." Upon hearing his words, Qin Yuhui disdainfully opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed the words that had reached his lips. His biggest concern now was his Mercedes-Benz, thinking only about getting his car back as soon as possible. Eagerly handing the Koshke's keys to Chen Ji, he said, "Cousin, here are your car keys. I didn't touch anything in the car. Do you want to check it out?" Actually, there was more to his words. He was implying that he had returned the dashcam's memory card exactly as he found it. Shinji glanced at him and took back his car keys. First, get in the car to check the interior, then turn on the dashcam and press the playback button to confirm the footage on the memory card hasn't been deleted. Only then did he get out and lead the Qin father and son over to the Mercedes. He opened the car door and said to Qin Yuhui, "Get in and take a look. Any issues? I didn't touch anything in your car. If you have any problems, raise them now. I won't be responsible afterward." Qin Guomin was undoubtedly the first to check the box of liquor in the trunk. Seeing the box still there, he visibly relaxed, then lifted it to gauge its weight. It was clear he could hardly wait to open and inspect it. But with Chen Ji staring at him, he could only suppress the urge to examine it immediately. Forcing a dry laugh, he said, "Just 2 bottles of liquor. Doesn't look like anything expensive. Maybe I'll try a sip tonight." Chen Ji sneered, "Uncle, if you can actually drink that good liquor, I'll give you 500 million. If you can't drink it, dare to bet me 500 million. Qin Guomin's face instantly turned green. He knew Chen Ji must have opened a liquor box and seen that it wasn't alcohol inside, but 100,000 yuan. No need to ask. Chen Ji must have filmed the 100,000 yuan in the liquor box as evidence. If he were truly pushed to the brink, including the video he took that night of himself accepting bribes, it would form a complete chain of evidence. As if afraid of getting burned, he quickly pressed the electric tailgate button to close the trunk. Then he pulled Chen Ji to the other side of the car, mysteriously took out his phone, and whispered, "Xiao Ji, I know you're having some financial difficulties right now. You see, your uncle had to empty his savings to pay the down payment for your cousin's car. I've managed to scrape together 50,000 these past couple days. I'll transfer it to you." As he spoke, he kept glancing toward the car, implying their transaction shouldn't be witnessed by Shen Qinglin. He would keep Chen Ji's secret and prevent Shen Qinglin from learning about Chen Ji's debt situation. In truth, his real concern was Shen Qinglin discovering they were splitting the 100,000 in dirty money. Chen Ji understood perfectly. The man wanted to divide the illicit funds equally only to drag him deeper into the mire, thereby silencing him. Even if he had all the money in the world right now, let alone being broke, he would never touch such dirty money. He flatly refused. "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. Now that I know you're not exactly flush with cash either, I won't put you in a difficult position. It was a business between my cousin and me, and he shouldn't have come to you about it. Moreover, his act of absconding with the funds is inherently illegal, and I'm not the only one he swindled. The others have already reported it to the police, but I didn't feel comfortable filing a report because of our family ties. I've already made up my mind. I'll go to the police and file a report too. Once the case is solved and the suspect is caught, I can get my money back." With that, he started walking toward Shen Qinglin. "All right then, you all carry on with your business. Shen Qinglin and I will go take a look." Qin Guomin's face flickered with uncertainty, but he still followed behind him, feigning politeness. "Look at the time. We're already at your doorstep. Come home with me, and I'll have your aunt whip up some good dishes. Have lunch at my place." Chen Ji declined his insincere invitation, wrapped an arm around Shen Qinglin's waist, and said to her, "Turn the car around. I'll go with you to visit your third grandpa." Qin Yuhui, standing nearby, watched their intimate display with eyes burning with jealousy. Earlier, when the car hadn't been exchanged yet, he hadn't dared to say much. But now with the car keys firmly in his grasp, he could no longer hold back. "Cousin, don't delay things any longer. Hurry up and let Qinglin go to the county town. Whether she succeeds or not, have her come back quickly. Go over and see for yourself. What exactly do you think you'll find out?" Bank regulations don't allow for doorstep services in rural areas. Do you really think you could change bank policies? Chunji shot him a glance and ignored him. This dismissive attitude only fueled Qin Yuhui's anger. He snapped, "Cousin, if you had connections at the bank or were a major depositor, I might believe you could help. Now that your own debts have blown up and the bank is about to sue you, you shouldn't get involved in this mess. You can't help with this. You'll only make things worse." Chunji knew very well that this guy was deliberately stirring up trouble just to embarrass him in front of Shen Qinglin. This just goes to show what kind of person has what kind of heart. He thought that if it were him, he would never show weakness in front of the woman he loved and would definitely find a way to hide the fact that his debts had blown up. Little did he know that Chunji had already told Shen Qinglin the truth about his situation. Perhaps this is what they mean by the noble man is open and at ease, while the petty man is always full of worries. Before Chunji could say another word, Shen Qinglin wore an expression of shock and anger. "What? Chunji, your debts have blown up. Is it true? How could you possibly end up like this? You didn't mention any of this to me earlier." Shen Qinglin was putting on quite an act. Chunji chuckled inwardly. At the same time, a sweet warmth washed over him. What is tacit understanding? What is that perfect harmony of minds? It's precisely this unspoken coordination between me and Shen Qinglin. He immediately put on an act of furious embarrassment. "Xiao Hui, you're spewing nonsense? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? As a distinguished graduate of Beijing Institute of Technology and an elite team member in a major corporation, how could I possibly be in debt, let alone have my debts explode? If you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. Besides, what's the point of you making up these baseless accusations against me?" Qin Yuhui stiffened his neck and retorted, "How did this turn into me spouting nonsense? I was just telling the truth. I was afraid you'd go to her third grandfather's place and end up making things worse instead of helping." Chunji put on a determined expression. "Xiao Hui, if you're going to say that, then I'll make a bet with you. If I can actually get this done, what will you do?" Qin Yuhui said, "If you can really get someone from the bank to come, I'll do whatever you say." At this point, Qin Guomin immediately scolded his son. "Shall we? What nonsense are you talking? What's the point of making bets? If Xiaoji can actually get someone from the bank to come, wouldn't that solve the big problem? Stop making bets." Qin Guomin, wise with age, knew that Chunji's debt crisis meant his financial situation was certainly dire. But even so, there was no guarantee he didn't have connections at the bank. What if he could really get the bank staff to come through connections? Qin Yuhui couldn't grasp his father's thinking at all and insisted on betting with Chunji. Chunji said, "If you lose, I won't make things difficult for you. Here's the deal. You come along, and if I can get it done, you'll shout 3 times. Qin Yuhui looked down on others like a dog, then bark like a dog and crawl out." Qin Yuhui laughed heartily. "That's simple. If I lose, I'll accept the outcome and do as you say. But what if you fail?" Chunji replied, "If I lose, I'll do the same as you." Shen Qinglin said, "Then it's settled. I'll act as the mediator, and you all should come along to third grandpa's house." Qin Guomin had no choice but to follow along as well. Chapter 20. Circumstances are stronger than men. Qin Guomin was quite helpless about his son's stubbornness, but deep down, his own thoughts weren't much different. Chunji felt he couldn't afford to lose face by admitting his debt crisis in front of Shen Qinglin. So he deliberately bluffed and made a bet with Qin Yuhui, essentially trying to intimidate him into backing down. Now that the wager was made, Chunji was truly caught in a dilemma. It remained to be seen how he would extricate himself from the situation. The group arrived at third grandpa's house. After entering with them, Chunji saw that Shen Qinglin's third grandpa was indeed in very poor health. The old man lay on the Kong, unable to get up anymore. This situation was exactly as Shen Qinglin had said, living day by day without certainty. If they didn't hurry to withdraw the money he had saved, once he passed away, his family might face absurdities like proving your father is your father or requiring the account holder's presence at the bank. Now, while the old man was still alive, they wanted to withdraw the money quickly, but his physical condition made it impossible for him to go to the bank. The bank also refused to provide door-to-door service on the grounds that the countryside was outside their service area, a rather inhumane policy, to be honest. Chunji immediately took out his phone and called Fong Xinyan. As soon as the call connected, Fong Xinyan's warm greeting came through. Chunji said, "Hello, Manager Fong. Are you busy right now? There's something I'd like to trouble you with." Fong Xinyan quickly responded on the phone, "Not at all, not at all. Mr. Chun, please feel free to let me know what you need." "It's like this, my great-uncle is having some trouble right now." Chunji explained the elderly man's situation and provided the location of Baitankan village. Fong Xinyan immediately replied, "No problem at all. I'll speak with the branch manager and have him coordinate with the county branch to send staff over." "That's really wonderful. Thank you so much, Manager Fong. You've been an enormous help." Fong Xinyan chuckled on the phone. "Mr. Chun, you're too polite. Such a small matter isn't worth mentioning. Serving clients is our duty. Besides, isn't your reputation at stake here? You're our most premium client, after all." Chunji thanked her again and exchanged a few more polite words before hanging up. The Qin father-son pair had been listening nearby the entire time. Chunji deliberately put the call on speakerphone, allowing the father-son duo and Shun Qinglin to clearly hear his conversation with Fong Xinyan. From the call's content, it was evident that Chunji and the other party weren't acquaintances but had a business relationship. Chunji was indeed a premium client of theirs. At this point, the Qin father and son stared at each other wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Clearly a debt-ridden defaulter, yet such a person was actually a bank's premium client, with him unable to repay his debts. Where did his premium status come from? Qin Yahui's eyes darted around as if he'd thought of something, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Cousin, you truly live up to being my cousin. Who else could come up with such a brilliant plan?" Chunji asked, "What do you mean?" With a smug expression, Qin Yuhui declared, "I get it now. You must have arranged this with someone beforehand. Had them cooperate with you to put on this double act for us here." Chunji scoffed dismissively. "Whether it's a double act or not, you'll see soon enough. As long as she's notified, it's only a 20-minute drive from the county town to here. Let's wait here and see if the bank staff show up. Won't the truth come out then?" Qin Yuhui was convinced his conjecture was correct and declared confidently, "Wait then. Just wait a few dozen minutes. If the bank people don't show up, I'll be waiting to see someone bark like a dog and crawl out of here." Less than 30 minutes later, a black Passat parked outside the gate, and 2 bank staff members walked in. Chunji warmly welcomed them, leading the 2 staff members inside to assist the elderly man with his business. The father and son, surnamed Qin, were dumbstruck the moment they saw the bank staff. Just moments ago, Qin Guomin had actually agreed with his son's speculation. He was certain Chunji had found someone to stage that phone call performance for their benefit. There was no way he could believe that someone with exploding debts could be a bank's premium client. But now bank staff had genuinely come to their rural doorstep to provide service. Though father and son couldn't figure out the connection, one thing was crystal clear. Qin Yuhui had lost a bet. He had to shout 3 times, Qin Yuhui, and blind as a dog and look down on others, then crawl out on all 4s while barking like a dog. But how could Qin Yuhui possibly do such a thing? He was already in his 20s. How could he, the son of the village chief, ever hold his head high in the village again if he publicly admitted to being blind as a dog and crawled out barking in front of everyone? With that thought in mind, as soon as Chunji entered the house, Qin Yuhui lowered his head and tried to slip away unnoticed. "Hey," Shun Qinglin mercilessly called out to him. "Yuhui, where do you think you're going? You made that bet with Chunji, and I was the witness. Whoever loses must honor the wager. If anyone tries to weasel out of it, this witness won't be polite." Qin Yuhui ignored her and quickened his pace to escape, but Shun Qinglin grabbed his clothes in one swift motion. At the same time, he shouted into the house, "Chunji, come out quick. He's trying to weasel out of it." Before Qin Yuhui could break free, Chunji rushed out of the house and grabbed his wrist in an iron grip. With a forceful squeeze, Qin Yuhui immediately yelped in pain. "Ow! Ease up, will you? You're gonna break my wrist." Qin Guomin had already witnessed Chunji's formidable strength firsthand. Seeing him lay hands on his son again, he panicked instantly. "Come on, stop it, shall we?" "Sabit. Just do what you said you'd do earlier," he urged quickly. As he spoke, he shot his son a meaningful glance, silently warning him not to provoke Chunji. If he lost his temper, the 2 of them wouldn't stand a chance against him. Qin Yuhui's humiliation was beyond words. As the village chief's son, he was practically the crown prince of their village. Everyone who saw him had to bow and scrape with ingratiating smiles. But now he was being forced to act like a dog. What an unbearable humiliation. Yet circumstances left him no choice. Chunji was so formidable in a fight that if he refused to comply and things turned violent, the consequences would be even worse. Helpless, he had no option but to follow through with their earlier agreement. Standing in the courtyard, he shouted 3 times, Qin Yuhui was blind and looked down on others. Then he barked like a dog several times, got down on all 4s and crawled away. Seeing his disheveled state, the crowd in the courtyard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Guomin had already slipped away before his son started barking like a dog. It was his son who looked down on others, nothing to do with the old man. Shun Qinglin clung to Chunji's arm, laughing so hard she could barely stand straight. Chunji gazed at his former girlfriend, feeling as if the bond between them had never truly been severed. After 4 years apart, their reunion still carried that same effortless harmony of hearts from the past. He couldn't help but say, Lin, it's been years since you last visited my home. Grandpa and the others often mention you. They all miss you. Shin Qinglin supported Chunji's arm as she straightened up, secretly pinching his arm in the process. If you want me to visit Grandpa, just say it outright. No need to beat around the bush. Fine, I'll go with you to see them. I miss them too. Chapter 21. The village chief has another scheme. Originally, according to the principle of reciprocity, Shun Qinglin should have visited Chunji's family. But since Chunji was already in Shun Qinglin's hometown of Baitankan, it was only proper for him to visit her parents first. Looking back to those days, during Chunji and Shun Qinglin's courtship, her parents had been quite approving of him. Although they had some reservations about him coming from a single-parent family, they were otherwise quite satisfied with Chunji. Moreover, they were well aware of their daughter's unconventional thinking and hoped that marriage to Chunji might help settle her down, ideally, even persuade her to return to Jiangzhou with him for work. However, Shun Qinglin was ambitious, and the two ultimately couldn't stay together. After the breakup, due to family circumstances, Chunji quickly found someone and got married. As a result, in the eyes of Shun Qinglin's parents, Chunji was now a married man. If you were to visit Shun Qinglin's home again, her parents might misunderstand, so Chunji decided not to go for the time being. Chunji's hometown, Nantan Village, was separated from Beitan Village only by Zhongtan Village in between, with a straight line distance of just 7 or 8 li. There was no need for them to drive 2 separate cars. Shin Qinglin wanted to get into Chunji's car and have him drive her there and back. To her surprise, Chunji locked his own car and suggested taking her Audi A4 instead, asking her to drive him home. With a puzzled expression, Shun Qinglin asked, "What do you mean? Why not drive your own car?" Chunji laughed and said, "Using your car saves me gas money." Shun Qinglin stared intently at Chunji's face for several seconds before declaring with certainty, "There must be another reason. You just don't want to tell me." Chunji feigned helplessness and spread his hands. All right. I admit I can't hide anything from you. I was thinking since you like doing things unconventionally, while normally men drive and women ride shotgun, I wanted to do the opposite. Having you drive while I sit in the passenger seat. That suits your style much better." Shun Qinglin curled her lips. "Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you. I won't make things difficult for you. Get in the car." The truth was, Chunji felt uncomfortable the moment he saw this white SUV. In the past, Lu Hong had driven this car to work almost every day and had even taken other men to their home in it. He thought the car was filthy. Such a pure girl like Shun Qinglin shouldn't be sitting there. He decided to sell the car as soon as he drove it back and buy a new one that was low-key yet luxurious. The two got into the car, and Shun Qinglin started the engine. Instead of heading south, she drove north. Chunji asked in surprise, "Is this some modern-day version of heading south by driving north? We agreed to visit my grandfather. Where exactly are you taking me?" Shin Qinglin snorted. "I haven't visited Grandpa in years. How could I go empty-handed? I'm going to town to buy some gifts." Chunji replied, "What's the point of buying gifts? My family runs a small supermarket. were not lacking anything. Grandpa also has an orchard, growing watermelons, muskmelons, peaches, pears, you name it. What else could you possibly need to buy? Shun Qinglin rolled her eyes at him. I'd rather buy another 2 pounds of peaches to carry than show up empty-handed. That's the most basic courtesy. When they arrived in town, Shun Qinglin had originally planned to go to the largest supermarket, but upon reaching the entrance, she changed her mind. She felt the supermarket only had cigarettes and alcohol, and she didn't want to bring those for her grandfather. So, she found the bestie shop in town and finally settled on a variety of Wui Mountain Hong Pao. She even had the shop owner brew it for her to sample. The tea liquor appeared bright orange yellow, with a rich and fragrant aroma that carried both floral and fruity notes, along with a distinctive mineral essence. The tea leaves were tightly rolled, their dark glossy sheen indicating their premium quality, and their price was among the higher range in this shop. Shun Qinglin was very satisfied and asked the shopkeeper to package them into 2 boxes. Chunji understood clearly. She had prepared 2 gifts, one bought for her grandfather and another for his own father. Afterwards, Shun Qinglin went to the largest supermarket and bought a lot of snacks. Chunji didn't need to ask to know these were bought for his elder brother, Chen Daji. Although Chunji's family ran a small supermarket, that didn't stop Shun Qinglin from using these snacks to express her feelings. It was nearly noon now, and the scorching July sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth. Occasionally, heavily loaded trucks would rumble through the town, their tires pressing into the asphalt road that seemed to soften under the scorching sun. The 2 drove to Nantan Village and parked outside Grandpa's orchard. Stepping out of the car, they immediately noticed the air was slightly cooler here, carrying a faint fragrance of fruit trees. Grandpa's 3-room house, built with blue bricks and tiled roof, stood at the heart of the orchard. As they entered the orchard carrying gifts, the sound of barking dogs greeted them from within. Shun Qinglin glanced at Chenji and said with a smile, Da Huang seems to have forgotten me. I've been here a few times before and always recognized my footsteps. But now that we've both come in, it's still barking. Apparently it didn't recognize your footsteps either. Chunji chuckled. Maybe Da Huang is getting older, and its hearing isn't as sharp as before. As the 2 approached the 3 blue brick houses, Da Huang finally recognized Chunji's footsteps. It immediately stopped barking and let out joyful yips, hobbling forward on 3 legs to greet them. The other front leg was curled up. Clearly, Da Huang had a lame leg. Da Huang first nuzzled affectionately against Chunji a couple of times, then turned back to sniff Shun Qinglin for a while, as if trying to recognize this seemingly familiar girl, before pouncing over to play with her. Just then, Chunji's grandfather, Chun Kajian, emerged from the fruit trees, carrying a basket of fragrant pears in his hand. Grandpa was nearly 80 this year, yet his body remained remarkably sturdy, his hearing sharp, eyes clear, back straight, and posture unbent. He wore a somewhat worn straw hat, and his undershirt had a few holes, but it was cleanly washed. The moment Grandpa saw Shun Qinglin, his wrinkled face instantly lit up with delight. Isn't this Qinglin? You still remember your grandpa coming to see this old man? From Grandpa's joyful smile, it was clear that seeing Shun Qinglin again brought him genuine happiness. Shun Qinglin smiled and said, I've been thinking of you all along, Grandpa. It's been years since I last visited. You won't hold it against me, will you? Grandpa deliberately put on a stern face. Of course I blame you. You haven't visited me in 4 years. Come every year from now on, and I'll forgive you. As he spoke, he urged Shun Qinglin to hurry inside. Chunji patted Da Huang's head and asked Grandpa, how did Da Huang's leg get hurt? Grandpa's face darkened. It was bitten by that bastard Hao Chang's family's big wolfhound. Chunji looked puzzled. Big Yellow has always been in the orchard and never goes out. How could it have been bitten by a wolfhound? Grandpa said angrily, the day before yesterday, Hao Chang brought town officials to our orchard, saying they needed to remeasure our land, claiming the previous acreage was wrong. Who knows what crooked scheme that bastard is plotting this time? He came all right and brought his big wolfhound along too. The moment that dog came in, it pounced on Da Huang. Judging by its ferocity, a few more attacks would have killed him. I immediately grabbed a hoe and swung it left and right a few times, but didn't hit the dog. If I had landed a blow, I would have beaten it to death for sure. Truly, wicked people raise vicious dogs. That saying couldn't be more accurate. Chun-ji remained silent. The Hao Chong mentioned by Grandpa was the village chief. Speaking of which, that bastard was also one of the names on Chun-ji's little black book of grudges. Hao Chong was a small-time hoodlum in the city when he was young and later returned to the village, becoming the village chief through an election. Truth be told, he hadn't made any money outside and wanted to come back to exploit the collective resources. Nowadays, many village chiefs have some connection to underworld activities to varying degrees. When they can't make it outside, they return to reap the benefits of collective assets. Chapter 22: Asset Transfer. Of course, Hao Chong's control over the village committee and his embezzlement of collective benefits were matters Chun-ji could ignore, and they wouldn't make him consider Hao Chong as one of his personal enemies either. The reason he listed that guy as an enemy in his little ledger was because back when Hao Chong was running with the local gangs in the county town, he'd been tight with the sugar daddy Chun-ji's mother had latched onto. Later, there was the incident where Chun-ji's father got his leg broken while catching someone in the act of adultery. Although Hao Chong wasn't one of the assailants, he belonged to the group that did the beating at the time. Moreover, after this incident, he had been helping the gang clean up the mess, threatening and intimidating the Chun family at every turn. Later, the tycoon's business expanded and the headquarters moved to a big city. Hao Chong returned to the village and became the village chief. Over the years, he had been bullying Chun-ji's family relentlessly, the kind of bullying that pushed them to the brink. All these incidents piled up, making Hao Chong a fully qualified enemy. Chun-ji took the basket from his grandfather's hands, and the three of them, along with the dog, walked back together. Following the path between the fruit trees, they emerged into a modest-sized clearing that served as a courtyard. 3 houses stood there, their blue bricks and green tiles clearly showing their age. At that moment, a woman with flower-covered hands hurried out from the house. "Oh my, isn't this Qinglin? My, how you've grown more beautiful. I haven't seen you in years." As she spoke, she reached out to take the gifts from Shun Qinglin's hands, wiping the flour off her fingers onto her apron before warmly pulling Shun Qinglin by the hand toward the house. "You're such a thoughtful child, still remembering to visit your grandpa. So tell me, are you married yet? Where's your partner from? Do they also work in the capital?" She warmly pulled Shun Qinglin inside, giving Chun-ji only a passing glance before completely ignoring him. Chun-ji, baffled, called after the 2 women, "Annie, when did you get here? And how can you be so biased? You don't even glance at your own nephew, yet you're so affectionate toward an outsider." The woman, who appeared to be around 60 years old, was none other than Chun-ji's aunt, Chen Yufang. Ever since childhood, Annie had been the one who doted on Chun-ji the most, especially after Chun-ji's mother left home. She often came over to take care of their family of 4. But for some reason today, Annie seemed to have a problem with Chun-ji, appearing somewhat angry and displeased. Grandfather had also gone inside, leaving Chun-ji standing alone in this so-called courtyard, staring blankly at the 3 blue brick-tiled houses before him. These 3 houses had been built before the era of collective farming. Grandpa had been working in the orchard since his youth. One could say he'd spent his entire life tending to fruits and melons. When it came to orchard management techniques, he claimed second place in the village, and no one dare claim first. After the collective farming era ended, Grandpa contracted the village orchard. It was during the reform and opening up period when everything awaited renewal, and rural development progressed rapidly day by day, giving rise to many specialized farming households. Back then, Grandfather was the village's fruit tree specialist and among the first to prosper in the area. A few years later, when the family had more money, they even bought Chun-ji's father a car for transportation. It could be said they were once the wealthiest family in the village. Later, Hao Chong returned to the village and became the village chief. Envious of the orchard, he had his elder brother step forward to compete against Chun Kajian in the bidding. Through a series of underhanded maneuvers, they seized the vast majority of the orchard, leaving Grandpa Chun Kajian with only a small portion. And even that was only because Chun Kajian's nephew Chen Shaoi was a high-ranking official in the city. So Hao Chong didn't dare go too far. But he knew Chen Xiaoyi's family didn't get along with their Uncle Chun Kejian's household, which was why he dared to openly fight for the orchard. However, managing fruit trees requires highly specialized skills. Hao Chang and his crew only saw how profitable fruit farming could be, but when it came to actually tending the orchard, they were complete amateurs. Within a few years, they ruined what had once been a thriving orchard. Later, seeing it was no longer profitable, they simply chopped down all the fruit trees. Just now, I heard Grandpa say that Hao Chang came again with some town officials to stir up trouble, clearly up to no good. Who knows what crooked schemes he's plotting this time? But by now, Chen Ji had already made up his mind. He had money now, and with it came a newfound confidence. Moreover, even if a conflict broke out with Hao Chang and his gang, who used to have the town's protection and were chummy with the local police station, he wasn't afraid anymore. Ding Haowei had told him he wouldn't act as anyone's shield, but when it came to corruption, favoritism, or twisting right and wrong, if he encountered it, he would never turn a blind eye. This gave Chun Ji a sense of reassurance. To put it bluntly, Ding Haowei was the powerful backing behind him. He wouldn't put Ding Haowei in a difficult position by asking him to bend the rules for his sake. As long as Ding could ensure fairness and justice for him, that would be enough. So in a way, he could now consider himself a man of both wealth and influence. So, the grand revenge plan, secretly sworn since childhood, begins today. Hao Chang wants to scheme against Grandpa's orchard. I'll make sure that bastard gets his head bloodied. No one will ever dare entertain such crooked ideas again. Moreover, Chun Ji reflected on how difficult his grandfather's life had been. He had never known true comfort or ease. Now that he finally had money, he was determined to make sure his grandfather lived out his remaining years in happiness and comfort. Today I brought cash to give Grandpa some money. Of course he knew that no matter how much money he gave Grandpa, the old man would never spend it on himself. So Chun Ji decided to buy some furniture and appliances for Grandpa instead. If left to his own devices, the old man would never purchase them himself. But if Chun Ji bought them, Grandpa would have no choice but to use them. With this thought, Chun Ji immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Jinyu, are you off work yet? Chun Jinyu, like Chun Sinyu, was one of Chun Ji's closest childhood friends, the kind you grew up running around bare-bottomed with. A few months ago, Chun Ji faced another job change. At the time, he had two options: either follow Sinyu to make deliveries or go with Jinyu to slaughter chickens at the cold storage warehouse. In the end, he chose the delivery job, because deliveries were in the city and he could still do ride-hailing in the evenings after finishing his route. The cold storage where Jinyu slaughtered chickens was located in this town, making it very inconvenient to commute back to the city after work. Staying at his hometown after work would have been fine, but during that time, he noticed something off about Lu Hong and feared that living apart would worsen their relationship. The day before yesterday, Chun Ji told Sinyu he wanted to quit his delivery job, giving the excuse that he wanted to go back to slaughtering chickens with Jinyu. It was almost 11:30 now, and Chun Jinyu on the other end of the phone said, "I'll be off in about 10 minutes. What's the order, old man?" Chun Ji said, "I transferred 30,000 yuan to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jinyu on the other end was visibly startled and exclaimed, "Why did you suddenly send me money? Didn't your credit card and online loans all default? Where did you get the money to transfer to me?" "Oh, I get it. You're trying to hide assets, aren't you?" Chapter 23. Stirring up trouble where it's least wanted. "You've got quite the imagination," Chun Ji scolded. "Money's just a bastard. We'll earn more after spending it. Debt crises can be overcome by working hard to pay it off. Do you think I'll be in debt forever? The overdue debts were paid off long ago. Don't even think about that. This money is meant for you to buy things with. After work, go straight to the town's appliance store and buy a large air conditioner worth around 10,000 yuan, along with a 70 or 80-inch TV. Have them delivered to Grandpa's orchard and arrange for the installation crew to come after lunch. Also, visit the surveillance camera shop and have them survey the orchard's layout. Aren't there those standalone surveillance systems nowadays that don't need charging and run on solar panels? Have them bring several options for me to choose from. After finishing these two tasks, go buy some braised goods like roast chicken and pig trotters, then come over to Grandpa's place for dinner. Anne is making dumplings. After Chunji finished speaking, Chun Jinyu on the other end of the line remained silent for over 10 seconds, seemingly still recovering from the shock. Then he finally said, "I see it. You sent 30,000. All right then, I'll go handle it immediately." At the same time, he muttered, "You're really full of mysteries, kid. Just a few days ago, your debt crisis exploded, and we were discussing whether we could pool some money to help ease your financial pressure. Now you've suddenly become a nouveau riche. How on earth did you manage that?" Chun-Ji replied, "What if I told you I won the lottery? Would you believe me?" "Like hell I would. All right, enough talk. I'm getting off work soon. See you in a bit." When he entered the room, he saw Annie holding Shun Qinglin's hand, still chatting warmly with her. It was clear that Auntie's greatest concern remained Shun Qinglin's marital status. Upon learning that Shun Qinglin was not only unmarried, but had always resisted marriage, she immediately resumed her attempts to persuade her. "Qinglin, our ancestors were all farmers, and the tradition passed down through generations is that men should marry when grown, and women should wed when of age. You might think Xiao Ji has been married for over a year already, but I still say he got married too late. Many of the young men in the village who were around his age already had children attending school. Look at you, you're already 29. If you don't hurry up and get married soon, won't that delay having children too? A woman should have children while she's still young. If she waits too long, it'll be harder to give birth." Shun Qinglin teased playfully, "Auntie, if that's the case, then I might as well not have any at all. The thought of having children is terrifying. I just couldn't handle it." Her aunt shot her a reproachful look. "How can you still think like that? If you don't marry or have children, we'll take care of you when you're old. Even if you go to a nursing home, why would the staff there bother to take good care of you? Even your own flesh and blood may not necessarily be filial to their parents, let alone outsiders. You're still young now and think nothing matters. But when you grow old and your parents pass away, that's when you'll realize how unbearable it is to have no family in this world. Why must you be such a disobedient child? If you just listened and married Xiao Ji early, what a perfect match you two would have been." As she spoke, Annie's eyes grew red. At this moment, Grandpa also sighed sincerely. "Qinglin is a good girl. Having such a fine young lady as my grandson's wife would be a blessing earned from my past life. But child, why must you insist on working in the big city? What's so great about the capital? I heard the smog there is terrible, and the winters are especially harsh. Why don't you come back here? Our winters aren't cold, summers aren't hot. Our climate is perfect for living. Let's not dredge up old grievances. Look, Xiao Ji is already married while you're still single. Listen to your grandfather and your eldest aunt. Hurry up and find a decent, reliable young man to marry." Chunji immediately seized the opportunity to say, "Grandpa, you still can't forget Qinglin, can you? Since she's still unmarried, why don't I divorce Lu Hong in a couple of days? It'd be best to marry Shin Qinglin after all. She's the true original match." The underlying meaning of his words was actually to prepare his grandfather for what was to come. The fact that he and Lu Hong were getting divorced couldn't be hidden forever. Sooner or later, his grandfather would find out. He had no idea how heartbroken the old man would be when he heard the news. Giving him some psychological preparation now would soften the blow when the time came. His grandfather immediately glared and scolded. "What kind of nonsense is that? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If you're living well together, how can you just casually get divorced? You'd better work hard and make sure I get a hold of my great-grandchild soon. That's what really matters." "Qinglin, don't you agree?" Chun-Ji's words immediately put his aunt on high alert. She shot her nephew a sharp glance, then looked at Shun Qinglin, as if sensing some dangerous implication. She abruptly stopped urging Qinglin to marry quickly. Instead, she took Shin Qinglin's hand and said, "Qinglin dear, you two are in luck. Your aunt just happens to be making dumplings here. Have lunch here today. With you 2 extra mouths to feed, we'll definitely need to make more dumplings, so you should help Annie with the work." Shin Qinglin immediately pulled a long face. Ever since childhood, she had the strongest aversion to doing household chores. One could say this girl had ambitions different from others from an early age. She believed women shouldn't be confined to domestic trivialities and kitchen duties, which is why she refused to learn cooking and other household skills from her mother since childhood. Her aunt had long been acquainted with this mindset of hers. But it was clear that at this very moment, Auntie was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. Shen Qinglin didn't hide it either. "Auntie, you know me. I'm no good at housework. There's not much I can do to help you." The aunt said firmly, "Precisely because you can't do it is why I must make you do it. A young lady who can't even cook or make dumplings. How are you going to survive in life? Even if you don't plan to serve others, just being able to cook for yourself makes life more convenient when you're hungry." Without waiting for a reply, he pulled Shen Qinglin to sit across the table. "I'll roll the dough while you make dumplings. Watch me do a few first. Hold the dumpling wrapper like this, steady and firm. Don't put too much filling or it'll spill out when wrapping. Then press the edges tight and pinch pleats. This way, the dumplings will look good and taste delicious." Shen Qinglin had no choice but to half-heartedly follow along with the lesson. One could say that ever since she was little, whenever her mother forced her to learn how to wrap dumplings, she had firmly refused. But now, she couldn't bring herself to say no to her aunt. After much struggle, she managed to clumsily shape one dumpling and held it out to her aunt. "Auntie, look, is this how it's done?" Her aunt, hands covered in flour, grabbed Shen Qinglin's wrist while her other hand actually counted each pleat on the dumpling one by one. The fold should be pinched into 12 pleats for good luck. Back in the day when Xiao Zhi's mother first visited our home, we served dumplings as hospitality. Xiao Zhi's mother also helped wrap dumplings. What skilled hand she had. The dumplings she made could stand upright in clear water without sinking. It was precisely because of her exceptional skills that this marriage came to be. Chunji knew his eldest aunt better than anyone. She was a shrewd woman. Now, right in front of Shen Qinglin, she deliberately brought up the sorest of subjects. His mother, that heartless woman who had abandoned both husband and child. It was clear this was intentional on his aunt's part. Chapter 24. Considering investment ventures. Actually, Annie had an unspoken implication. What she really meant to say was Lu Hong. Because Lu Hong was exceptionally skilled at household chores. Back when she first came to meet the family, she didn't act the least bit shy and immediately rushed to the kitchen, proving herself to be an excellent cook. Isn't there a saying in books? If you want to win a man's heart, first win his stomach. Lu Hong's culinary skills not only captured the man's stomach, but also won over his entire family's appetites, simultaneously conquering the hearts of the whole household. Eldest Aunt Nu Shen Qinglin was exceptionally sharp-witted. By deliberately speaking in such a roundabout manner, she was actually issuing a veiled warning to both Shen Qinglin and Shen Ji. She was aware that Shen Qinglin had a rebellious nature and never played by the rules. If Shen Qinglin still harbored lingering feelings, this unconventional maverick might not even consider that Chun Ji was now a married man. Nor would she care about society's judgment, insisting on maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Chun Ji. Wouldn't that be tantamount to destroying another family? Now the entire Chen family is eagerly waiting for Lu Hong to get pregnant and add a new member to the family. If some messy situation arises, causing chaos and uproar, how could they even think about having a child? Chenji knew his aunt was overthinking things, but there was no way to explain it. At least for now, he couldn't tell his family that he'd already filed for divorce. They needed time to gradually come to terms with it. Besides, Shen Qinglin was still the same Shen Qinglin as before. On the way to town earlier, the two had already discussed Shen Qinglin's career. Now, Shen Qinglin has built a moderately sized AI large model team, having developed several multilingual pre-trained models. She has also achieved notable success in deep learning, related strategic modeling, and algorithm research, and has begun providing AI large model intelligence services to some enterprises in these fields. In other words, Shen Qinglin's ambitious career had just begun to show promising results, and her belief in staying unmarried and child-free was even firmer than when she had just graduated. How could she suddenly have a change of heart and decide to marry him again? And he was really overthinking it. Once the dumplings were wrapped, Annie truly didn't treat Shen Qinglin as an outsider. She even asked her to clean up the mess. Then, mysteriously, she pulled her nephew outside and found a secluded corner. Chunji thought his aunt was going to warn him against rekindling old flames with Shen Qinglin, lest it ruin his perfectly good family. To his surprise, she turned around and asked, Xiaoji, tell me the truth. Are you deep in debt and unable to pay it back now? Qinji was puzzled. How did this news spread so fast? Auntie, who told you? With a stern expression, his aunt replied sharply, never mind who told me. Not only are you drowning in debt, but creditors are already knocking on your door. Also, you took Xiaoyi's brand new Mercedes-Benz, and I heard they're looking for people to arrest you. Chunji immediately understood what was going on. Auntie, did you hear this from someone named Qin? Seeing that her nephew had guessed correctly, his aunt stopped hiding it. Yes, I heard it from your cousin's wife yesterday at the market. Just tell me the truth. Did you really rack up a lot of debt and steal Xiaoyi's car? This is no small matter. You must tell me the truth. Do you know why I came here today? It's precisely because of your situation. Auntie is worried you might get into trouble outside. If you really commit a crime and get arrested after all the hardships you've endured since childhood. Annie's voice choked up at this point, and tears began to fall. Chunji quickly wiped his aunt's tears. Auntie, I know you're doing this for my own good, and I won't hide anything from you. It's true that I had some debt issues recently, but you know your nephew. I graduated from a prestigious university, and my abilities speak for themselves. All those debts have been settled now. As for taking Xiaoyi's car, that part is also true. I was just trying to upset them, father and son, but I've already returned the car to him. No harm done. What's more, your nephew hasn't just paid off all his debts. He's now got a hefty sum saved up. Really? Xiaoji, you'd better not be lying to your aunt. I've been worrying myself sick, terrified something might happen to you and your father. I'm not lying, Annie. A few days ago, I was in debt because the payment for the design and development work I did for another company hadn't been settled yet. Now that it's been paid, I really have a large sum of money saved up. Just now, I even had Jinyu buy an air conditioner and a big TV for Grandpa from town, and I'm planning to install surveillance cameras in Grandpa's orchard too. What? Annie exclaimed in shock. Really? How can you spend money so recklessly? Now that you have savings, you should hold on to them. You still have a mortgage to pay. Once Lu Hong gets pregnant, you'll be the only one working. And when the baby comes, household expenses will shoot up immediately. How can you manage without saving some money? It's fine, Annie, don't worry. I've got everything planned out. As mother and son were talking, they heard a Huang barking again, a few barks before falling silent. Qinji knew that Jinyu had arrived. Accompanying Jinyu was a surveillance system installer from town, carrying samples of several different monitoring devices in hand. Annie watched them discussing the surveillance issue and felt that Qinji was probably telling the truth this time. If he were buried in debt, where'd he get the extra money to buy so many things for Grandpa? At last, Annie could finally relax. Today she rushed over in a hurry, just to confirm whether her nephew had really stolen someone else's car and accumulated a mountain of debt. But she couldn't bring herself to ask the old man directly, afraid of causing him unnecessary worry. She planned to feel things out first to see if the family knew anything about it. After finding no clues from the old man, she decided to make dumplings for her father. After lunch, she would visit Chunji's father to see if he knew anything. Seeing her nephew acting so flush with cash, Auntie's anxious heart finally settled down. During lunch, Jinyu asked Chunji, Sinyu called me yesterday and said you wanted to join me in the chicken slaughtering business, claiming you'd already talked to me about it. When exactly did you call me? Chunji said without looking up, I just had that thought. I never said I'd already discussed it with you. Jinyu replied, talking to me wouldn't have helped anyway. I'm not planning to keep doing it now. Oh, Chunji looked up at him. Why not? What happened? Didn't you say slaughtering chickens there was profitable with extra income on the side? That was before, Jinyu said. Our company might be sold next to Daya Group. I heard Daya Group's people have already started negotiating with the boss these past few days. Chunji was puzzled. Business is going well. Why would you want to sell? Jinyu said, back in the day, they were definitely doing well. And you know, Yaotian Group is the best performing breeding enterprise in our area or even our entire city. It's just that the market hasn't been good these past 2 years, and the downturn has lasted unusually long. You know what I mean? In the business of breeding, hatching, and cold storage, profits depend entirely on market conditions. Catch a favorable market trend, and you can make a fortune. But if the market turns sour, you might lose hundreds of thousands every day. Think back. How many breeding operations were there in our area before? Many farmers made huge profits at first, becoming overnight tycoons. But over time, the tide swept them all away. Only Yaotian Group survived the test. I just didn't expect this downturn to last so long this time. Over 2 years, our boss had invested several hundred million and simply couldn't hold on any longer. Day Group is one of China's top feed and livestock enterprises with deep pockets. No matter how bad the market gets or how long it lasts, they can weather the storm. That's why they like acquiring struggling livestock businesses across the country when the market slumps. During previous downturns, Day Group had come sniffing around for acquisitions, but our boss managed to hold firm each time. This time I really can't hold on anymore. Day Group is deliberately lowering the price. Seems they want to get it for free. Once the acquisition goes through, I've heard Day Group's management is extremely strict. Then we probably won't be able to earn any side income. So everyone's decided, if Day Group acquires us, we're quitting. Hearing this, Chunji's heart stirred. Chapter 25. Don't get your hopes up. Chunji's interest was piqued because Jinyu had mentioned that the Yaotian Group had reached the point where others could take advantage of its difficulties. He recalled that he had over 200 million yuan set aside, originally intended for investment or starting a business venture. The Yaotian Group had reached the brink of collapse, meaning the company had essentially become a non-performing asset. This is precisely the kind of moment that creates opportunities for others to swoop in and grab bargains. If Day Group wants to snatch up bargains, surely other companies must be thinking the same way. He asked Jinyu. Day Group is deliberately lowballing to get Yaotian Group for free. Does their boss think your chairman is an idiot? Do they really believe they can just take it without paying? Jinyu replied. Why else would they call it looting a burning house? I heard from officials that our boss has reached the end of his rope. Banks won't lend him any more money, and he's already borrowed heavily from private lenders. At this point, he probably can't keep things afloat any longer. But the market remains sluggish, and no one knows when things will turn around. Reaching this stage means he's practically at others' mercy. Chunji asked, how much is Day Group offering? They say Day Group is only offering 100 million. 100 million? Chunji asked. Then how much should Yaotian Group be worth? Jinyu said, how much it's actually worth, I can't really say. But I've heard others say our boss has invested 5 or 600 million into the entire Yaotian Group. If the market conditions were favorable, its valuation could easily reach $1 billion without any problem. What? Chunji was immediately indignant on behalf of Yaotian Group. So Day Group isn't just trying to get it for free, they're outright trying to steal it. A company worth $1 billion in market value, and they want to buy it for just 100 million. If it were me, I'd rather throw it away than sell it to them. Jinyu laughed and said, that kind of thinking is just typical of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Day Group is very experienced in this kind of operation. They've already done their research. Our boss currently owes about 100 million in external debts. If we sell the company for 100 million, our boss might not have much left, but at least he can walk away unscathed. But if he doesn't sell, the entire company won't be able to operate. Once production stops, it means the business will collapse. Just imagine, a bankrupt company, including its hatcheries, farms, cold storage facilities. How much could all those properties and equipment possibly fetch when sold? You could say that while the initial investment was 500 to 600 million, by the time you're selling off equipment and factory buildings, you'd be lucky to get even tens of millions. By then, our boss would owe tens of millions in external debts, and he might never be able to repay them in his lifetime. Right now, Day Group is forcing him to make a final choice. Chunji nodded. He understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. His earlier words were just born of anger, feeling that Day Group was truly ruthless. He had also heard that back in 1990s, there were dozens of large-scale breeding enterprises in this county alone. There was a livestock company called Tongjiang Group, which had grown to a considerable scale. In the eyes of Tongjiang's boss, Yaotian Group was still just a fledgling back then. The boss of Tongjiang Group started as a small-scale farmer and, within just over a decade, built a massive livestock enterprise, expanding at an astonishing rate. Beyond his frenzied construction projects and reckless expansion, his personal lifestyle was extravagantly wasteful. It said that back then, not a single local restaurant could satisfy his palate for dinner each night. Every weekend, he had to go to the provincial capital for meals. But because he had expanded too quickly with high leverage, when faced with an unusually prolonged industry downturn, Tongjiang Group became the first to collapse. In traditional livestock farming, enduring the hardship is considered a conventional strategy to cope with cyclical fluctuations. So when the industry downturn hit, even if they were losing tens of thousands every day, they couldn't shut down production. They had no choice but to keep pouring money in, enduring bitterly while waiting for the winter to pass. In other words, the nature of the livestock industry makes it impossible for them to shut down operations at will. For example, once chicks in a poultry farm hatch, they require daily feedings and disease prevention management. If production is halted midway, it could lead to mass deaths or disease outbreaks, with losses far exceeding routine operational deficits. There's also the rigidity of fixed costs and the fact that halting production risks losing customers. Even after resuming operations, they need to rebuild their market presence and hatch new chicks, all of which would drive costs even higher. So even when winter came, they could only endure bitterly. But that wave of industry winter lasted too long, and in the end, the boss of Tongjiang simply couldn't hold on any longer. He had no choice but to vanish into thin air, taking the last bit of money he had left and fleeing. The company shut down instantly, and all the backlog products in the cold storage were immediately looted by the employees. Creditors swarmed in, taking away anything of value they could get their hands on. In the end, even the tiles from the factory roof were stripped away by the creditors. The consequences would be utterly devastating. The boss of Yaotian Group, being a major entrepreneur who rose from their hometown, was considered a local luminary, and Chunji had heard others discuss it before. It was said that back then, there were many large-scale farmers who did better and achieved greater success than him. However, as they faced wave after wave of unfavorable market conditions, those who took overly ambitious steps or relied too heavily on leverage gradually went bankrupt in the relentless tide of competition. Over the years, the boss of Yaotian Group had always prioritized stability in his operations, avoiding excessive leverage. Essentially, he worked within his means and even set aside a contingency fund. But this time, the market downturn was not only fierce but also prolonged, lasting over 2 years without any sign of improvement. There's an old saying among farmers, even with mountains of wealth at home, livestock don't count. These living assets are bottomless pits, eating, drinking, and excreting every day, costing hundreds of thousands daily in continuous losses. It seems that even when the boss tried to play it safe, he eventually had to leverage up just to keep operations running. Now, with all that leverage piled to the breaking point, he's reached the end of his rope and can only watch helplessly as others take advantage of his misfortune. The Great River Group is a nationwide conglomerate with deep roots and immense financial resources. Many small and medium-sized enterprises have been pushed to the brink by this rare industry winter spanning several years. But even if Day Group holds on for another 2 years, they wouldn't bat an eye. That's why they dare to swoop in and acquire these so-called non-performing assets. Once the industry's winter passes, the Yaotian Group in their hands will become premium assets worth over $1 billion in market value. This is probably what they call the winner-takes-all phenomenon. Chunji pondered that with over 200 million yuan ready for investment and entrepreneurship, acquiring Yaotian Group wouldn't be a problem. The real question was whether he'd be purchasing a high-quality asset or a non-performing one. No one could say for certain. It all depended on when this industry's winter would finally pass. Even if I were to purchase it at the same price of 100 million yuan and invest another 100 million as operating capital, what if the market still hasn't recovered after holding on for another year? There's a chance my 200 million could just go down the drain. The most crucial point is I'm completely clueless about that industry. After taking it over, without a strong team that's completely loyal to me, I wouldn't be able to handle it. In other words, Yaotian Group is a premium asset in Day Group's hands that could yield tenfold returns, but in anyone else's hands, it might just be a hot potato. Chunji was getting cold feet again, feeling that venturing into the aquaculture industry was completely beyond his grasp. Better not entertain such wishful thinking. At this point in the conversation, He had lost all interest in the topic. As for his aunt and the others, they were even less interested in the subject. What truly concerned his aunt were the marital prospects of the younger generation. Jinyu, a distant nephew of hers, was the same age as Chunji, both 29 this year, and still hadn't found a partner. And he asked, Jinyu, how's that matter with your girlfriend going? Are you two dating now? Chunji playfully pretended to cover his aunt's mouth, saying, Auntie, haven't you heard what people say? When you meet someone who's employed, don't ask how much they earn each month. When you meet someone unmarried, don't ask if they're seeing anyone. When you meet a student, don't ask what score they got. It's not even New Year yet, and you're already starting with the marriage pressure. Chapter 26, The Bald-Headed Woman. And he slapped Chunji's hand away and said, Stop feeding me that nonsense. You're already 29 and still unmarried. Of course you should be pressured. Jinyu, tell your aunt the truth. Are you seeing someone now? How far along is it? The question left Jinyu with a bitter expression, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Big Huang came hopping into the room on 3 legs, tail tucked between his legs, eyes darting nervously as if terrified. Grandpa immediately grew alert, slamming his chopsticks onto the table. Did that bastard Hao Chong bring that damn dog in again? I'll fight him to the death. At the same time, everyone could hear a clamorous noise. Clearly, quite a few people had entered the orchard. Chunji pulled his grandfather back and made him sit down again, saying, Grandpa, just eat your meal and sip your wine slowly. With me here, you don't need to worry about anything. Jinyu stood up, ready to follow Chunji outside, but Chunji pressed him back down, saying, None of you move. Just keep eating. I can handle this. With that, he grabbed a handful of chopsticks and strode out. He stepped out of the house and saw quite a few people among the fruit trees, laughing and joking as they picked and ate the fruit as if they were in their own home. Though he couldn't count them all at once, there seemed to be about a dozen people. They picked the fruit while moving deeper into the orchard, deliberately choosing the biggest and best-looking ones to eat. They plucked them from the trees, wiped them with their hands, and took a bite before casually tossing them aside, cursing under their breath. Damn it, this one looks big, but it's not sweet at all. Walking from the orchard gate inward, the main path was flanked by grape trellises constructed with cement purlins. The Muscat grapes in Grandpa's orchard were plump, thick-fleshed, and intensely fragrant, now perfectly ripe for harvest. Several people were there roughly plucking the grapes, specifically targeting the largest, darkest clusters to eat while carelessly wasting more than they consumed. Chunji immediately flew into a rage, shouting, Stop that right now. This scene filled Chunji with rage. This orchard represented the culmination of Grandpa's lifelong efforts. The old man was nearly 80 years old, tending to such a vast orchard alone. Even a young person would have to expend considerable energy and effort to manage it. After such painstaking labor to grow these fruits, these bastards came in and wantonly destroyed them. Every last one of them must have had their conscience eaten by dogs. He pointed at the man who had been wasting the grapes nearby and said, Listen, pick up every grape you threw on the ground and eat them one by one. These guys were all young men, each with brightly dyed hair, clearly a bunch of troublemakers. The punk, hearing Chunji's words, retorted, What kind of joke is this? Who eats grapes that have fallen on the ground? Why don't you show us how it's done? Though his words sounded playful, his eyes gleamed with malice. At this moment, a young woman came running out from the bushes, shouting at Chunji, Chunji, what do you think you're doing? I brought my friends to pick fruit at Grandpa's orchard. What business is it of yours? My friend, you just let him eat grapes off the ground? The young woman was Chunyan, the youngest daughter of Chunji's second uncle. Chunji's grandfather, Chun Kijian, had 2 sons and 2 daughters in total. The daughters were older, while the 2 sons were younger, with the second son being born in 1974. He had 2 daughters. The eldest was already married, while Chunyan was the younger one, currently 24 and unmarried, though she had gone through one boyfriend after another. Hearing Chunyan's words, Chunji understood that this group wasn't brought by Hao Chong to cause trouble, but rather were people Chunyan had brought to the orchard for on-site fruit picking. But could this really be called on-site picking? Such big apples, just take a couple of bites and throw them away. Perfectly good bunches of grapes, picked one by one until they're left incomplete. How is Grandpa supposed to sell them like that? He was just about to speak when another woman approached from behind. From the person's tiny tank top and ample chest, Chunji guessed it was a woman, though he couldn't rule out the possibility of a special individual from Thailand, since judging by the face alone, it was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. This person's eyeshadow was applied so thickly it looked like a panda's, lips coated in glossy black-purple lip tint, all atop a gleaming bald head, with earrings so large and shiny they dwarfed the ears they hung from. This woman seemed hot-tempered, pointing at Chunji and saying, "Chunyin, who the hell is this grandson? This is your grandfather's orchard. What business does he have meddling here? What blind fool forgot to zip up and let this thing crawl out?" For some reason, Chunji found himself particularly irritated by this delinquent girl. He pulled out a chopstick and tapped it in his hand, saying, "Watch your damn mouth. If you dare curse again, that hoop on your ear will disappear instantly. Believe me or not. I believe your mother's big-headed ghost." The woman immediately twisted her face into a vicious expression and started cursing wildly. "I dare to curse you 800 times. I'll F***CK your mother. Ah." Before she could finish, the bald-headed woman let out a piercing scream. By then, the others had gradually begun to gather around. The group was startled by the bald woman's scream, but they hadn't seen Chunji do anything. He was standing over 10 steps away from her, so it was impossible for him to have harmed her. But seeing is believing. Someone noticed clearly that the earring on the bald woman's left ear was gone, and her earlobe was torn, with blood dripping down. Some bystanders also noticed, when Chunji raised his hand just now, it seemed like something had flown out of his grasp. Thinking back now, it must have been the chopsticks he was weighing in his hand earlier. In other words, from a distance of just over 10 steps, he threw the chopsticks with enough force to knock the earring off the bald woman's ear while tearing her earlobe. This guy's got some real skills. Chunji's display of skill instantly stunned everyone present. The bald woman clutched her ear, still screaming in pain. Chunyan's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Chunji and shouted, "Chunji, are you even human? They're all your sister's friends. They just came to pick some fruit from Grandpa's orchard. Why do you have to resort to violence right away? Look, you've torn her ear open." Chunji's expression was icy cold as he said, "Enough nonsense. Get them out of Grandpa's orchard now. They're not welcome here." Chunyin grew even angrier at this. Like a belligerent quail, she charged up to Chunji with hands on her hips, craning her neck as she shouted, "Chunji, what right do you have to yell at me like that? This orchard belongs to your grandfather, but it's also my grandfather's. When it comes to who truly has a say about this orchard, everyone else would get their turn before you. Tell me, what work have you ever done for Grandpa's orchard? What effort have you made? What contribution have you given? You should know, the fertilizer for Grandpa's orchard all came from my dad's processing plant." Chunyin seemed to grow angrier as she spoke, her eyes slanting with undisguised contempt. "Chunji, let me tell you, you're nothing but a debt-ridden failure. Don't think we don't know. The whole village knows about it by now. You're buried in debts you can't pay, and debt collectors are camping at your doorstep. Couldn't cut in the city, so you came crawling back to hide in the orchard? Huh?" Hearing the newcomers, "Are you so scared and humiliated that you're clutching a handful of chopsticks, clearly planning to use them as hidden weapons to attack someone?" Chapter 27. Burning with envy and hatred. As she was yelling at Chunji, another young man emerged from the depths of the orchard, pulling up his pants as he walked, clearly having just relieved himself. This young man was unmistakably the leader of the group. He was exceptionally tall and burly, his imposing figure quite intimidating, with a face full of defiance and arrogance. After arriving, he immediately wrapped his arms around Chunyin and said, "Sweetheart, who is this bastard? Don't be angry. Your man will take care of him for you. What do you think? Should I break one of his hands? Or would it be more satisfying to knock his teeth out?" Chunyin knew Chunji well. She was aware that he had trained in Sanda since childhood, determined to avenge his father. Moreover, Chunji had practiced throwing knives since he was young, something all their close relatives knew about. At that moment, Chunji was gripping a handful of chopsticks, and she had just witnessed him throwing them with both force and deadly precision. Despite their dozen-strong numbers, if things came to blows, Chunji's chopsticks might just end up poking someone unexpected. Chunyin pressed the bulky man's arm, signaling him not to act rashly, and said, "Stay out of this. He's my second brother. I'm just reasoning with him right now. He's a broke debtor who's blown up financially and come hiding in Grandpa's orchard to escape his creditors." Just as they were speaking, several more people entered the orchard from outside, pulling large boxes with small cargo carts. Upon seeing the crowd, they asked, "Excuse me, is this Chun Kuyen's orchard?" Chunji recognized them as the crew sent to install his grandfather's air conditioner and television. He responded, "Yes, this is the place. Go on in." Turning his head toward Chunyin, he added, "See, the air conditioner costs over 10,000, and that color TV, I don't even know if it's 70 or 80 inches, was just bought without a second thought. You've made a great contribution to Grandpa's orchard. Did you buy all these things?" Then another person came in, also pulling several small boxes with a cargo cart. Shinji pointed to the person again and said, "Look, this is the surveillance system I installed for Grandpa's orchard, solar-powered with an independent power source. If you're so filial, why didn't you install surveillance for Grandpa's orchard? And search your conscience. Do you think it's easy for Grandpa, nearly 80 years old, to tend to such a large orchard all by himself? In the village, many of Grandpa's peers, not counting those who've passed away, but those still alive, require their children to wipe their bottoms and tend to their needs. Grandpa doesn't need us to worry about him. He's still working hard to this day. Haven't you heard the saying, 'An inch of silk costs 1,000 lives. A spoonful of rice merits 100 lashes'? For every apple, every grape, how much sweat must Grandpa shed? Bringing people in to pick and eat fruit is understandable, but you can't let them waste things. I've said it, anything thrown on the ground, you pick it up and eat it, then get the hell out immediately." Chunyin was momentarily speechless, her face contorted with anger. She stared at the backs of the installation workers, utterly perplexed. The whole village was already buzzing about how Chunji was drowning in debt that he couldn't repay. It had already blown up. So where did he suddenly get the spare cash to buy Grandpa such a massive air conditioner and that enormous TV? And now he's installing multiple surveillance cameras too? Buying so many things must have cost tens of thousands of yuan. Could all those rumors about him in the village be false? Could it be that the truth is the opposite of the rumors, and Chunji is now thriving with plenty of spare cash? For so many years, her family had always been far better off than uncles. Not only was their home life happy, but they were also quite wealthy. Now, suddenly being overshadowed by Chunji, that mix of envy and resentment burned especially strong. Although her family was wealthy, she couldn't come up with tens of thousands to buy things for her grandfather right now. How frustrating. Of course, these feelings of resentment could be set aside for now. The key issue at the moment was that Shinji wasn't giving her any face at all. Everyone present was her friend, or rather, they were all close buddies of her boyfriend. Just now I boasted that they could come to the orchard and pick and eat freely, just like it was their own home. Before the official picking even begins, they're about to be kicked out. How can I save face now? How could I ever hold my head up in front of these people again? But if I really let them go all out and fight Shinji, I'm afraid he might use those chopsticks like throwing darts and hurt someone. If things escalate, there'd be no way to handle the fallout. While he was still hesitating, Shun Qinglin walked over from the house and said to Chunji as she approached, "Chunji, forget it. Don't stoop to their level. These are all Chunyan's friends. Let each of them pick some to take home and eat." Shin Qinglin simply didn't want Chunji to clash with these people, so she felt someone needed to step in and mediate. Giving Chunyin some face would allow everyone to save face, while also ensuring Grandpa's orchard wouldn't suffer any losses. Chunyin had met Shin Qinglin before, and knew she was Chunji's ex-girlfriend. Didn't they break up long ago? Why are they together again now? Chunyin was surprised, and malicious thought suddenly crossed her mind. I could take pictures of Chunji and Shun Qinglin together and send them to Lu Hong. Let Lu Hong see how her man has rekindled his old flame with his ex-girlfriend and gotten tangled up with her again. Let Lu Hong and Chunji fight it out. The more they fight, the better. Maybe they'll even get divorced. That'll teach you not to show me any respect. It has to be said, Shun Qinglin's looks are truly stunning. Her presence instantly brightened up the scene, leaving all the hoodlums present utterly mesmerized. The burly guy holding Chun Yin didn't even try to hide his greedy gaze. He couldn't help but pinch Chun Yan's arm. "Hey babe, who's this beauty coming over? She's top tier." Seeing her boyfriend practically drooling, Chun Yin became even more furious and abruptly shoved him away. "Quit staring like an idiot or you'll go blind. What are you so angry about? What did I do? What did you do?" Sister Faye's ear got torn. "What are you going to do about it? Are we all just going to swallow our pride and slink away like cowards?" Chun Yin hadn't wanted to escalate things, but her boyfriend's infatuated expression completely enraged her. Not making a scene would hardly satisfy her burning resentment. Now she just wanted her boyfriend and Chun Ji to fight like dogs. Let them both be ruined. "Chun Yin," Shen Qinglin shouted loudly. "Can you calm down for once? Do you really think you can take on Chun Ji just because you outnumber him? You know him better than I do. I don't care." Chun Yin screamed hoarsely, kicking her boyfriend. "Fight. Go fight him." The burly man gave a sinister grin, cracking his knuckles. This couldn't be simpler. Just as he was about to lay hands on Chun Ji, someone came running over, shouting, "Brother Xiao." Chun Jinyu came sprinting from the house, phone in hand. "Brother Xiao, Brother Phone wants to talk to you." The burly man paused. "Chun Jinyu?" He took the phone, his face instantly breaking into an ingratiating smile. After making a few vague sounds of acknowledgement, he handed the phone back to Chun Jinyu and forced a dry laugh. "Brother Phone needs me for something. I gotta go." Waving at the others, he said, let's go. Hurry back." The bald woman known as Sister Faye, her large earrings had already been retrieved with someone's help, was glaring venomously at Chinji, looking ready to kill him on the spot. But hearing Brother Phone call Brother Xiao made her realize she'd have to swallow her losses today. He knew better than to argue. At Xiao Ji's command, she and the others turned to leave, but not before shooting Chinji a fierce, "You'll pay for this" glare. Chun Yin, however, wasn't having it. She grabbed her boyfriend by the back of his collar. "You coward, you bastard." Smack! She barely got 2 words out before her boyfriend slapped her across the face. "Fucking idiot, are you coming or not?" Chapter 28, The Snobbish Ingrate. Chun Yin left unwillingly, her face filled with anger and resentment. Truth be told, Chinji also felt somewhat reluctant to let the matter drop just like that. The orchard his grandfather had painstakingly tended was now a complete mess after these intruders' rampage. By rights, they should be made to pay compensation. But Shen Qinglin walked over and secretly pinched the flesh on his waist. Chunji understood that Shen Qinglin was hinting for him to quit while he was ahead and avoid further trouble, so he kept quiet. As they walked into the house, Chunji asked Jinyu, "Who were those people just now? And who is this Brother Feng you mentioned? You're not getting mixed up with these shady characters, are you?" "TCH." Jinyu scoffed. "If others don't know me, shouldn't you? Do I look like someone who'd associate with those gangster types? How do you know them?" Jinyu explained. "The leader, the so-called boyfriend of Yin Yin now, is called Duan Xiao. He's the chicken asterisk head for over a dozen villages around here." Chunji cut him off. "What the hell is a chicken head? Why not call it duck head or goose head? Why specifically a chicken head?" Shin Qinglin beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Why so much nonsense? Let Jinyu finish speaking." Jinyu continued. "In the poultry farming industry, a chicken head refers to a small leader in the supply chain. This small leader specializes in serving local poultry farmers. They provide other farmers with chicks, feed, medicine, and other supplies, while also being responsible for finding sales channels and handling the marketing of mature chickens. There are several chicken bosses like Duan Xiao in every town, each responsible for a specific area. When farmers purchase chicks from our company, they must sign a sales contract stipulating the use of our company's feed and medicine. The company also provides technical guidance and guarantees to buy back mature chickens at a protective price, even when market conditions are unfavorable. Of course, all these terms are clearly stated in the contract, but in practice, farmers often cut corners to earn more money. For example, they might buy cheaper feed and veterinary medicine from other sources. If the market is good and broiler prices are high, farmers would falsely claim high mortality rates, saying many chickens died, leaving only a small portion to sell to the company, while secretly selling the rest at higher prices. This violates contract terms, which is why the role of chicken overseers emerged. These chicken overseers are responsible for monitoring and managing farmers in their assigned areas to prevent them from pulling tricks. These overseers typically have two key traits. First, they often have underworld connections, which helps intimidate farmers and keeps them from acting out of line. Second, those who can become chicken heads usually have some connections with company leaders or supervisors, since this position offers considerable perks. The Fonga I just called is actually a supervisor named Guru Afeng at our cold storage. You could say he's the top chicken head, managing several township-level chicken heads under him. Duan Xiao works under Guru Afeng. He often visits the cold storage, so that's how I know him. Just now when I saw Chen Yan's aggressive stance, I was afraid you'd come to blows. So I immediately called Guru Afeng. Don't be fooled by Duan Zhao's tough guy act outside. He wouldn't dare act up in front of Guru Afeng. You saw it yourself. With just one call from Guru Afeng, that punk immediately scrambled away obediently. The three of them entered the house to find appliance salesman installing an air conditioner, leaving Grandpa and Annie utterly stunned. As soon as Grandpa saw them enter, he immediately said, "Xiaoji, everything in this rundown orchard of mine combined isn't worth as much as this air conditioner. Why would you waste your money like this?" Grandpa pointed at the newly unboxed giant TV again. "Look how huge this TV is. Where in my room could it possibly fit? Well, I have to go outside the window just to watch it." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Actually, who doesn't like nice things? Grandpa was just worried about the money. Though he complained verbally, his eyes were glued to that big TV, unable to hide his delight. He kept asking the installation technician this and that. Well, he learned it was called a laser TV, 80 inches and costing over 10,000 yuan. Grandpa's expression was a mix of joy, pride, and just a hint of heartache. He couldn't help murmuring, "Never thought at my age I'd live to see this new era and watch laser television." People used to talk about lasers, sounded so advanced back then. Never imagined they'd be used for TVs now. Annie chimed in, "Exactly. Remember that old movie Death Ray on Coral Island? That was all about lasers too." Watching his aunt and grandfather's animated discussion, Chun-Ji could genuinely feel their heartfelt joy. Making the old man happy was exactly Chun-Ji's goal, and his heart blossomed with joy even more. Thinking of this, he pondered again. He ought to buy Grandpa another refrigerator. Grandpa was right. The old man had lived to see this new era, yet he still hadn't gotten to use a refrigerator. No, he absolutely had to buy one for Grandpa. So, after consulting with the air conditioning installer, he placed an order on the spot and added a large refrigerator to the purchase. Grandpa and Auntie couldn't stop him even if they tried. Having already bought this much, Grandpa genuinely didn't want his grandson to spend any more money. Grandpa complained, "Xiaoji, are you buying another refrigerator just to spite Yin Yin on purpose? Just now Yin Yin said you haven't contributed anything to Grandpa, but what has she contributed herself? She even claimed all the fertilizer for my orchard came from your second uncle's processing plant. What utter nonsense. Your second uncle's processing plant can't produce fertilizer at all. I only asked him to call the chicken farm because he's familiar with the people there. He arranged for several truckloads of chicken manure, and I paid for it myself. What does Yin Yin have to do with this?" Auntie indignantly chimed in. "Yin Yin has gone astray. How could she mix with such people? Just look at the kind of people she's brought along." One of the women actually had a shaved head and black painted lips, looking like some kind of monster. And that man, her boyfriend, doesn't look decent at first glance. If it were anyone else, as her elder aunt, I'd definitely go out and give her a scolding. But that child has no respect for elders at all. I can't even be bothered to step outside. Grandfather sighed. Yin Yin really has gone a bit off the proper path. As her grandfather, I can't control her, and I don't think she feels any family affection toward me either. At this point, Grandpa sighed again. My second son has no affection for me, let alone the next generation. The second son, Grandpa was referring to his Chun-Ji's second uncle, Chen Xiaoxin. Auntie also let out a deep sigh. It's not that second uncle lacks family affection. He only shows it to those who are doing well in life. Among siblings, those who aren't doing well, he simply doesn't acknowledge. These words from Annie left Chun-Ji and Grandpa sinking into silence. And he was right. Second uncle was nothing but a sniveling opportunist, an ungrateful wretch. In Chunji's memory, his second uncle wasn't just a snobbish ingrate, but also a treacherous bastard. Over these years, when his family faced troubles both internally and externally, suffering bullying from others, his second uncle not only failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a blood brother, but even became sworn brothers with scoundrels like Hao Chong. Thinking about all this made Chunji's heart grow cold with bitterness. Chapter 29. The Millionaires. Back in the day, Grandpa was the village's fruit tree specialist, and the family was well off. He treated both sons equally, first letting the elder learn to drive, then later sending the younger one to driving school. After the elder son finished driving school, they even bought him a large truck so he could work in transportation. The younger son was lazy. At first, he followed his elder brother into transportation, but couldn't endure the hardships of long-haul driving. So he pulled some strings and found a job driving a sedan for the owner of a large-scale livestock farm. Later, the breeding farm where he worked as a driver went bankrupt, leaving Chun Xiaoxin without a job. But while driving for his boss, he spotted a business opportunity and started dealing in chicken feathers, eventually opening a feather processing factory. The so-called feather factory involved collecting chicken feathers from poultry farms and slaughterhouses, then processing them through sorting, cleaning, disinfecting, drying, or crushing into various products for different uses. These feather products found applications in numerous industries including animal feed, fertilizer, medicine, and even decoration. Because Chun Xiaoxin's feather duster factory was established early, he had already earned his first pot of gold. Later, as more people entered this line of work, competition intensified. Raw material prices rose while product prices dropped significantly, causing the feather duster factory's profits to dwindle lower and lower. Chun Xiaoxin sold off the feather processing plant and opened a duck intestine processing factory instead. Despite being a dirty and smelly business, the profits were substantial. Chun Xiaoxin happened to catch the right timing too. Hardly any young people in today's society don't enjoy eating duck intestines. Especially the spicy duck intestines. This stuff is downright addictive. By now, his processing factory employed about 100 people. While not particularly large in scale, it was quite profitable. Rumor had it that Chun Xiaoxin's personal wealth had to be in the tens of millions at least. In Nantan Village, he was considered one of the wealthiest men around. Chun Xiaoxin owned a house in the city, but his family mostly still lived in Nantan Village. Since duck intestines were byproducts from the cold storage, his duck intestine processing plant was located right next to the Yaotian Group's cold storage in Shashi Town. Living in his hometown made commuting convenient. Yet despite residing in the village, he paid virtually no attention to his father and eldest brother's family, who also lived there, maintaining no contact with them. Instead, he kept close ties with his second sister's family in the provincial capital, as well as several cousins. There's no particular reason. It's just that all his cousins were either making big money in business or holding high-ranking government positions. His second brother-in-law was even more impressive, being the owner of a major private enterprise in the provincial capital, a veritable tycoon. Whether his second sister's family looked down on him or not, Chun Xiaoxin kept running to the provincial capital anyway, trying to cozy up to his sister. This created two distinct factions among the four siblings. Annie was close to Chun Ji's family, while the second uncle aligned himself with second sister. These two factions generally kept to themselves, with little interaction in daily life. As the saying goes, internal strife invites external aggression, a situation old man Chun Kajian found deeply frustrating. His family had never gotten along with his elder brother Chun Kachin's household. This strained relationship wasn't something he could mend through personal effort alone, given their complicated history. The second daughter, Chun Yumei, had been given to her aunt for adoption since childhood and harbored deep resentment toward her parents. As an adult, she married into a wealthy family and barely acknowledged her roots as a daughter of the Qin family. Because of this, despite old Chun Kidyan's second daughter being wealthy and influential, and his own nephew holding a high-ranking position, he was still bullied without restraint. This emboldened Hao Chong, who brazenly instructed his brother to seize Old Chin's orchard through blatant, underhanded schemes, ultimately taking most of the old man's land. Old Chin Kijian could only swallow his grievances, powerless to fight back. Because apart from the second daughter holding a grudge against the family, the nephew didn't get along with his second uncle's family, and even his own son took sides with outsiders. All this led to the outcome of a house divided invites trouble from without. At this moment, Auntie packed the dumplings she had scooped out earlier and set aside. These were to be delivered to Chun Ji's father, Qin Shaoxin. She had called him before lunch to tell her elder brother not to cook, as their aunt would eat with their old father first, and then bring food over for him and his son. As she packed the food, the aunt kept muttering, "It's fine if the dumplings get cold. I'll fry them with a bit of oil when I get there. Pan-fried dumplings taste even better." Poor them, a household without a woman, going years without a proper meal of dumplings. Only when I visit can they enjoy a decent meal. Lu Hong was also busy with work and couldn't come back often. If they lived closer, Lu Hong could at least find some time to come over every now and then to make dumplings for the father and son. Aunt's words contained both genuine emotion and a pointed remark meant for Shun Qinglin. In essence, she was reminding Shun Qinglin of this family's special circumstances. What they needed wasn't some exceptionally capable career woman, much less a workaholic, but rather a homemaker who could manage household affairs inside and out. Shun Qinglin was exceptionally intelligent. How could she not understand the underlying meaning of her aunt's words? She secretly gave Chun Ji a helpless look, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I used to hold on to thoughts of you, but now it seems I should completely let go of that idea." Chun Ji was speechless. Knowing that his eldest daughter was heading to his eldest son's place, Grandpa had already packed some fruits for her to take over for the father and son to enjoy. Chun Ji noticed there was quite a lot of fruit, and it wouldn't all fit on his aunt's electric bike. He said to his aunt, "Auntie, why don't you leave the bike for now? Let's walk over together. Qinglin wants to go see my dad and brother anyway." "That works too," his aunt agreed, stopping her attempts to load the dumplings onto the bike and instead having Chun Ji and Shun Qinglin carry them separately. Originally, Chun Ji had brought cash with him, intending to slip his grandfather 8 to 10,000 yuan. But with outsiders present, adhering to the principle of not flaunting wealth, he decided to come back and deliver the money after the installation workers had left. Once in the car, Annie remarked, "Qinglin, this car isn't cheap, is it? I've heard cars with 4 rings are all very expensive." Shun Qinglin laughed and said, "Auntie, you're quite knowledgeable, but this is the cheapest model among the 4-ring cars. It's not worth much." "Still, it must cost several 100,000, Auntie said with a complicated expression. "Why does a young woman like you need to earn so much money? Haven't you heard? The more outstanding a girl is these days, the harder it is for her to marry. If it's hard to marry, then I'll just live alone for the rest of my life," Shun Qinglin said playfully. "Besides, I never planned on getting married anyway." Auntie was so angry her eyes bulged, utterly at a loss for words. Chun Ji's home stood at the southern edge of the village, not far from the orchard. After passing the first 2 rows of newly built houses and turning onto this east-west street, the third house on the west side with a large poplar tree at the entrance is Chun Ji's home. Under the old locust tree at the street corner, several women sat enjoying the cool shade. When they noticed the approaching car, the women immediately focused their attention on this Audi A4. As the car turned the corner, one woman suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Chun Ji in the car? Strange. Why did he change cars? The driver doesn't look much like his wife to me." Among these people sat a woman in the center, her lips curled in an air of arrogance as she gnawed on a stick of ants climbing a tree. She was none other than Chun Ji's second aunt, Niu Jinju. The ants climbing a tree in Niu Jinju's hand had just been bought from Chun Shaoxin's little shop by another woman. She despised the poverty-stricken air of her elder uncle's shop and had never set foot in the place. It was just that the weather was too hot and she wanted to eat ice cream, so she sent another woman to buy it for her. Niu Jinju's family ran a duck intestine processing factory, with assets exceeding 10 million. Among these women, she was undoubtedly the wealthiest, always acting arrogantly and looking down on everyone. Moreover, the reason why this millionaire condescended to mingle with these ordinary rural women and participate in this rural intelligence hub was simply to find a sense of superiority from these common farm wives and bask in the feeling of being the center of attention. At that moment, when she heard another woman ask if Chunji had changed his car, Neo Jinju curled her lips even more disdainfully. Him? Change cars? Haven't you heard? Chunji is drowning in debt, with creditors camping outside his door day and night. The court's about to auction off his house and car. I reckon his car's already been seized by the court, forcing him to rent one for the trip back home. That woman driving must be a Didi driver asterisk, right? Chapter 30. The journey of revenge begins asterisk note. Didi is China's equivalent of Uber. At this moment, the woman who had gone to buy ice cream said, "When I went to get ice cream earlier, I saw Chan Shaoli chasing after Hao Shun, trying to stop him from leaving. Hao Shun had bought a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, claiming they were for the village committee. Chan Shaoli demanded he write an IOU, but he refused, so Chan Shaoli grabbed him and wouldn't let him go." Some of the women remarked, "Isn't it obvious? Hao Shun wasn't buying those things for the village committee at all. His family had guests over today. Clearly, they ran out of alcohol and came to get more." Another woman said, "That must be the case. It's not the first time. After all, I've seen through it all. Whenever Hao Shun comes shopping with Hao Chong's big wolfhound in tow, he's just using a chicken feather as a token of authority. What he means is, look, I'm walking the village chief's dog. Everything I buy is for the village committee. Otherwise, why would he come to buy things while leading a dog?" The woman who ran errands said, "What I mean is, Hao Shun has always bullied Chen Shaoli, deliberately refusing to pay his debts. Now that Chunji is back, won't there be a fight?" Neo Jinju curled her lips again and said disdainfully, "Those two spineless cowards, father and son, dare to pick a fight with anyone? With the son back, they'll probably end up giving Hao Shun even more stuff." Another woman said, "Chunji used to practice punching sandbags at home since childhood, saying he wanted to avenge his father. Hasn't he mastered it by now?" Neo Jinju suddenly burst in a loud laughter. "Oh, he's mastered it all right. The art of being a shrinking turtle. Haven't you all seen it? Back when his father was bullied, when did you ever see Chunji fight back? At most, he'd just shield his father and take a few hits for him. That's all." While speaking, she kept glancing sideways with curled lips toward the grocery store. "Father and son are both spineless cowards. Frankly, I feel ashamed for them and embarrassed to admit any relation." As the Audi turned the corner, Chunji inside the car spotted the electric bike parked outside his family's grocery store and a massive wolfhound tied nearby. He recognized that wolfhound as Hao Chang's family dog. His grandfather's old yellow dog had been left lame after being mauled by that vicious beast. This wasn't even the first time that savage dog had attacked. Several villagers had already fallen victim to that monstrous wolfhound's teeth. Several small village dogs were bitten to death by it. Grandpa was right. Evil people raise vicious dogs. This large wolfhound was undoubtedly a vicious beast, bullying the weak like those brutal Japanese military dogs during the war years. Shun Qinglin, however, noticed the old men under the shade of the poplar tree first, arguing loudly as they played chess. This chess-like game, played with small stones and sticks, was locally called big stick chess, 5-stick chess, or even 6-stick chess. The rules are relatively simple, yet somewhat entertaining. Both men and women among these elderly folks know how to play. Shun Qinglin laughed and said, "Isn't it said that old men like to play with old women? Why do they split into groups? Men on one side, women on the other. Why don't they sit together and play?" Before Chunji could respond, his aunt in the back seat let out a deep sigh. "Those women don't come to the convenience store to play. Haven't you heard the saying? Scandal follows a widow's doorstep, and gossip isn't scarce around an old bachelor's door either. Xiaoji's father is a bachelor, lacking female companionship. What if those women coming to the grocery store to hang out caught his lingering gaze? Those women never gave him the chance to take advantage of them." Though Andy's tone sounded lighthearted, almost like she was making sarcastic remarks, Chunji and Shun Qinglin could detect profound bitterness beneath her words. Chunji completely understood Annie's feelings. In fact, he had long sensed exactly what she was talking about. In other words, as a crippled bachelor, The villagers' disdain for his father was an undeniable reality. Women would come to the small shop to buy things, and after making their purchases, they would hurry away, unwilling to exchange more than a few words with his father. As if talking too much would make his father entertain improper thoughts or harbor ill intentions toward them. A few years ago, when Chunji first sensed this contempt from the village women toward his father, he felt deeply humiliated. But he was powerless to change this situation. This had persisted until now. He'd never been able to alter how others viewed his father through prejudiced lenses. But at this very moment, Chunji felt he had the power to change the status quo. He resolved to find a way, as soon as possible, to arrange a remarriage for his father, a gentle, considerate, understanding woman who'd be presentable in every way as a stepmother. Just as Anne had said, this household was missing a capable woman who could manage both inside and outside affairs. After all, their family had plenty of money. Wasn't it said that in today's society, a woman's greatest asset is youth and beauty, while a man's greatest asset is wealth? With money, there would be plenty of women to choose from. With a stepmother, the house would regain its liveliness, and both father and brother could enjoy hot meals every day. Chunji grew increasingly excited the more he thought about it, to the point where the question had him utterly entranced. It wasn't until the Audi pulled up at the entrance and Shun Qinglin pushed open the car door to get out, only for the large wolfhound to unleash a thunderous barrage of barks, that Chunji was jolted out of his reverie. Annie didn't recognize whose dog this was, but the wolfhound's ferocious appearance frightened her into staying in the car. Whose dog is that? Who brings a dog along when going shopping? I'm not getting out yet. I'll wait until it's gone. I'm terrified of dogs. Shun Qinglin retracted the leg she had just stepped out and closed the car door. Clearly, she was also terrified of the ferocious wolfhound. Chunji pondered briefly, then said, "Then the two of you stay in the car for now. I'll go see whose dog it is and ask them to leave as soon as they're done shopping." In truth, Chunji had already made up his mind. This vicious dog, an accomplice to cruelty, absolutely could not be allowed to remain. Though dogs are loyal friends to humans, and abusing or killing them is uncivilized and immoral, a repeatedly violent beast like this fell outside the bounds of protection. Killing it is actually protecting humans and other small, vulnerable animals. Chunji got out of the car just to see who had brought this large wolfhound. Was it Hao Chong? No matter who it was, he had to find a reason to get rid of this big wolfhound. Now that he had money and powerful backing, the days of lying low were completely over. His journey of revenge would begin with killing a vicious dog. At this very moment, inside the small grocery store, Chunji's father, Chen Shaoli, was in a heated argument with a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man was dressed rather pretentiously, wearing dress pants and a shirt tucked in, with a belt cinched tightly around his waist, yet oddly paired with a pair of sneakers. His long hair was neatly parted in a classic 70 to 30 style. This man is Hao Shun from our village, one of the village committee members who holds the title of mediator. The so-called mediator's main responsibility is to resolve disputes and conflicts among villagers. Yet no one has ever seen Hao Shun mediate any household's issues. As one of Hao Chong's lackeys, he bullies people by flaunting his master's authority and has actually stirred up numerous disputes and conflicts in the village. He went to the convenience store and grabbed 2 crates of bottled Tsingtao beer, 2 packs of Slim Taishan cigarettes, and also stuffed several hams and fish cans into his bag. The 2 crates of Tsingtao beer were already loaded onto the footrest of his electric bike outside. Now he came back for the cigarettes, hams, and cans, asking Chen Shaoli to pack them into a plastic bag for him before grabbing it and leaving. Chapter 31. Can't even afford to die. Chen Shaoli had actually been wary of him all along. Seeing him turn to leave without mentioning the money, he hurriedly limped after him, catching up in a few quick steps. Although clutching Hao Shun's clothes, his face wore a humble and ingratiating smile as he pleaded, "Hao Shun, will you be paying by scan or cash?" Hao Shun glared at him. "Are you playing dumb? Didn't I just tell you? The village committee is hosting the town's working group, and we're running low on liquor. I came to get some more wine and cigarettes. Just put it on the village committee's tab. The village committee owes me way too much money. It's piled up to tens of thousands over the years, Chun Shaolai said with a pained expression. You know how tough things are for my family. Running this little shop with my bad leg isn't easy, and I'm really struggling to make ends meet. At least pay me for this batch first. Hao Shun barked arrogantly. I didn't bring any money, so I can't pay. Then write an IOU, or else there won't be any proof when it's time to settle at the village committee. Hao Shun snapped angrily. Just record it in your own ledger. The village committee has plenty of money. Do you really think they'd shortchange you? As he spoke, he gave Chun Shaoli a hard shove, trying to shake him off. But Chun Shaoli held on tight, staggering slightly without letting go. Hao Shun was now completely enraged. He swept a row of AD calcium milk bottles off the counter with his hand and roared, "Let go now, or I swear I'll beat you to death." The flying AD calcium milk bottles hit the liquor bottles on the shelf, knocking two of them over. They fell to the ground and shattered with two loud bangs, filling the room with a strong smell of alcohol. Seeing Hao Shun's fury, Chun Shaoli grew timid. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Shun forcefully broke free from Chun Shaoli's grip, grabbed the cigarettes and food, and turned to leave. But as he reached the door, his head bumped into a solid chest. Looking up, he saw Chun Ji had returned, standing at the doorway with an angry expression. Looking at Chun Ji's tall and well-proportioned figure, Hao Shun couldn't help but feel his liver tremble. However, he knew very well that Chun Shaoli and Chun Ji, father and son, had always been two good-for-nothings. Over the years, their family had suffered no shortage of bullying in the village. There were times when Chun Ji would tremble all over with anger, yet he never dared to fight back. So what if he's scowling now? What did he possibly do to me? At this thought, Hao Shun regained his momentum and tried to shove Chun Ji aside with a forceful push, shouting, "A good dog doesn't block the way." However, his push didn't achieve the expected effect. Chun Ji stood there as immovable as a mountain. "Hey, what do you think you're doing, kid?" Hao Shun yelled. "Get out of the way now. The village committee is waiting for me to bring back supplies to host the work team." Chun Ji said coldly, "Buying things is fine, but settle the debt first. In addition to paying for the items you broke in the shop, you'll also need to restore everything to its original condition. First settle the bill, then clean up the mess on the floor." Hao Shun gave Chun Ji a shove, but failed to move him, and his confidence wavered again. His tone softened as he said, "I don't have any money on me right now. Just put it on my tab." At this point, Chun Shaoli interjected, "Hao Shun, what good is putting it on your tab? You'll need to write an IOU." Chun Ji declared, "From now on, this shop operates on a cash-only basis. No more credit. Not only can you no longer write IOUs, but the village committee must also settle all outstanding debts owed to my family as soon as possible. Go settle your debt with the village chief. That's the village committee's business. My word doesn't count here." Hao Shun snapped, his face flushing with anger. "You've always bought on credit before. If you're paying cash now, why bother buying from your place? I don't want it anymore." With that, he threw the cigarettes and groceries on the ground and tried to make a quick escape. But there was no way he could leave. Chun Ji grabbed him by the collar, lifting him almost off his feet. "Pick that stuff up properly, put it back where it belongs, and arrange it neatly." Hao Shun wasn't one to back down either. For years, he and others had bullied Chun Shaoli and his son. Now that Chun Ji dared lay hands on him, he flew into a rage and swung a fist at Chun Ji. Before Chun Ji's fist could land, Hao Shun found his wrist seized instead. Chun Ji forced his clenched hand against the wall, taunting, "Got an itch in these claws? Let me scratch it for you." Hao Shun desperately tried to resist smashing his own hand against the wall, but his body refused to obey, as if his arm no longer belonged to him, reduced to a plaything in Chun Ji's grip. His hand was whipped upward and smashed against the wall a dozen times, the pain drawing howls from Hao Shun. Before he could recover, several brutal punches hammered into his stomach. The agony contorted his organs, bending his body double as if his insides had been rearranged. Chun Ji gave a forceful shove, sending him collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up like a giant shrimp, moaning incoherently. Chun Ji pulled out his phone and started recording. "Stop playing dead. Out with it. Who sent you to cause trouble in my family's shop?" Hao Shun grimaced in pain, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "No one." "Then who threw the stuff on the ground?" Hao Shun fell silent. Chunji said, "Take it back to where you got it from." Beside them, Chen Shaoli was completely dumbfounded. He never expected his son to actually dare lay hands on Hao Shun. He knew he had just stirred up a hornet's nest. Beating Hao Shun would be easy. Someone like him, 20, wouldn't be a match for his son. But Hao Shun had come under the banner of the village committee, or rather, under the pretense of running errands for Hao Chong. If they beat Hao Shun, would Hao Chong ever let their family off the hook? Watching his son make Hao Shun pick up the items, he snapped out his daze and limped forward. Xiao Ji, don't be like this. Let's talk this through. I'll pick them up, it's fine. Chunji remained silent, walked over again to photograph the chaotic mess in the shop, then pointed the camera at Hao Shun. "Look at what you've done to our shop, and you still say this isn't vandalism?" Hao Shun, his face flushed purple-red from pain, forced out the words, "I didn't mean to." Chunji smiled, putting his phone away. "That's all I needed to hear, as long as you admit it." He lifted his leg and delivered another flurry of kicks at Hao Shun, who screamed in pain. Flailing his arms to block the blows, he began to plead, Chunji, stop hitting me." Chen Shaoli quickly stepped in to restrain his son. "Xiaoji, what's gotten into you today? You're about to bring a sky-collapsing disaster upon our family." Chunji steadied his father, who was swaying from tension and fear, and said, "Dad, don't worry. Nothing bad will happen. Starting today, no one will ever bully our family again." "How could that be, son?" Chen Shaoli's face turned deathly pale with fear. "After all these years, what our family's been through, others may not know, but you and I understand perfectly well. We can't afford to provoke them." Chunji declared in an unshakable tone, "Dad, we won't provoke anyone, but I won't allow anyone to provoke us either." Listening to his son's resolute words, Chen Shaoli looked up at him, seeing the firm expression and sharp gaze on his son's face. His heart stirred, feeling somewhat moved. But then, he shook his head painfully. "It's no use, son. Given our family's current situation, we can't afford to be tough. We'll never be able to afford it. I've told you before about the past. When I was young, I was just as hot-blooded and defiant as anyone. Back then, our family had money, and I wasn't a cripple hobbling around on one leg like I am now. In the days of glory, who could have imagined falling to such a desperate state? Some forces are simply beyond our defiance. We have no choice but to accept it. If we refuse to yield, our family's livelihood would be at stake. Don't forget, your brother is in that condition and needs care, and your sister is still in university. Your father was just like you when he was young, unbending as steel. Back then, he couldn't understand why some people endured bullying without fighting back, thinking, what's the worst that could happen? Death. Better to be beaten to death than scared to death. But now I've come to realize, we can't even afford to die." At this point, Chen Shaoli was already choking with sobs and couldn't continue speaking, while two streams of hot tears rolled down his face. Seeing his father's aged and haggard appearance, now crippled with a lame leg, Chen Ji felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. Chapter 32, Setting the Dogs Loose. His father was right. In his youth, he had been just as impulsive and hot-headed as Chen Ji was now. Back then, my father was far more impressive than I am now. Among his rural peers, he stood out as the best in every aspect. My father was born in 1970, the year of the dog, and obtained his driver's license at the age of 18. You must understand that in 1988, when my father turned 18, although China had been undergoing reform and opening up for several years, rural development hadn't progressed that rapidly yet. The collective era mentality of the so-called 8 major professions still deeply influenced vast rural areas. The so-called 8 major workers refer to sales clerks, waiters, ticket sellers, drivers, and so on. Back then, wasn't there a saying about drivers? Turn the steering wheel, and even a county magistrate's position wouldn't tempt you to swap. Moreover, Chen Shaoli was his own boss at the time. His family owned the large truck, and they also had a vast orchard. Not only was he the wealthiest in his own village, but his family was also among the most prosperous households in the surrounding 10-mile radius. Add to that Chen Shaoli's tall, handsome appearance, and naturally, he became the most sought-after bachelor in the neighboring villages. The threshold of his home was practically worn down by the constant stream of matchmakers. Both in terms of personal qualities and family background, he was first-rate. As a young man, Chen Shaoli was inevitably a bit proud and spirited, brimming with youthful arrogance, truly a man in his prime. He couldn't even settle for an ordinary village girl. Later, through an introduction, Chen Shaoli married a state-owned enterprise female accountant who ate imperial grain, or more precisely, someone who used to be called an imperial grain eater, Tan Pei-mei. Tan Pei-mei graduated from a technical secondary school, majoring in accounting. Back then, simply passing the entrance exam for such schools meant escaping rural life and becoming a state personnel who ate imperial grain. After graduation, she was assigned to a state-owned liquor factory in their county, working as an accountant in the finance department. However, just a few years in her job, she was caught in the wave of layoffs. The enterprise went bankrupt, and workers had their seniority bought out, becoming laid-off employees. The saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Tan Pei-mei's so-called iron rice bowl was shattered, and her status plummeted. Her dream of marrying a man within the system was dashed, and in the end, she could only marry Chen Shaoli, a private transport operator. In the first few years of their marriage, Chen Shaoli was seen by others as a winner in life. He had money at home, was a private transport operator, and had married a former state-owned enterprise accountant who was also stunningly beautiful. Back then, which neighbor didn't envy Chen Shaoli? But Chen Shaoli's good days lasted only a few short years before descending into a nightmare. The nightmare's cause was Yu Ruyong, the former director of the county liquor factory, returning to town and starting his own small distillery, hiring Tan Pei-mei as his accountant and, incidentally, his mistress. Chen Shaoli and Tan Pei-mei's marriage took a nosedive, deteriorating at breakneck speed. After years of constant bickering, it ended with Chen Shaoli getting his leg broken and the couple divorcing. From then on, Chen Shaoli became a cripple, hobbling on one leg while struggling to raise 3 children alone. To make matters worse, within a few years, Hao Chong returned to the village as its new head and made it his mission to harass and bully Chen Shaoli at every turn. The villagers, fearing Hao Chong, gradually began to distance themselves from Chen Shaoli. No one dared to speak up for him, not even his own younger brother, Chen Shaoxin, who grew close to Hao Chong, calling him brother and acting chummy. Now, as father and son recalled those past events, they couldn't help but sigh with regret. Seeing Chen Shaoli grab hold of his son, tearfully pleading with him, Hao Shun realized this was his chance to escape. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to his feet, hunched over, and crept silently toward the exit. The small shop had been converted from 2 southern-facing rooms, a modest space. Though Chen Ji and his father were lost in reminiscence, he still noticed Hao Shun sneaking away. Yet, he pretended not to see. He thought to himself, even if you run 20 paces away, I'll still drag you back. Hao Shun's electric bike had 2 crates of beer placed on its footrest, and a large wolfhound was tethered to the vehicle. There was no easy way for him to run, even if he wanted to. But it was clear that Hao Shun had no intention of running when he stepped out of the house. He quickly circled to the other side of the electric bike. In his mind, this was now completely safe territory, with the big wolfhound by his side. Then, he started cursing loudly toward the house. Chen Shaoli, you bastard, how dare you order your son to hit me? I'm working for Chui Wen Lai. Hitting a village official is breaking the law. I'll call the cops right now. Chen Ji, that piece of trash thinks he's tough? Let's see how tough he is at the police station. Cursing under his breath, he kicked out violently, sending the top crate of beer flying. Both crates contained glass bottles. As the kicked crate crashed to the ground, the sound of shattering beer bottles echoed through the air. Then, with another furious kick, he sent the bottom crate tumbling down too, shouting, "You want money? QR code or cash, huh? Screw you. I don't want this crap anymore. Keep it for you and your damn father to drink yourselves to death." Inside the convenience store, Chen Shaoli's face turned pale with rage, but he still tightly held back his son. "Xiao Ji, don't lose your temper. Let him curse if he wants to. We've been through this kind of thing more than once, you and I. Just lower your head. What can't be endured? If we endure it, it'll pass, and we can still live our lives well. But if we really make a big deal out of it, then this life will become unlivable." Hao Shun was still cursing wildly outside, but Chen Ji wasn't in any hurry to go out. Putting his hand on his father's shoulder, he said, "Dad, Like I just said, we don't have to be afraid of him anymore. We won't stir up trouble, but no one gets to push us around again either. You know, I could have beaten them before, but I never laid a hand on them because I knew if you take down one small fry, an even fiercer one will come after you. We can't afford that trouble. If things really escalate and we end up at the police station with people like Hao Chong buddy-buddy with everyone in town, the authorities will always side with them. That's why we never dared to confront them. But now it's different, I promise you. Our family has connections too. If those officials dare to bend the law, twist right and wrong, we'll take them all down in one sweep. Chen Shaoli stared at his son in disbelief. His son claimed their family now had powerful backing. It was too incredible to fathom. He knew his own relatives and friends well. His cousin Chen Shaoli held a high position with great power, but he never lifted a finger to help with family matters. So where did this sudden backing come from? Chen Ji said, "Dad, I'll explain everything to you in detail later, but right now I have to go out. That bastard has gone too far. We absolutely can't let him off. Our family is going to hold its head high from now on, and it starts with dealing with him." Hearing his son speak with such certainty, Chen Shaoli loosened his grip on Chen Ji's hand. Though he still couldn't fully believe it, he felt his son made sense. Before heading out, Chen Ji took out his phone and called Shun Qinglin. "I'm coming out now. Record everything that happens next." Seeing Chen Ji still hadn't dared to come out despite his cursing and smashing, Hao Shun grew even bolder, his insults escalating in both volume and vulgarity until he was completely carried away. At that moment, Chen Ji strode out from inside the house. Hao Shun secretly rejoiced. He'd been waiting for Chen Ji to emerge. His stream of abuse grew increasingly obscene, dredging up insults targeting 8 generations of ancestors, all to thoroughly provoke Chen Ji. As Chen Ji approached, he'd already crouched down to unleash the mastiff's leash. Chapter 33. Seeking Revenge. Chen Ji saw through Hao Shun's scheme. The vicious insults were meant to lure him closer so the wolfhound could attack him. This actually played right into Chen Ji's hands. From the start, he'd wanted an excuse to kill that vicious dog. He hadn't expected Hao Shun to cooperate so perfectly. How could he refuse such an opportunity? Pointing at Hao Shun, Chen Ji said, "Didn't know you were such a skilled trash talker. Fine. Keep it up if you dare. Today I'll beat you until you're picking your teeth off the ground." Seeing Chen Ji approach, Hao Shun immediately moved toward the electric bike. The wolfhound had already been growling restlessly, its primal instincts fully unleashed as it barked furiously. He suddenly released the large wolfhound, which let out a furious roar and lunged at Chen Ji. Chen Ji feigned panic, raising his hand in a defensive gesture as if trying to ward off the wolfhound's attack. Hao Shun was overjoyed. He knew Chen Ji was done for. This wolfhound had been specially trained to target arms, locking on without letting go. Moreover, the German Shepherd's bite force was powerful enough to snap thick bones in one chomp. In the height of summer, Chen Ji wore short sleeves. If his arm got bitten, chances were he'd lose it for good. Sure enough, Chen Ji's waving gesture to block attracted the large wolfhound. The dog moved with practiced ease, leaping up and opening its bloodthirsty maw to viciously bite Chen Ji's arm. But this was merely a feint from Chen Ji, designed to lure the wolfhound into jumping. The moment the dog sprang into the air, Chen Ji delivered a powerful kick to the softest part of its lower abdomen, the most vulnerable spot on a dog's body. Moreover, Chen Ji's kick was both brutal and precise. The airborne wolfhound was sent flying upward by the blow, letting out a prolonged, agonized howl. With a thud, the now limp beast crashed to the ground, its limbs convulsing as copious amounts of blood rapidly gushed from its mouth. It was clear the vicious dog wouldn't survive. Hao Shun stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he'd just witnessed. How was it possible? A single kick had killed such a massive wolfhound? In Hao Shun's understanding, dogs were creatures of tenacious vitality. A large wolfhound like this, ordinary ones could take several stabbings and beatings without necessarily dying. A strong adult colliding with it would hardly harm the massive wolfhound. Yet Chen Ji had killed it with just one kick. Where did such terrifying force come from? Hao Shun stood frozen in place, his mind racing wildly, when suddenly his neck tightened. Chen Ji had seized him by the nape. Only when he regained his senses did he realize he'd fallen into Chun Ji's grasp again, his entire body instantly turning ice cold with terror. Chun Ji pinched the back of his neck, staring at him with a mocking smile. "Little bastard, you like cursing, don't you? Go on, curse. You were so sharp-tongued just now. Keep it up. Come up with something creative, and I'll let you go. Those stale insults? I'm not interested." Hao Shun felt his whole body turn cold. His knees went weak, wanting to buckle, but with his neck gripped tight, he was held up like a rag doll, unable to kneel. Terrified, he stammered, "Don't take it to heart. Spare me. I was wrong." Before he could finish, a solid slap landed on his face. Hao Shun felt like half his cheek had been plunged in a scalding sand, burning with a fierce sting. Chun Ji struck left and right, delivering a dozen slaps in quick succession. Hao Shun's face swelled visibly, and soon, it no longer felt like his own. He pleaded incoherently, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, please stop hitting me. Chun Ji, Grandpa Chun, spare me." Chun Ji dragged him back to the convenience store. "I told you, first settle the bill, then clean up the mess on the floor. Get moving now." Hao Shun nodded his head like a pecking chick. I'll pay right away. I'm a scoundrel, I deserve to die." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. His eyes were swollen, squinting as he scanned the QR code, still asking, "Brother Chinshaoli, how much is it?" After paying, he floundered around like a headless fly, looking for cleaning supplies. Chun Ji said, "The tools here aren't for you to use. I order you to pick up those broken glass pieces with your hands." He then yanked down 2 plastic bags and stuffed all the glass inside. "Clean up the spilled wine on the floor." Hao Shun was nearly in tears. "Chun Ji, Grandpa Chun, I beg you, I can't pick up broken glass with my hands." "Now you're scared? Too late. If you won't use your hands, aren't you dressed all fancy? Take off your shirt and use it as a rag to wipe the floor. I'll count to 3. Start right away, or I'll shove these glass shards into your mouth. 1, 2. Hao Shun trembled in fear, quickly taking off his shirt before crouching down to wipe up the broken glass and spilled liquor from the floor, gathering it all into a plastic bag. But 2 bottles worth of liquor was no small amount, and soon his shirt was soaked through. As Hao Shun tried to wring the alcohol from the shirt, shards of glass pierced his hands, making him cry out in pain. He turned pleading eyes to Chun Shaoli. "Brother Chun Shaoli, please have mercy on me." Chun Ji raised a hand to stop his visibly distressed father. "Dad, stay out of this. Today he's cleaning this up no matter what. This is already going easy on him. If he ever pulls this again, I swear I'll make him swallow every last shard of glass." Hao Shun knew Chun Ji wasn't joking. The guy was genuinely furious. Gritting his teeth against the pain of glass shards cutting his hands bloody, he finished cleaning the floor, depositing both the glass fragments and ruined shirt into the plastic bag. Chun Ji finally spat out a single icy word. "Scram." Hao Shun felt as if granted amnesty, scrambling out on all 4s. By now, his eyes were even more swollen, leaving only a slit to see his way. With trembling hands, he fumbled to turn on the electric bike's ignition, desperate to flee. But his palms were full of glass shards. The moment he gripped the throttle, the pain made him howl. Realizing he couldn't ride, he abandoned the bike and bolted on foot. He had to hurry to the village committee to seek out his patron Hao Chong and get Hao Chong to avenge him. He became quite the spectacle on the road, drawing many strange looks from the villagers. After all, Hao Shun was Hao Chong's lackey. These people usually threw their weight around the village, always the ones dishing out beatings. When had anyone ever seen them get beaten? Let alone like today, with Hao Shun stripped to the waist, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood at the corners of his mouth. Not to mention his hands covered in blood. Truly, he couldn't have looked more wretched. Even more pitiful was his expression, looking exactly like a stray dog fleeing in panic. The villagers immediately started gossiping. What on earth happened? Who beat up Hao Shun? Yeah, who's got such nerve to hit him? They must have a death wish. See that? He's running toward the village committee office. Go to find Hao Chong. Chapter 34. The Commotion. Hao Shun fled in disarray, abandoning the dead wolfhound right there. Even his electric bike was left behind. Instantly, the area outside the grocery store erupted into chaos. The commotion came from the old men playing stone chess under the big poplar tree. At first, Chun Ji beat up Hao Shun inside the small grocery store, and Immediately, the 8 or 9 old men playing chess couldn't sit still anymore. They hurried to the store's entrance but didn't dare go inside, clinging to the doorframe instead, straining to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Then, Hao Shun rushed out of the store, cursing loudly outside. The old men on both sides of the door stared at him in astonishment, as if they didn't recognize him at all. Hao Shun looked just like a shrew cursing in the streets, completely different from before. In the past, if anyone in the village provoked him, he wouldn't waste words. He'd just throw punches directly. But today, he'd met his match. The old men also felt that Chunji had changed. Chunji and his father had always been bullied in the village. When had they ever fought back, let alone taken the initiative to hit someone? What's going on today? It feels like everyone's acting strange. What shocked the old men the most was that Chunji actually kicked the village chief's big wolfhound to death in one strike. This left them utterly stunned. They couldn't believe it had really happened. These 8 or 9 old men had lived in the village for 70 or 80 years, yet they'd never heard of a dog being killed with a single kick. Back in the village, killing a dog used to be a real hassle. You'd have to loop a rope around its neck, hang it from a tree, then pour a ladle of cold water down its throat to choke it. After that, you'd stab its neck to drain the blood. Yet even after all that effort, the dog would still be struggling. A dog's will to live is incredibly strong. Forget about kicking one to death. Even whacking its head several times with a stick wouldn't do the job. The real problem was this big wolfhound belonged to Hao Chong, the village chief. The chief often walked the dog around the village, and whenever the villagers saw it, they'd steer clear, because this dog had a habit of biting people. The villagers didn't dare to even look at the dog, let alone beat it. But Shinji actually ended up killing the village chief's dog. Only after Hao Shun had run far away did the old men snap out of their daze and start chattering all at once. Xiaoji, you've really gone and done it this time. That's the village chief's wolfhound. If you kill it, do you think the chief will let you off? An old man suggested, run now while you still can. Once the chief brings his men, you won't get away. The oldest man among them, trembling as he tapped his cane against the door, said, Shaoli, quickly check how much money we have left. Give it all to Xiaoji and make him leave immediately. The farther, the better. Just like those who fled to the northeast in the old days. Once gone, never return. Otherwise, there'd be trouble. Chunji couldn't help but laugh at the old men's words, especially when the octogenarian told him to go down to Guangdong. He felt like he'd time traveled. What era is this already? Still talking about going down to Guangdong. Seems third grandpa's mindset is stuck decades in the past. The commotion outside the convenience store grew louder, and the village intelligence hub at the Eastern Street corner also buzzed with activity. In the eyes of Niu Jinju and the other women, even if Chunji encountered Hao Shun bullying others or taking things from the grocery store without paying, Chunji wouldn't dare to do anything about it. But to their surprise, shortly after Chunji entered, Hao Shun came scrambling out of the grocery store in a sorry state. Hiding behind an electric bike, he hurled curses at the store, clearly putting on a bold front while inwardly quaking. The women could probably guess what had happened. Niu Jinju scrutinized the scene more closely, growing visibly excited. Oh my, look everyone, Hao Shun is going all out this time. Don't you see? He's deliberately hiding behind the electric bike while hurling insults, really vile ones too, just to lure Chunji out. Look how he's gripping the quick-release clasp on the dog leash. The moment Chunji steps out, he'll definitely set that dog loose on him. The more timid women paled, with two visibly shaken. You're right, that does seem to be the plan. But that German Shepherd is too vicious. He can't possibly unleash it. How Chan's wolf dog bites people. Listen to how fiercely it's barking now. Even I'm scared. If it really pounces and knocks someone down, it could kill them. Niu Jinju, coming from a wealthy family and being bold herself, sneered disdainfully. It's not that easy to kill someone. At most, it'll tear off a few chunks of flesh from the face. Won't be fatal. When the wolf dog lunged at Chunji, the women screamed in terror. The more timid ones covered their eyes, afraid the bloody scene would haunt their nightmares. But no one expected that instead of biting Chunji, the big wolfhound was kicked to death by him. Although these women weren't particularly worldly, they knew it wasn't easy to beat a dog to death, let alone kill one with a single kick. Yet this impossible thing had truly happened right before their eyes. The group of women stood stunned, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. It wasn't until the old men over there erupted in an uproar that the women snapped out of their daze and began chattering excitedly among themselves. He was both terrified and astonished by the force of Chun-Ji's kick. It seemed his childhood training with sandbags had truly paid off. Hearing others praise Chun-Ji made Nyo Jinju deeply uncomfortable. She couldn't stand anyone complimenting Chun-Ji. In the past, few had praised him, and whenever someone mentioned how well-behaved or studious he'd been as a child, it gnawed her. Her family was wealthy, and her husband had influence in the village, maintaining good relationships with town officials, wealthy locals, and even the village chief, Hao Chong. In every aspect, they could outshine Uncle's family. But there was just one thing. She only had 2 daughters, no son. Although Uncle's family was poor, and their eldest son was mentally challenged, the second son, Chun-Ji, was handsome, capable, and had excelled in studies since childhood. In the grandfather's eyes, Chun-Ji was a treasure. Normally, Nyo Jinju didn't like to think about this matter. It made her uncomfortable whenever it was mentioned. Now, seeing Chun-Ji kick the big wolfhound to death while the women were still praising his fighting skills felt like rubbing salt in her wounds. Nyo Jinju angrily shouted, "Have you all lost your minds?" Chun-Ji was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He didn't even know where he kicked that dog. Maybe he hit its balls by accident. That's the only reason he managed to kill it. He's done for this time. Didn't even check whose dog that was before daring to hit it and actually killed it. I reckon he'll have to pay with his life for that dog. Her words made the women start worrying for Chun-Ji again, convinced he was truly in danger this time. Maybe it was just as Nyo Jinju said, killing the village chief's dog might cost Chun-Ji his life. In the nearby Audi A4, Auntie had already dissolved into a flood of tears. If Shen Qinglin hadn't pulled her back just now, Annie would have gotten out of the car to fight Hao Shan. Hao Shan's intention was obvious, to lure Chun-Ji out and set the dog on him. Everyone could see it, so how could Annie not? She absolutely couldn't let her nephew take such a risk. That vicious dog was as big as a small donkey. It could kill someone in a real attack. Fortunately, Shen Qinglin had locked the car doors, so Auntie couldn't get out to fight even if she wanted to. Chun-Ji kicked the big wolfhound to death in an instant, nearly scaring his aunt into fainting. Now that the wolfhound was dead, his aunt still cried uncontrollably from lingering fear. Shen Qinglin helped the aunt out of the car. Seeing her weep so bitterly, Chun-Ji felt both heartache and warmth. This was his own flesh and blood aunt after all. Having lacked maternal love in childhood, he was fortunate to have his aunt fill that emotional void. He stepped forward and took his aunt's hand, saying, "Auntie, don't be upset. The dog didn't even bite me, and I ended up killing it." The aunt tightly grasped her nephew's hand as if afraid he might run away. "Xiaoji, you must never do such a thing again." Just now, Annie was so frightened her vision went blurry. A dog that big could have caused serious injury if it bit you. How could you be so reckless, child? At that moment, Chun Shaoli limped over, his face still pale. Clearly, he hadn't recovered from the earlier scare. He also took his eldest aunt's other hand and said, "Big sister, let's talk inside." As he spoke, he let out a deep sigh. This sigh was filled with helplessness and resentment, yet it also seemed to release a long-held breath of frustration. Turning his head to look at Shen Qinglin, he couldn't help but smile. "Qinglin's here too. It's been years since you visited Uncle's place. Come on inside." Chen Shaoli had never forgotten Shen Qinglin, who had nearly become his daughter-in-law. Seeing her again after 4 years felt particularly warm and familiar. Chapter 35. The village chief is done for. At the main gate, Chun-Ji's elder brother Chen Daji was hiding under the archway, peeking timidly and not daring to come out. Shen Qinglin spotted him with her sharp eyes and waved cheerfully. "Big brother Daji, come over quickly. I bought you some delicious treats." Only upon hearing about the treats did Chun Daji muster the courage to emerge from the corner, still clutching a long plastic gun in his hand. Shen Qinglin asked him, "Brother Daji, what are you doing with that gun?" Chun Daji pointed at the dead dog on the ground and said, "I'm going to shoot the dog. I just saw it trying to bite Xiaoji. I'm his older brother. I have to protect him." As he spoke, he waved the plastic gun in his hand. Shen Qinglin took the plastic gun from him, pulled back the bolt, and fired around. "This gun's not bad, but I bought you an even better one." After speaking, she went back to the car to fetch it, calling out to Chun Ji at the same time. "Chun Ji, what's in your travel bag? We're home. Why haven't you taken it down yet?" Chun Ji went over to retrieve the bag, and as he lifted it in his hand, he flashed Shen Qinglin a sly grin. Shen Qinglin glared at him. "That smile of yours definitely means trouble. Out with it. What are you scheming now?" Chun Ji glanced at the snacks and plastic gun in Shen Qinglin's hands, blinked, and said, "Great minds think alike." He unzipped the travel bag and pulled out a plastic gun. "I bought this in Jiangzhou. It's bigger than yours and has more features." Seeing that both of them had guns, Daji immediately ran over, snatched both plastic guns, and hugged all three in his arms, grinning from ear to ear as if he'd found some priceless treasure. Chen Ji teased deliberately, "Bro, you've got 3 guns now. How about sharing one with me?" Daji promptly handed one plastic gun to Chen Ji. "Here, now we both have guns. If any dog tries to bite you again, just shoot it dead." Shen Qinglin watched the two brothers standing together with guns in their arms, feeling somewhat dazed. She had noticed before that the brothers looked so much alike. If they were the same clothes and had the same hairstyle, standing side by side without speaking, outsiders would have a hard time telling who was the elder and who was the younger. Both brothers were nearly 30 years old, with different levels of intellectual development, yet their appearances were so similar. Genetics truly are a marvel. And he called out through the shop window, "Xiaoji, Qinglin, don't just stand outside. Come in and talk." Everyone entered the house, and Shen Qinglin presented the tea she had brought to Qin Shaoli. Qin Shaoli ran a small shop and lacked nothing, but his shop didn't carry such expensive tea. He could tell at a glance that the tea was of high quality and certainly not cheap, making him quite flustered. "Qinglin, just visiting your uncle is enough. Why spend money on such expensive things? Young people should learn to save, not waste money." Auntie pulled her nephew aside and pointed outside, saying, "Xiaoji, look, that dead dog is still out there." How Shun even abandoned his electric bike, running away bare-chested. He must be going to call for reinforcements. What's your next move? Chunji knew his aunt was right. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, "Do not rely on the enemy not coming, but rely on your readiness to meet him." Hao Shun must have gone to seek help from his backer, Hao Chong. Hao Chong was known in the village for bullying others, and now that he'd suffered a loss, he definitely wouldn't let it go. He'd likely bring a group of people, maybe even armed with weapons. If they came in numbers, carrying iron rods or machetes, handling them alone would be no easy task. Moreover, Hao Chong would surely believe he had justice on his side. First, his nephew Hao Shun had been beaten, and second, his prized wolfhound had been kicked to death. If villagers ended up fighting over this, the local police station would undoubtedly take their side after being called. After all, they were all buddies who ate, drank, and partied together every day. However, Chun Ji was well prepared. If they believed they were in the right, he would make sure they weren't. As for them bringing a crowd to fight, if there were too many to handle, his family would retreat and shut the gate tight. If they dare to break in by force, they shouldn't blame him for his flying knives showing no mercy. He comforted his aunt. "Auntie, you're absolutely right. Don't worry, I can handle this. Let's close the shop first and stop doing business this afternoon. Weren't you coming over to fry dumplings for Dad and Brother? Let's all go inside." After sending everyone home, Chunji remained standing on the street, surveying the surroundings and contemplating the necessity of installing several surveillance cameras around his house. He had already started confronting Hao Chong and his gang, so some precautionary measures were absolutely necessary. That evening, he had clearly arrived at Baitonkin, but didn't drop by home precisely because he'd taken Mr. Chin's new car and had even beaten up 2 sand quarry operators. If Qin Guomin and his crew weren't afraid of being reported and insisted on immediate revenge, or if they reported him for car theft, returning home would only bring trouble to his father and the others. Today he finally couldn't hold back and hit Hao Shun, giving his father some small satisfaction, but it would undoubtedly bring complications later. It all depends on whether I can handle it properly. By this time, Hao Shun had already run to the village committee. Entering the village committee compound, he saw village chief Hao Chang's Audi A6 parked in the yard, alongside a Porsche Cayenne and a Land Rover Range Rover. Hao Shun let out a sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally settling. The whole way running to the village committee, his mind had been plagued with doubts. He knew Hao Chang had gone to the town's Green Origin Grand Hotel for drinks at noon and was afraid the chief might have gone to the county town for karaoke afterward, in which case he wouldn't have dared call him back to stand up for him and settle the score. Now that the village chief's car is in the yard, it means the chief has returned. What made Hao Shun even more delighted was that if Hao Chang wanted to gather people to deal with Qinji, he could only call them from the sand quarry by the Daqing River to the north. The village committee is a proper organization and certainly wouldn't keep a bunch of fierce thugs on hand. And those Cayenne and Range Rover vehicles belong to the sand quarry owners, meaning the toughest fighters were all at the village committee right now. Now it's settled. As soon as the village chief sees me in this miserable state and hears that Chun Ji killed his family's wolfhound, that father-son pair, surnamed Chun, will be done for. The village committee compound was newly built in recent years. The front features 9 tall, tiled roof houses in a row, with wide balconies tightly enclosed by dark brown aluminum alloy frames, clearly indicating high construction standards. The eastern side of the compound houses functional spaces like the kitchen and storage rooms, while the western side features several spacious garages. Hao Chang's private office bears a sign reading Village Chief's Office at the entrance. Inside, the decor follows a rather nouveau riche style, with an oversized executive desk and genuine leather boss chair exuding considerable grandeur. The room was furnished not only with plush sofas and an exquisite coffee table, but also featured a dedicated gongfu tea area. At its center stood a massive ebony tea table, its surface hard and polished with a deep, rich hue, surrounded by ornately carved rosewood armchairs. Seated in the host chair was Hao Chang. Around 50 years old, he was short and stocky with a round, fleshy face that squeezed his eyes into narrow slits. Though not tall, his body exuded a robust energy, thick arms, a protruding belly, and the unmistakable air of village authority that warned against underestimating his stature. The air conditioning in the office was set very low. Hao Shun, who had run all the way under the scorching sun with his bare torso, was drenched in sweat. The moment he stepped inside, he shivered violently, feeling as if his sweat had frozen into ice. His voice involuntarily rose several pitches higher, trembling as he cried out, "Village Chief, it's over, it's over. Chun Ji has rebelled. Look what he did to me." Chapter 36. Call in reinforcements from the sand yard. "Who the hell are you cursing is over?" Before Hao Shun could finish, Hao Chang hurled a teacup straight at his head. Although the teacup was small, it still hurt when it hit his head. Hao Shun instinctively ducked. "Village Chief, I wasn't talking about you. I meant that little bastard Qinji." "Who did you say?" Before he could finish, someone nearby angrily interrupted him. I meant Chunji," Hao Shun stammered, eyeing the man's bear-like physique. 3 other men sat at the tea table, 2 of whom resembled giant bears, clearly brothers at first glance. The 2 were the sand quarry bosses beaten by Chunji that night, biological brothers. The elder went by the nickname Big Turd, while the younger was called Little Turd. These brothers ranked as the quarry's 2nd and 3rd in command. Seated on the other side was the quarry's top boss, Zheng Biao. He had a towering, muscular build, his black t-shirt stretched taut over his muscles. His square-jawed face bore rigid lines, with a knife scar running diagonally from his left eyebrow to his right cheek like a vicious centipede. His triangular eyes gleamed with a vicious ferocity, as if he were ready to pounce on his prey at any moment. At noon, Hao Chang and the other 3 drank at the Green Origin Grand Hotel. After finishing their drinks, they returned to the village committee to sip tea and chat. The conversation mostly revolved around the sand quarry business, since Hao Chang was also one of its shareholders, though secretly. Zheng Biao, Big Dog's Hit, and Little Dog's Hit appeared to be the quarry's owners on the surface, but in reality, they were just employees. The quarry had other hidden backers, along with a few county officials' family members who also held secret shares. That night, after Big Dogs Hit and Little Dogs Hit suffered a loss at Chunji's hands, their usual arrogance made it impossible for them to swallow the humiliation. They immediately wanted revenge. They called Hao Chong right away to gather information about Chunji and even considered heading straight to Chunji's hometown to wipe out his entire family. But Qin Guomin, fearing being reported, went to great lengths to suppress the matter and even called Hao Chong to persuade those two pieces of shit to leave Chunji alone for now. Because if they messed with Chunji, he might expose the bribes those two pieces of shit had given, which would reveal many problems at the sand quarry and damage everyone's interests. They definitely wanted revenge against Chunji, but not now. They'd have to find another excuse later. For his own interests, Hao Chong helped Qin Guomin by temporarily calming down those two pieces of shit. Today at the Nantan Village Committee, those two pieces of shit remembered being beaten by Chunji, and their hatred was reignited. Just moments ago, they were complaining to Hao Chong. When have we ever been this cowardly, getting beaten up and not even allowed to settle the score? These past few days have been torture for both of us. Hao Chong said, "You think you're the only one suffering? Do I look like a patient man to you? The real issue is you two dragged Qin Guomin and the sand quarry into this. That connection must never be exposed to anyone. If Chunji reports this, everyone will know you two gave money to Qin Guomin, and if they dig up the big thing we did, even the higher-ups might not be able to cover it up." At the mention of the big thing by Hao Chong, the two scumbags immediately fell silent. After all, that matter involved two lives. They couldn't risk drawing attention over something small and lose everything. Just then, Hao Shun ran in, terrified, saying Chunji had beaten him up. The two pieces of shit heard it was Chunji again and immediately got excited. Hao Chong also flew into a rage, slamming the tea table hard. What the hell is Chin's problem? Has he grown a backbone, daring to hit you? Do those three father and sons have an itch they need scratched these days? Don't worry. I'll have someone pay them back right away. The two pieces of shit saw their chance and immediately volunteered, "Let the two of us go." We underestimated him that night. Who knew the bastard knew a bit of martial arts? We definitely won't lose out today. Hao Chong glared at them. Didn't I just say it? Neither of you is going. Big Shit said, "Today's business is different from that night. What happened then is already in the past. Today he beat up Hao Shun, and we're here to settle the score for Hao Shun. Nothing else is involved." Hao Chong glanced at Hao Shun and waved dismissively at the two pieces of trash, signaling them not to blabber in front of others. Some secrets shouldn't be spoken of too freely. You two can't show your faces for a while. You might think you're going for Hao Shun's beating, but that kid Chunji might not see it that way. If he thinks you're settling old scores along with new ones and pushes him too far and he posts another video or something, well, you know the consequences. Hearing this, the two pieces of dog shit deflated again, though their resentment was palpable. They sat there fuming, clearly unwilling to accept it, huffing and puffing with indignation. Zheng Biao truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned business tycoon. He remained utterly composed, not uttering a single word the entire time, merely fixing Hao Shun with that hawk-like, calculating stare. Seeing Zheng Biao so composed, Hao Chong felt he too should maintain an unshakable demeanor, as steady as Mount Tai in the face of collapse. He forced himself to calm down, glanced at Hao Shun's pitiful state with a sneer, leisurely took a couple sips of tea, then asked, "Did you go taking things from old Limpy's place again under the village committee's name?" "No doubt. He even went to my house first to take the big wolfhound with him," Hao Shun said with a miserable face. "Yes, village chief, that's exactly what happened. I think a Qin guy looks down on me. Only when I say the village committee needs to entertain guests will that Qin guy obediently hand over the goods. Bringing the big wolfhound along just makes it more convincing, doesn't it? Who would have thought that little bastard Chunji would suddenly turn so unreasonable? Not only did he demand I pay up immediately, but he also insisted the village committee settle their debt with his family right away. Hao Chong grew furious once more upon hearing this. That punk really has some nerve. Fine, let him settle it. Tell him to bring the ledger and come see me if he dares. Hao Shun's eyes darted nervously as he stammered, "Village chief, you're right. That Shinji kid is too arrogant. He not only hit me, but also beat up the big wolfhound. What? He dared to hit my dog? Hao Changting sprang to his feet, grinding his teeth as he said, "In this village, no one dares to touch my dog. Whoever lays a finger on my dog doesn't want to live anymore." Hao Shun quickly seized the chief's words. Yes, yes, yes. That kid clearly doesn't want to live. He actually beat the chief's wolfhound to death. Utter lawlessness. What did you say? Hao Chang stared at Hao Shun in disbelief. Say that again. He killed my dog? Really dead? How did he do it? He just... Hao Shun began stammering again, convinced he absolutely couldn't tell the village chief the truth. If the chief found out he'd set the dog on Chen Ji, leading to it being kicked to death, would the chief ever forgive him? He just grabbed a stick and started kicking and beating. I couldn't stop him no matter how hard I tried, and that's how the big wolfhound got killed. Useless bastard. Enraged, Hao Chang slapped Hao Shun twice across the face with both hands. Hao Shun's face was already swollen like a pig's head, so swollen he didn't dare touch it, and now, after 2 more slaps, he wailed in pain. Hao Chang turned to Zheng Biao, who had been keeping a cold face and saying nothing, called the sand quarry. Get about 10 men over here. The villagers beat the village chief's dog to death for no reason, so teaching him a lesson is perfectly justified. Who would have thought we'd actually be in the right? Chapter 37. The Martial Arts School Graduate. Upon hearing Hao Chang suggest calling a dozen men from the sand quarry to deal with Chen Ji, Zheng Biao shot him a cold, piercing glare. Can't you show some backbone? Just one reckless kid and you need to call a dozen men? Seems like you're regressing instead of growing up. Hao Chang defended himself. I've told boss and second boss before. Chen Ji, that kid has been punching sandbags and practicing mixed martial arts since he was little because of what happened to his mom. I heard he even trains with throwing knives, nursing a grudge to avenge his dad. That kid really has some skills. Otherwise, how could boss and second boss, being so big and strong, have suffered at his hands? Zheng Biao cast another cold glance at Big Dog's Hit and Second Dog's Hit. You two are useless too. Always making a big fuss, acting all capable. Yet that night, the two of you couldn't even take on one guy. Aren't you ashamed? The 2 Dog's Hits quickly widened their eyes in protest. We underestimated him that night. Didn't expect the bastard to know a thing or two about fighting. If you send us now, we'll beat him till he's barely breathing. Don't just talk tough. Zheng Biao stood up, drained his teacup in one gulp, and wiped his mouth. You all keep saying that kid knows some martial arts. Well, that's piqued my interest. I've been itching for some action these past few days. I'll go deal with him myself. Hao Chang breathed a sigh of relief. If Zheng Biao took matters into his own hands, that would be even better. No matter how badly Zheng Biao beat Chen Ji, he himself remained invincible in this situation. Even if things escalate, they can publicly claim that the wolfhound was raised by Zheng Biao. Chen Ji killed someone else's dog. How could they not demand an explanation? A single disagreement led to a fight, whether it was mutual brawling or Chen Ji provoking it first. Hao Chang had absolute confidence in Zheng Biao's skills. Zheng Biao was in a completely different league from those 2 pieces of trash. Those 2 pieces of trash relied on their size to put up a fight, but brute strength alone was all they had. If they ran into someone trained, their raw power would be useless. Zheng Biao had graduated from a proper martial arts school. He had always been taller than his peers since childhood. By 3rd grade, he was already taller than middle school students. But his academic performance was a complete mess. He simply wasn't cut out for schooling. Before even finishing elementary school, his parents sent him off to martial arts school. Since he couldn't make a living through academics, he'd have to rely on martial arts. Looking back now, his parents' life plan for him was spot on. If Zheng Biao hadn't been such a fighter, he wouldn't have become the top dog at the construction site, bought several properties in the city, driven a Porsche Cayenne, enjoyed fine food and drink every day, or had the freedom to hit the clubs whenever he wanted. You going is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Hao Chang said. But fine, you've got some skills, consider it practice. Wait until you've beaten him into submission. Make him kneel at the village committee entrance with his head pressing down a wolfhound. When he gets to stand up depends entirely on my mood. Zheng Biao kicked his chair back and strode out, landing a kick on Hao Shun. Come with me, show me the way to find that bastard. Ah, Yes, yes, yes. I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way. Hao Shun nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chick. Hao Shun had only heard tales of Zheng Biao's fearsome reputation as the top enforcer of the sand yard, but had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Now that Zheng Biao was taking matters into his own hands, Hao Shun felt both honored and awed. Never had he imagined the sand yard's top man would personally step in to avenge him. What immense privilege! Before he could even make a move, Hao Shun felt his scalp tingle just from the sinister and ruthless aura emanating from Zheng Biao. He knew that Chun Ji would either end up dead or crippled this time. Just as the two were about to leave, the door of the village chief's office was knocked. After 3 knocks, the lock clicked, and someone pushed the door open and walked in. Hao Shun gasped in shock and instinctively retreated several steps, for the person who had just entered was none other than Qin Ji. Zheng Biao had never met Qin Ji before and didn't recognize him. Seeing a young man suddenly walk in, he frowned and coldly spat out, "Who let you in? Get out." Qin Ji ignored him completely. Holding a count book in his hand, he walked straight toward Hao Chong. When had Zheng Biao ever been ignored like this? He flew into a rage instantly. As Chun Ji passed by him, Zheng lifted his leg and kicked out while roaring, "Get lost!" Chun Ji swiftly dodged while simultaneously sweeping his leg toward the opponent's left leg. Zheng Biao instantly lost his balance, his massive frame crashing heavily to the ground. The floor tiles were hard, and the fall was solid. Fortunately, Zheng Biao had trained before, instinctively tucking his neck as he fell, preventing a head injury. Moreover, his reflexes were quick. After hitting the ground, he immediately sprang up like a carp leaping out of water and threw a straight punch at Qin Ji. The punch was fierce and precise, delivered with lightning speed. But Qin Ji's kick was faster. Before his fist could reach Chun Ji, his chest was struck by another powerful kick, sending him flying backward. With a thunderous crash, his back slammed into the wall, shaking the entire room. The two men started fighting, and the 2 pieces of trash couldn't hold back any longer. The brothers immediately joined the fray, but they probably forgot how Chun Ji had beaten them to the ground that night. The moment they charged forward, one was knocked down by a whip-like kick, while the other took 7 or 8 punches to the face in an instant and collapsed as well, perfectly recreating the scene of their beating that night. Hao Chong and Hao Shun were dumbfounded, frozen in place. Zheng Biao crashed into the wall, his combat ability largely intact, but he didn't attack again. Instead, he quickly assessed the gap between his own strength and his opponent's. A sharp pain surged through his chest, accompanied by a suffocating sensation. His throat itched as if he were about to vomit blood, which terrified him. Chun Ji was quite tall, but his figure was well-proportioned. Standing straight, he still gave off an air of refinement. Such a young man, yet with such explosive power. Zheng Biao was burly and thick-skinned. He could probably withstand a car hitting his chest, yet the opponent's single kick made his throat taste blood. This could only mean the vast gap in combat prowess between them. Now, with those 2 pieces of trash writhing on the ground, moaning in pain, even if they were pulled up to fight together, the 3 of them might still be no match for Qin Ji. Zheng Biao didn't dare act rashly anymore. Qin Ji pointed at the 3 of them and turned to Hao Chong. "Village chief, who are these 3? Why did they immediately attack me the moment I entered?" Misunderstanding. Hao Chong had snapped out of shock and forced a stiff smile. "They're all my friends. You were just trading words with them earlier. Don't be impulsive. Nobody needs to be impulsive." As he spoke, Hao Chong came around from behind the tea table, putting on the appearance of mediating. He had been involved in street life since his youth and was an experienced fighter. Though he had never trained in Sanda, the moment they clashed, he could tell that Zheng Biao and the other 2 were no match for Qin Ji. This left him utterly shocked. He had originally thought Zheng Biao's martial arts training would ensure Qin Ji's defeat, but it seemed he'd severely underestimated Qin Ji's combat prowess. Ever since Chen Shaoli had his leg broken over 20 years ago, rumors had spread through the village about Chun Ji punching sandbags and practicing mixed martial arts, vowing to avenge his father. All these years, Hao Chong had never taken it seriously. A son swearing revenge after his father was beaten into disability. Nothing could be more natural. As for punching sandbags and practicing martial arts, it was just a momentary impulse driven by hatred. Hao Chang spent all his time hanging around with violent thugs, and over time, he came to believe that martial arts skills were nothing but a myth. At most, practicing boxing and martial arts could improve one's attacking and dodging abilities, increasing agility. When it comes to real fighting prowess, let's be honest, size and strength are what truly matter. Height and weight are the ultimate advantages. But Chen Ji's move today truly opened Hao Chang's eyes. First, he never expected Chen Ji to possess such willpower, over 20 years of relentless study and training. Second, he absolutely didn't anticipate Chen Ji could elevate his combat prowess to this level. Facing Chen Ji now, Hao Chang was visibly intimidated. Chapter 38. Even beating a dog depends on its master's face. Hao Chang knew full well that he was considered one of Chen Ji's enemies. All these years of what he'd done to Chen Shaoli, Chen Ji surely remembered every bit of it. If he didn't find a way to suppress Chen Ji now, he'd most likely suffer a major loss. With 5 men in the room, still no match for Chen Ji, fear and panic forced Hao Chang to plaster on a smile, desperate to keep the conflict from escalating. Chen Ji pointed at the 2 pieces of dog shit and sneered, "I know these 2. What a coincidence. I just had dealings with them a few days ago. I knew they ran a sand quarry, but I didn't expect them to be friends with the village chief." Hao Chang forced a laugh. "Just casual friends. They dropped by today for a chat." "Chen Ji, did you need something?" "Of course I do." Chen Ji shook the account book in his hand and shot a glance at Hao Shun, who was trembling like a leaf. "This guy just went to my store, took things without paying, and even set his dog on me. I remember, the village committee has owed our family small shop for several years now. Small businesses can't afford to keep floating money. Let's settle the accounts." Hao Chang rolled his eyes and forced a dry laugh. Right. I know the village committee owes your family shop. But the committee's finances are tight these days. Let's wait a while. When we collect some payments, we'll prioritize settling with your family." "I see." Chen Ji flipped through the account book unhurriedly. "I've taken a general look and have a question. If the village committee is financially strained, why are hospitality expenses so high? I've calculated, the goods taken from our family's convenience store by the village committee are just a small portion. The bulk lies elsewhere, making hospitality expenses a significant sum. I'm wondering, could someone be using the village committee's name to take goods from our store for personal use? Should I post the account books in our village work group chat? I can't figure out myself, but surely there are people in the village who can. Everyone has their own understanding of the village committee's income and expenses. Posting it in the group for discussion might reveal if someone is abusing public resources for personal gain under the guise of official business." As he spoke, he glanced at Hao Shun. "Take this guy, for example. He just came to my shop claiming the village had a work team visit and that we were short on cigarettes and alcohol for hosting them. But when I came over, I didn't see any working group. Could it be that the working group he mentioned was just these few sand quarry operators?" Hearing Chen Ji threaten to post the account books and records in the village workgroup chat, Hao Chang was startled again. Truth be told, the items taken from the small grocery store for hosting visiting officials only accounted for a small portion of the village committee's hospitality expenses, and even that alone amounted to tens of thousands in debt. The total hospitality expenses must have been a huge sum. All these years, he'd been acting like a local tyrant in the village. Many villagers were well aware of the village committee's financial irregularities, but they dared not speak up in anger, let alone question or report him. If Chen Ji posted the account book in the village work group, the consequences would be disastrous. The village work group includes police officers from the town police station and district supervisors. Messages in the group are visible to everyone in town. At this thought, Hao Chang feigned anger and scolded Hao Shun. "Tell me the truth. Was what Chen Ji said just now true? Did you take things from Chen Shaoli's shop under the pretense of the village committee's authority? You bastard, I think you should quit being a mediator." While cursing, he said to Chen Ji, "The issues you've reported have shocked me. I never expected certain individuals in the village committee to do such things. This must be thoroughly investigated with no leniency. From now on, whenever anyone takes anything from your family's shop, tell your father it must be cash transactions. No one is allowed to write IOUs to avoid confusion. Here's what we'll do. The village committee will first settle all outstanding debts with your family. Leave the account book here. I will conduct a self-inspection among the village officials." With that, Hao Chong called over the village accountant Chen Xiaoshan and instructed him to immediately settle Chun Ji's outstanding payment. Chun Ji handed the account book to the accountant and then pointed at Hao Shun, saying, "Some of the village committee cadres have serious issues. Not only have they abused their power for personal gain, taking things from my home under the village committee's name, but this guy here even deliberately set his wolfhound on me just now. Village chief, you must investigate this thoroughly and deal with it seriously. This constitutes intentional assault, and I've preserved evidence. If necessary, I'll report this to the public security authorities." Chun Ji seemed to grow increasingly furious as he spoke. In an uncontrollable rage, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked Hao Shun to the ground. "Village chief, you don't know how dangerous it was back then. Luckily, I've had training. An ordinary person would have been either killed or seriously injured." A surge of furious blood rushed to Hao Chong's head. Chun Ji was too arrogant. This brat actually had the audacity to push his luck. After enduring and yielding again and again, the bastard dared to raise his hand against him in the office. Did he even see him as the village chief? Hao Chong clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was never one to swallow insults. In his youth, he'd roamed the county streets as a troublemaker, always ready for a fight. After becoming village chief, he'd swaggered around like he owned the place. After all, Hao Shun was his subordinate. Even when beating a dog, you had to consider its master's face. What difference was there between Chun Ji striking his man in front of him and slapping him across the face? Hao Chong couldn't help saying, "Then let's call the police." It seems the truth of this matter really needs thorough investigation. Truth be told, as he spoke these words, Hao Chong burned with overwhelming humiliation. Given his former reputation in the underworld and his current status as the unquestionable village chief, with 3 of the toughest men from the sand quarry by his side, he was forced to resort to calling the police, something utterly spineless for someone like him. Chun Ji smiled and said, "You should have called the police long ago. I think this could escalate to the level of a criminal case." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, opened a video, and held it up in front of Hao Chong. It showed the scene in front of the convenience store where Hao Shun deliberately set his dog on someone, and Chun Ji kicking the large wolfhound to death. Hao Chong was dumbfounded once again. The footage left him utterly stunned. The wolfhound was his own dog, and he knew full well how tenacious its vitality was. Just now Hao Shun had said neither man nor dog could defeat Chun Ji. That Chun Ji had beaten the wolfhound to death with a stick. He found it unbelievable. After all, the wolfhound was so ferocious. How could it be killed so easily? Now, after watching the video, he realized Chun Ji hadn't used a stick at all. He'd kicked the wolfhound to death with a single blow. This was something utterly impossible in Hao Chong's understanding. Yet he had no choice but to admit the video was undeniably real. After the initial shock, Hao Chong recalled what Hao Shun had just told him. That bastard Hao Shun not only used the village committee's name to take things from Chen Shaoli, but also deliberately paraded around with his wolfhound to intimidate others. This scoundrel had pulled such stunts more than once or twice. In the past, when nothing went wrong, Hao Chong had turned a blind eye. After all, everyone was just bullying Chen Shaoli together. But only now did Hao Chong realize what serious trouble Hao Shun had brought upon him. If Chun Ji posted this video online, he, as the village chief, would also be thrust into the spotlight. After all, the mastiff was his, so he would definitely bear responsibility. Moreover, the video clearly shows Hao Shun provoking and cursing outside the grocery store, holding the dog's slipknot leash. His intention was clearly to lure Chun Ji out and set the dog on him. Chun Ji was right. This counts as intentional harm. Although Chun Ji killed the mastiff, leaving Hao Chong's heart bleeding with grief, looking at it from another angle, it was also a good thing. If the mastiff had actually bitten someone, he would have been held jointly liable. Chun Ji had this video in his hands. Irrefutable evidence. What was the point of calling the police? Hao Shun's beating was for nothing, and his family's dog died in vain. The more Hao Chang thought about it, the angrier he became. Rage surged from his heart, and malice rose in his guts. With nowhere else to vent his fury, he lunged at Hao Shun and unleashed a flurry of wild kicks. Hao Shun howled in pain as he was kicked, rolling around on the ground and begging for mercy in every possible way. But Hao Chang couldn't stop himself, wishing he could just beat this troublemaker, who'd brought misfortune upon him too, to death right then and there. Chapter 39. A choking feeling. Chun Ji swaggered off with the settlement money, making sure everyone noticed. Hao Chang, Zheng Biao, and the others stood by the window, glaring at Chun Ji's retreating figure in the courtyard, their teeth clenched in fury, veins bulging on their foreheads. These streetwise tough guys had never suffered such humiliation before. Each of them felt deeply insulted, as if they'd endured an unbearable disgrace. Zheng Biao and the two pieces of shit got beaten up. The intense humiliation they felt goes without saying. Even Hao Chang, who hadn't lifted a finger, felt he couldn't show his face around anymore. As the village's undisputed ruler who called all the shots, the mighty village chief usually carried himself with an air of authority. With his background as a former gangster, which villager didn't treat him with fearful respect? But today, Chun Ji hadn't given him the slightest consideration, forcing him to keep a polite smile plastered on his face. The sheer humiliation of it was unbearable. It made his blood boil. The two pieces of shit flew into a rage, shouting, "Call for backup. Hurry up and make the call. Get more people here, all armed. I want to chop that bastard into pieces with my own hands." Zheng Biao gave them a cold glance, his face dark and brooding, saying nothing. Who knew what he was scheming? Hao Chang looked at Zheng Biao with an inquiring gaze and tentatively asked, "What do you think we should do? We can't just let this slide, can we?" Zheng Biao snorted coldly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Hao Chang said, "Dealing with this kid can't be done straightforwardly like with others. Even if we call in more people, that kid knows martial arts. If we fail to catch him and he escapes, the consequences would be endless. I think we need a major principle when dealing with him. First, don't act rashly unless we're fully prepared. Second, if we're going to act, we must eliminate all future troubles completely." What he said made sense, but even he felt somewhat insincere saying it. Because at this very moment, he was overwhelmed by an intense sense of dread. Revenge was certainly necessary, but it had to be meticulously planned, a single, decisive strike that would leave no room for future troubles. This line of thinking itself stemmed from profound fear. "That settles it." Zheng Biao turned toward the tea table, grabbed his phone and car keys, and headed out while tossing a final remark. "Prepare thoroughly these next few days. We'll deliver a decisive blow to that bastard." Chun Ji hadn't gone far from the village committee when he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw it was none other than Chun Xiaoshan, the village accountant. Chun Xiaoshan beamed with a smile. "I'll go with you. Didn't you kill that dog? And Hao Shun's electric bike is still parked at your doorstep. I'll go retrieve it." "Good, good," Chun Ji replied with a chuckle. "We'd better haul it away quickly. Otherwise, with this summer heat, that dead dog will start stinking in no time." Chun Xiaoshan and Chan Shaoli were of the same generation, and according to the family tree, they were quite closely related. However, after Hao Chang returned to the village as the village chief, he formed a village committee and brought Chun Xiaoshan in as the village accountant, essentially using him to suppress the Chun clan members in the village. Although he wasn't as ruthless and vicious as Hao Chang and his ilk, as part of Hao Chang's group, he still carried a whiff of being an accomplice to wrongdoing. The Chunji family had long since stopped associating with him. But now as the two walked together, Chunji showed no trace of resentment on his face. They chatted and laughed along the way, like the closest of old friends. Watching them return in such a friendly manner, the group of women waiting for drama at the east end of the street were utterly dumbfounded. Chunji had killed the village chief's dog. The chief would surely fly into a rage, gather a group of men, and beat Chunji half to death, if not outright kill him. That was the inevitable outcome everyone expected. Yet Chun Xiaoshan, as Hao Chang's lackey and the village committee's accountant, dared to walk and laugh so intimately with Chunji after such a major incident. What was Chun Xiaoshan playing at? Is he starting a rebellion? Then, Chen Xiaoshan struggled mightily to haul the enormous dead dog onto his electric bike. After nodding and bowing obsequiously to Chun Ji in farewell, he rode off on his scooter. The women stood dumbfounded. Only when the electric bike disappeared around the street corner did they burst into animated chatter like green bottle flies startled by a thrown stone, their voices rising in a buzzing clamor of gossip. What's going on? Doesn't Chen Xiaoshan know the wolfhound was kicked to death by Chun Ji? He definitely doesn't know. If he did, would he dare to joke around with Chun Ji? Even if pretending, he'd have to act like he had a deep hatred for Chun Ji. Then what's happening? Did Chun Ji make up a lie to fool Chen Xiaoshan, and Chen Xiaoshan believed it? Niu Jinju listened to these women's gossip, growing angrier by the minute. She had come to this rural gossip hub after lunch, hoping to gather some news, brag a little, bask in the feeling of being the center of attention, and then go back for her afternoon nap. The only reason she'd stuck around this long instead of napping was to watch Chun Ji become the butt of jokes, to see him beaten half to death by the village chief's men, begging on his knees, paying exorbitant compensation, even dressing in mourning clothes for the chief's wolfhound and holding a funeral procession. But to her disappointment, none of it happened. She didn't see Chun Ji get beaten, didn't see him pay compensation or suffer humiliation. It left her utterly disappointed, wasting her precious nap time just to witness this anticlimax. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to contain herself, she lashed out at the women. I think Chen Xiaoshan ought to know what's really going on. Didn't you see Chen Ji just went out? He must have gone to bribe the village chief and apologize. Paid out a fortune too. Otherwise, there's no way the chief would have let him off. If he hadn't, do you really think he'd have made it back alive? Hearing her words, the women all fell silent. To continue the previous topic would displease Niu Jinju. Yet to echo Niu Jinju's words would make the womenfolk find it implausible. One glance at Chun Ji's beaming face made it clear he hadn't gone to deliver money or apologies to the village head. The village chief treats his wolfhound like a treasure. This isn't something that can be settled with just compensation and an apology. And everyone knows what kind of temper the village chief has. Forget about killing his precious dog. Even saying the wrong word could earn you a slap or a kick from him. If Chun Ji went to apologize over the dog incident, there's no way he'd get off easy. But since Niu Jinju had spoken, which of these ordinary rural women would dare contradict her? Her family was wealthy, with assets exceeding 10 million. For rural women whose families couldn't even scrape together 10,000 yuan, 10 million might as well have been an astronomical figure. In this rural gossip hub, everyone could freely chit-chat until Niu Jinju weighed in on a topic. Once she set the tone, her word became law. Money talks, and whatever she said went. Niu Jinju saw the women had fallen silent and knew exactly what everyone was thinking. Truth be told, she herself understood how utterly absurd the scenario of Chun Ji offering apologies sounded. Everyone knew perfectly well that if Chun Ji had actually faced the village chief, he wouldn't have returned unscathed. Feeling both bored and unsettled, Niu Jinju decided there was no point staying any longer. Yawning, she stood up to go home for an afternoon nap. Just then, a small truck entered the village, its cargo bed loaded with several large boxes that were unmistakably home appliances, refrigerators, air conditioners, color TVs, delivery vehicles. The car drove past, and a woman said enviously, "Look at that huge box on the car. What a massive fridge that must be. Whose family bought these? Even the air conditioner and TV boxes are so huge." Among the womenfolk was one nicknamed Little Loudspeaker, the backbone of the village's intelligence network and Niu Jinju's most devoted sycophant. Noticing Niu Jinju seemed in low spirits that afternoon, she seized the opportunity to flatter her, hoping to lift her mood. Yeah, such a huge box must be a really big fridge. A fridge that size would cost at least 10,000 yuan. Not many families in our village could afford one. He turned to Niu Jinju and said, "Your family bought it, didn't you? Look at that huge air conditioner and TV. I doubt anyone else here could afford them." Hearing this, Niu Jinju felt slightly more at ease. He curled his lip and said, "It wasn't bought by our family. Our fridge, air conditioner, and such, we just replaced them recently with the best models, still brand new. But you're right, Just looking at the size of the boxes, you can tell the fridge and air conditioner must be huge. If my family didn't buy them, then it must be the village chief's family. No one else could afford such expensive things. As they spoke, they saw the delivery truck that had just passed by come to a stop. A man wearing work clothes with a home appliance brand logo stepped out of the car and jogged up to the women, greeting them politely. "Hello, Annie's, may I ask where Chinshali's house is?" Chapter 40. Continuous slaps in the face. The women were all startled at the same time, and little broadcaster couldn't help asking, "Why are you asking about his family?" The man smiled and said, "We're definitely going there to deliver goods. His family bought home appliances, and we're going to install them." The women looked at each other and fell silent. No one had expected that these particularly expensive appliances had actually been bought by Chinshali's family. This completely caught them off guard and dealt Nyo Jinju a harsh slap in the face. Just moments ago, the village gossip had flattered Nyo Jinju, saying that if her family hadn't bought such a large appliance, only the village head's household could have afforded it. Yet in reality, it was Chinshali's family who made the purchase. What's more, when Chunji Gang returned by car earlier, Nyo Jinju had repeatedly claimed that Chunji was drowning in debt, with creditors constantly besieging his doorstep. Now it seems that wasn't the case at all. Everyone could see the Chinshali family had been struggling financially these past years. Over 30 years ago, the Chun family was the wealthiest in the village. But ever since Tan Pei Mei ran off with a rich man and Chinshali got his leg broken while trying to catch them in the act, their fortunes took a sharp downturn. After all, with Chinshali disabled and unable to work, raising 3 children, one of them mentally challenged, even the strongest family would collapse under such circumstances. So when Nyo Jinju just said Chunji was drowning in debt, the women thought it might be true. But now, it seems that's not the case at all. His family not only isn't in debt, but appears to have struck it rich. Just by looking at the women's expressions, Nyo Jinju knew exactly what they were thinking. This made her feel utterly humiliated, burning with jealousy. She immediately confronted the delivery man angrily. "Are you mistaken? Are you sure these appliances were bought by someone named Chinshali?" The delivery man was baffled, sensing something off about these women, especially this one who was particularly fierce, interrogating him in a rage. He said, "It wasn't Chinshali who bought them. It was someone named Chunji. He left this address and asked me to deliver them to Chinshali's home." Upon hearing it was Chunji who made the purchase, Nyo Jinju became even more unwilling to accept it, stubbornly insisting, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chinshali's family is practically destitute. How could they possibly afford such expensive appliances? That Chunji you mentioned is drowning in debt he can't repay, with creditors hounding him day and night. Forget buying appliances. He couldn't even afford a flashlight." The delivery man laughed. "Then we must be talking about different people? Anyway, that Chunji who bought all these appliances is loaded. This is our second delivery to his place. At noon, we just finished installing the air conditioner, fridge, and color TV for his grandfather, and now we're immediately delivering to Chinshali's place." What? Chunji bought his grandfather an air conditioner, color TV, and a big fridge. Nyo Jinju couldn't believe her ears. "Tell me, where does his grandfather live?" The delivery man said, "His grandfather owns an orchard. We were just delivering and installing it there." At this, Nyo Jinju was left speechless, unable to utter another word. Her chest had already felt tight earlier, and now it tightened even more. The discomfort in her heart was beyond words. Whether it was anger or jealousy, she couldn't tell, but one thing was certain: she felt absolutely terrible. She snorted in anger, turned on her heel, and stormed back home. The delivery man was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why the woman had flown into such a rage. He turned to ask the others, "Andy, could you please tell me where Chinshali's family actually lives?" After Nyo Jinju left, the women all pointed westward. "Over there, there's a big poplar tree in front of their house, and they run a small grocery store." The delivery man thanked him and went back to direct the truck to turn around again, heading to Chinshali's house. At this, the women began discussing fervently once more. Everyone agreed that Chunji must have struck it rich, He clearly had money now. Neo Jinju's earlier claim that he was drowning in debt and being hounded by creditors was surely just jealousy. The relationship between her and Chunji's family was well known throughout the village. Neo Jinju's family surpassed Chen Shaoli's in every aspect, especially financially, but there was one thing. Neo Jinju had no son, which was her greatest regret. What she couldn't tolerate the most, and what filled her with envy, was how her father-in-law doted on his grandson, Chenji, treating him like a precious treasure. So when Neo Jinju claimed Chenji was drowning in debt, it could only be seen as jealousy, a deliberate attempt to smear his name. In truth, Chenji wasn't in debt at all. In fact, he was becoming wealthier by the day. Some women sighed with emotion. Chen Shaoli has finally tasted sweetness after suffering. Back in the day, his family was so wealthy, but just because he married that kind of wife, their good family was ruined. Chen Shaoli was tall and handsome, such a fine-looking man, yet he was beaten into disability. All these years, dragging up 3 kids as a cripple, it's been so hard for him. Some women chimed in, "Who says it isn't? Look at his house. 30 years ago, it was the best in our village. The furniture and appliances were the most advanced of their time. But over these 30-plus years, the house remained exactly the same, with furniture and appliances still dating back to 3 decades ago. Many families in the village had grown wealthy, yet his own household had remained unchanged for over 30 years. Now it seems Chen Shaoli has finally made it through the hard times. Chunji was a determined child, mature beyond his years, excelled in his studies, and even got into a prestigious university. I heard he works at the automobile factory in Jiangzhou, earning tens of thousands a month." The women chattered away, each singing Chunji's praises. Since Neo Jinju wasn't around, they could speak freely. Had she been present, they'd never have dared say such things. After a while, Neo Jinju indeed returned following her afternoon nap. This was entirely within the women's expectations. Everyone knew that seeing Chunji buy such expensive air conditioners and large refrigerators for his home would make Neo Jinju green with envy. She simply couldn't stay put indoors and would inevitably come back out soon. Actually, she was just asking for trouble by coming out. She sat at the street corner, staring relentlessly toward the west. Watching the installation crew going in and out, Neo Jinju was so furious she felt like fire was about to burst from her belly. Especially when she realized Chenji hadn't bought just one air conditioner. He'd installed units not only in the main house, but even in the small shop. This made Neo Jinju so upset she nearly had a heart attack. The appliances weren't even fully installed, yet when Chunji came out laughing and chatting with the woman who'd been driving, they both got into the car together, with the woman still behind the wheel. As they passed through the village's unofficial intelligence hub, the local women craned their necks, straining to identify who the woman in the car might be. Finally, one of the women got a clear look and exclaimed in surprise, "I recognize her. Isn't that Chunji's old girlfriend?" They were university classmates. That girl was from Beitang village, the most beautiful flower in all 10 surrounding villages, with both a perfect figure and stunning looks. I don't know why, but they broke up later. Another woman said, "That's strange. Chunji has been married for over a year, so how did they end up together again? Could it be like what they say on TV, still connected even when apart?" The women burst into a chorus of laughter. Neo Jinju didn't join in the laughter. Her face had turned pale with anger. She said viciously, "What's separated but still connected? I say they're nothing but adulterous scum. That woman's no good either, coming to seduce him when he's already married. Chunji is no good either. If he wants to flirt with her, then he should just marry her. Now he's eyeing the food in the pot while eating from his bowl. How can anyone do such a thing and still call themselves human?" Chapter 41 feels like being scammed. Shen Qinglin originally planned to just take a quick look at her grandfather and Chen Shaoli before hurrying back. Because her company in the capital was extremely busy, she only made this trip back home amidst her packed schedule due to family matters. Who would have thought that just by coming to Nanan village for a visit, she'd witness Chunji accomplishing several major tasks? She saw with her own eyes Chunji installing large appliances at his grandfather's house, and then doing the same at his own home. More importantly, Chunji had already begun his revenge plan 20 years in the making, allowing Sun Qinglin to witness the dawn of a new era. However, Sun Qinglin certainly couldn't stay any longer. She needed to hurry back to pack her things and return to the capital. Chunji also needed to go to Bai Tankin to retrieve his car. Sun Qinglin was quite worried about Chunji. Unable to hold back on the way, she said, "I know you can fight, and it seems like you've come into some money, flaunting wealth with arrogance. But that doesn't mean you've gained power and influence. Today, you completely offended the village chief without mercy. That chief in your village used to be part of the underworld, and he's still connected to that circle. I'm certain he won't let this go easily. The fact that he didn't cause trouble on the spot makes it even more serious. It means he's using his brains. They're in the shadows while your whole family's exposed. Impossible to guard against. Nothing we can do about it," Chunji said. "I've been afraid of their retaliation, always yielding before. But what has that gotten me? You saw it today yourself. Even the village mediator dares to come to my house eating and taking freely under the village committee's banner. It'll only get worse from here. Pushed to this point, even if I can't win after all these years of training, I can't keep enduring it anymore." Sun Qinglin nodded. Enduring endlessly will only make the other party escalate their actions. When you can't endure anymore, there's no need to endure further. There's simply no other choice. But necessary precautions must still be taken. While they're plotting revenge, you can't just wait passively. You need to devise some countermeasures. Tell your dad not to keep the convenience store open too late, close by dusk, and stay indoors at night unless necessary. Didn't we already arrange it with the surveillance installer? After finishing at Grandpa's place, they'll come to your house next. When you go back, negotiate properly with them. Don't worry about the cost. Install several cameras, both visible and hidden, for full 360-degree coverage without blind spots. Check the home surveillance on your phone more often when you're away, especially at night. Just take a look whenever you have time. Also, you need to be extra careful in Jiangzhou. After all, you're the real target thereafter." Chunji didn't respond, staring absently at Sun Qinglin's face. Sun Qinglin couldn't help but glance at him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Can't get enough." Chunji blurted out, "Why do I feel like you're looking more and more like an old lady?" Sun Qinglin was so angry that she reached out and pinched Chunji's arm hard. "Are you asking for a beating? How dare you say such treasonous words?" Chunji grimaced in pain, rubbing his arm as he said, "I meant your nagging tone sounds like an old lady. Since you're so concerned about me and so worried, why don't you stay and help me solve the problem? We can still talk about life if you're free." Sun Qinglin shot Chunji a resentful glare. "You've got quite the imagination, big brother. Then why didn't you come to the capital to help me? We could have opened a husband and wife shop together. Back then I begged you to stay, but you still resolutely came back anyway. I actually understood back then, when two people in love can't be together due to various problems, it's no different from looking down on each other. The outcome is the same either way." The car fell silent as neither spoke another word. Though nothing showed on their faces, the thick atmosphere of melancholy permeating the car was unmistakable. After a while, Sun Qinglin composed herself and said calmly, "Though you speak of divorce with such detachment, I know no matter how much you pretend not to care, it still takes time to emerge from that psychological shadow. Quickly forget the unhappiness and start a new life. Now the whole family's hopes rest on you. You can't just live for yourself. You have to consider your family. Find a decent, reliable woman to marry. After the wedding, have children quickly, where you could even get the marriage certificate after she's pregnant. A filial son may wish to care for his parents, but they may not wait for him. If you don't hurry, by the time you have children, Grandpa might not be around to see them." With a smile, Sun Qinglin added, "My ideal partner must be someone who can cook well and make dumplings, so they can come back often to make dumplings for Uncle and Brother Daji." Chunji nodded silently, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. It was truly uncomfortable. When they arrived at Bai Tankin, Chunji said to Sun Qinglin, "Logically, since you came to see my grandpa and dad, I should visit your parents too. But I'm afraid they might overthink it, so I won't go today. I'll definitely visit when I get the chance. I really miss them." "All right, it's settled then," Sun Qinglin said, suddenly leaning in to kiss Chunji before turning shyly towards the car window. "Okay, you can scram now." After parting ways, Chun-ji hurried back in his X-Trail, knowing the surveillance installer would arrive soon. As his car passed the village gossip hub, it immediately drew the attention of the local women. One woman couldn't help remarking, "Isn't that Chun-ji's car? I'd recognize it anywhere." Country women speak their minds bluntly. Though everyone feared Nyo Jinju and worried about saying something that might displease her, this remark clearly contradicted Nyo Jinju's earlier statement about Chun-ji's car being seized by the court. Sure enough, the words instantly angered Nyo Jinju, who snapped back at the woman. "Think you're the only one with eyes? As if we didn't recognize Chun-ji's car? It's just some beat-up car worth 100,000 yuan at most. I heard he bought it on loan and still hasn't paid it off yet." With a disdainful curl of her lip, she added, "A car like that wouldn't even get a second glance in our household. Utterly shabby. Going through all the trouble to get married just to buy such a cheap car, and on loan at that. How embarrassing. Just think about it. When her Chanqian got married, she bought a top-tier Mercedes. Our Yin Yin isn't even married yet, and she's already playing around with a BMW. Money's no object for us. She can have whatever she wants." At these words, the women all began showering her with flattery. To these ordinary rural women, Mercedes and BMWs were things they could only dream of but never attain. They didn't know anything about cars. They just knew Mercedes and BMWs were expensive. Anyone with even basic car knowledge would notice that when Nyo Jinju's eldest daughter, Chun Xian, got married, she bought a Mercedes-Benz 8200, while Chun Yin drives a white BMW X1, the cheapest model in BMW's lineup. Whether it's Chun Xian's Mercedes or Chun Yan's BMW, they essentially just bought the brand logo. With limited budgets, but still wanting to show off, they opted for so-called luxury car brands. Fortunately, most villagers know little about cars, so the mere sight of a Mercedes or BMW immediately impresses them. Thus, Nyo Jinju's family's pretentious display works quite well. In the past, whenever Nyo Jinju boasted about her daughters driving Mercedes and BMWs and received flattery from the village women, those were her most satisfying moments. But for some reason today, when the women flattered her, she wasn't in the mood. Her mind seemed elsewhere, mainly because she felt like she'd been tricked. Chapter 42. A Bed Full of Cash. The news about Chun-ji's massive unpaid debts and being hounded daily by creditors was something she'd learned yesterday at the market, straight from Yang Lanxiang, Qin Guomin's wife. The two families were relatives, with Qin Guomin serving as the village chief of Baitankan. The snobbish Chun Shaoxin naturally stayed close to this cousin. Whenever Nyo Jinju ran into Yang Lanxiang at the market, the two would always exchange a few words. Yang Lanxiang wasn't one to tolerate injustice. With her fiery temper, she would have immediately reported to the police and led a group to Chun Shaoli's place to make a scene, demanding Chun-ji return her son's newly bought Mercedes-Benz right after he took it. However, Qin Guomin hesitated to act for fear of collateral damage and firmly opposed escalating the matter, leaving Yang Lanxiang seething with pent-up anger. Now that she ran into Nyo Jinju, she finally found someone to vent her frustrations on, cursing Chun-ji right in front of her. She even exaggerated Chun-ji's debt problems, claiming he had stolen her son's luxury Mercedes worth over 1,000,000 yuan, painting Chun-ji as a heinous criminal. Nyo Jinju loved hearing this kind of talk. Wasn't Chun-ji his grandfather's precious grandson? It'd be best if he got arrested immediately and thrown in jail. Then let's see if his grandfather still dotes on him. Today, Chun-ji had a woman drive him back in an Audi. Nyo Jinju didn't mention Chun-ji stealing someone else's Mercedes-Benz, instead saying his car had been repossessed by the court. It was because she didn't want the other women to know Chun-ji currently had a luxury Mercedes-Benz in his possession. Whether stolen or seized, just the thought of others knowing Chun-ji was driving a Mercedes-Benz was completely unbearable to her. When Yang Lanxiang mentioned her son's Mercedes-Benz costing over 1,000,000, it instantly made Nyo Jinju's daughter's Mercedes seem inferior, her daughter's model costing just over 200,000, the cheapest version available. Nyo Jinju couldn't stand being outshone, so she kept tight-lipped and didn't reveal that Chun-ji might be returning in a luxury Mercedes-Benz. But now, seeing Chun-ji drive back in his own Nissan Qashqai, Nyo Jinju couldn't bear that either. Didn't Yang Lanxiang make it clear? Chunji had taken her son's Mercedes-Benz and left his own beat-up Qashqai behind, swapping cars temporarily. Yang Lanxiang even claimed Chunji had committed highway robbery by taking the car, calling it illegal, and threatening to have the police arrest him. Neo Jinju had been waiting to see this joke play out. But now it seemed the joke wasn't happening after all. Chunji had driven his own car back, which meant the other party's big Benz had been returned. So what was there to arrest him for? The more Neo Jinju thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling thoroughly deceived by Yang Langxiang. She stood up and walked to the corner to call Yang Lanxiang. As soon as the call connected, she angrily exclaimed, "Auntie, your words are full of exaggerations. Yesterday, you told me Chunji stole your family's Mercedes-Benz and was going to have the police arrest him. What nonsense is that? I just saw Chunji drive back in his own white car. There's no truth to it at all. Why would you lie to me?" Neo Jinju had expected the other party to make excuses when questioned, but to her surprise, Yang Langxiang neither offered any justification nor cursed Chunji through gritted teeth as she had done the day before. Instead, she chuckled apologetically over the phone, saying, "Sister-in-law, I wasn't lying to you. Chunji did swap cars with Xiao Wei, and I was furious at the time. But this morning he already returned the car, and nothing inside was touched. Seems he just wanted to take it for a spin." Young people these days, who wouldn't love driving such an expensive luxury car if they've never had the chance? It's understandable they'd want to take it for a spin as long as they return it quickly. Yang Lanxiang's complete about-face made Neo Jinju absolutely furious. She had thought they were on the same side, but who knew Yang would switch allegiances in just one day? Too angry to listen any further, she hung up directly, cursing Yang Lanxiang under her breath. Yang Lanxiang certainly understood the reason behind Neo Jinju's outburst. Their family had always been at odds with Chunji's, constantly wishing misfortune upon him. This aunt-in-law had been eagerly waiting for Chunji to get arrested by the police, but it seemed she was about to be disappointed. To placate Neo Jinju, Yang Lanxiang called her back. Neo Jinju answered the phone angrily, her voice sharp and hostile. "What now? What lie are you trying to spin this time?" No, sister-in-law, don't be mad. I just forgot to ask earlier. Chunji got divorced. As his aunt, did you know about this? What? Chunji got divorced. Images of Chunji and his ex-girlfriend being all lovey-dovey immediately flashed through Neo Jinju's mind. Connecting the dots, Yang Lanxiang's news suddenly seemed a bit more credible. Chunji's divorce should have been good news for his second aunt, who never wished him well. But Neo Jinju couldn't bring herself to rejoice when she considered the reason behind his divorce. She suspected that Chunji might have divorced because he rekindled his old flame with an ex-girlfriend, meaning it was Chunji who left his wife. This speculation was hard for Neo Jinju to accept, because for a man to frequently change wives, he must first be very wealthy. Without money, even marrying one wife is difficult, let alone swapping them out. Only when life becomes too comfortable, with money to spare, does one start stirring up trouble, frequently changing wives. Neo Jinju grew angrier the more she thought about it, her frustration mounting until she couldn't hold back anymore. She snapped at Yang Lanxiang. "What does it matter to me whether he gets divorced or not? Our families haven't spoken for years. You know that perfectly well. Whether he lives or dies, I don't want to hear about it." Yang Lanxiang immediately realized Neo Jinju had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, do you think Chunji abandoned his wife? That's not what happened. It was his wife who left him. He owed a mountain of debt he couldn't repay, and debt collectors bombarded both their phones nonstop. His wife couldn't take it anymore. That's why they divorced. But his wife is a decent person. She just called me to apologize. She said Chunji had seized Xiaowi's car and she didn't know about it first. When she found out, she urged Chunji to return it immediately. She also said this incident made her see Chunji for who he really is, which finally made her decide to divorce him. See, even after divorcing him, she still called to ask if Chunji had returned the car. What a good woman." Yang Lanxiang's words once again left Neo Jinju utterly bewildered. The other person said Chunji was divorced, and she thought the news might be true. But as for the claim that Chunji was drowning in debt, with both his and his wife's phones bombarded by debt collectors, that didn't quite add up to her. If Chun-ji really owed so much debt that he couldn't repay it, where would he get the money to buy his grandfather an air conditioner and a large refrigerator, not to mention replacing all the household appliances with the most expensive ones? How could someone in debt possibly come up with that much money? Moreover, Neo Jinju always felt there was something fishy about Yang Lanxiang's words. Chun-ji's ex-wife had already divorced him, yet she was still apologizing on his behalf. Did she even have that obligation? This whole thing sounds completely unreasonable. Actually, not just Neo Jinju thought it was unreasonable. Yang Lanxiang felt the same way. As a distant aunt by marriage, she'd barely interacted with this niece-in-law before. Now that the niece-in-law was officially an ex, there should have been even less reason to talk. Yet unexpectedly, this former niece-in-law had called to apologize, speaking with such familiarity. No matter how you looked at it, something felt off. Yet he couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. Little did she know that Lu Hong's phone call to this former aunt-in-law she'd barely spoken with, apologizing and rambling about unrelated matters, was merely an attempt to fish for information. Lu Hong wanted to extract concrete details about Chun-ji's debt situation from Yang Lanxiang. Because the trigger for Chun-ji's debt crisis was Yang Lanxiang's younger brother absconding with the funds, leaving Chun-ji in the lurch. Chun-ji had been looking for Qin Guomin in recent days, asking him to help come up with a solution. Lu Hong just wanted to confirm whether Chun-ji's massive debt situation was genuine or if there was some trickery involved. She suspected that Chun-ji had discovered her affair and had conspired with Qin Guomin and others to set up this scheme. Lu Hong had already filed for divorce, yet she suddenly had this thought because she had discovered bundles of bright red banknotes neatly arranged beneath the bed in the secondary bedroom. Originally, she had packed all her belongings and taken them out, fully resolved to leave that home forever before heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Chun-ji. But today she realized there were still several items left uncollected, so she went back again after noon. After all, she still had the house keys. When she opened the door and rummaged through the belongings, she was shocked to discover the bed completely covered with banknotes. Counting them, it was exactly 1 million yuan. Staring at the sea of crimson banknotes before her, Lu Hong was instantly dumbstruck. Chapter 43. Swallowing the Bitter Pill in Silence. Lu Hong came from the countryside, with parents who were ordinary farmers and a modest family background. She had only been working for a few years and earned an average salary. She chose to be with Chun-ji because she saw him as a potential stock, believing he had a promising future. But in reality, after getting together with her, Chun-ji not only failed to thrive, but instead became increasingly unlucky. In short, Lu Hong had never seen big money before. Now, with 1 million yuan in cash suddenly placed before her, she felt dizzy. She even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they truly had this 1 million yuan in savings at home, without Chun-ji's mountain of debts. But she also knew this was just wishful thinking, because Chun-ji's debts were all too real. Although she had already filed for divorce, thinking that the debt would no longer be her concern, the collection calls kept coming. Of course, she understood that stopping the collection calls would take some time. What Lu Hong didn't know was that Chun-ji had actually already paid off the debt. It was just that the credit card and loan platforms had outsourced the collection business to third parties, and until the creditors notified them to stop, the calls and messages would continue for a few more days. Just as Lu Hong was at a loss about what to do with the huge sum of 1 million yuan, the phone rang. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, she knew it was yet another debt collection call. In the past few days, she had never answered calls from unknown numbers, but today she inexplicably picked up. The call connected, and the other party immediately verified her identity, clearly stating that she was the wife of debtor Chun-ji. They claimed Chun-ji was unreachable and demanded Lu Hong notify him to repay the money within 2 hours, threatening to show up at his workplace if he failed to comply. The tone was hostile and full of intimidation. Strangely enough, Lu Hong didn't get angry this time. Instead, she asked seriously, "Are you sure it's Chun-ji who owes your platform money? Could there be a mistake? I think he should have money. He shouldn't be in debt." These words immediately made the debt collector feel they'd caught her in a slip. As Chun-ji's wife, if you know he has money but still refuses to repay the debt, what kind of behavior is that? This constitutes fraudulent loan acquisition, a serious violation of the law, and he must bear corresponding legal responsibility. Lu Hong wasn't intimidated in the slightest. If anything, she seemed secretly pleased as she asked, "What kind of legal responsibility? Could you actually have him arrested?" The other party responded, "Legal liability cannot be determined at this stage. A lawsuit must be filed, and after case review, the judicial authorities will make a ruling." Lu Hong couldn't help but blurt out, "If the family had $1 million in cash right now, and he still owed you money without repaying, how serious would that be?" For some reason, the other end fell silent. Perhaps from the debt collector's perspective, normal people wouldn't speak this way. It sounded like mockery. Then, the debt collector spewed a series of threats, demanding the person in charge settle the debt within 2 hours or face consequences. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hong began to speculate about the origin of that 1 million yuan. Perhaps it was a guilty conscience. At first, she thought Qin Ji might have discovered her affair and wanted a divorce, but feared she would claim a share of their assets. So, he and his uncle had staged this drama of her younger brother absconding with the money and the debt crisis erupting, hoping to force Lu Hong to initiate the divorce herself. After all, with the family burdened by debt and no assets to divide, Lu Hong had no choice but to leave empty-handed. This way, Chun Ji could both end the relationship and exact his revenge on her. Based on this conjecture, Lu Hong called Yang Lanxiang, beating around the bush in an attempt to fish for information. But after making the call, she dismissed this speculation. She didn't think Qin Ji was that foolish. If he wanted to transfer assets before divorce, there was no need to let the debt crisis explode. After all, the damage to his credit would be too severe. Qin Ji wouldn't gamble with his future like that. If Qin Ji's debt crisis is real, then where did this million come from? And it was neatly tucked under the bed, as if afraid someone might find it. Could the money be ill-gotten? Lu Hong became increasingly convinced of her reasoning. Under normal circumstances, Qin Ji couldn't possibly come up with 1 million yuan. His sudden appearance now most likely meant he'd either stolen it or robbed someone. The thought that this money was ill-gotten gains from Qin Ji's crimes filled Lu Hong with both fear and a malicious sense of satisfaction. She felt certain that Qin Ji would soon meet with misfortune. She immediately dialed Wang Qiuyang's number. Wang Qiuyang had both arms broken. He just had surgery last night, and now that the anesthesia had worn off, he was in excruciating pain. The ringing phone only added to his irritation. His sister, who was keeping him company by the bedside, picked up the phone and glanced at it. "It says female client Lu. Should I answer?" she asked. Hearing it was Lu Hong, Wang Qiuyang, already overwhelmed by pain, snapped angrily, "Hang up, don't answer. That wretched woman ruined me. If it weren't for her, would my arms be broken? She's nothing but a jinx." Her sister silently hung up the phone. She knew her brother well. He was a womanizer who fooled around outside, and his marriage was in shambles. The couple was currently in a cold war. When her brother was hospitalized for surgery, many relatives and friends came to visit, but his wife was nowhere to be seen, proof of just how bad their relationship was. As for the female client Lu, who had just called, there was no need to ask. She was undoubtedly one of the women entangled with her brother in ambiguous affairs. It was because of her that his arm had been broken. The sister thought to herself that her brother was already in his 30s and owned a gym, so she couldn't really say much. The call had just ended when the phone rang again. It was Lu Hong once more. The sister hung up again, but the caller persisted, dialing relentlessly. Wang Qiuyang was so annoyed he was about to explode. "Pick it up and hand it to me," he said. "Let me ask this wretched woman what she wants." Wang Qiuyang's outburst was somewhat understandable. He was physically and mentally exhausted. The physical pain went without saying, but the psychological blow was even greater. Wang Qiuyang had always thought highly of himself, believing he was wealthy, tall, and muscular, the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome man. Among the female clients at his gym, as long as they were even slightly attractive, he had successfully pursued 90% of them. He took great pleasure in conquering other men's wives, especially those like Qin Ji, who led a miserable life. The thought of stealing such a man's wife filled him with immense superiority. But last night's incident shattered that sense of superiority completely. His body, which he had always prided himself on, proved utterly defenseless against Chenji. Like a mere toy, easily overpowered, his arms snapped effortlessly. It was a humiliating defeat, as if he had been crushed by an overwhelming force. Moreover, he had believed his wealth and connections, especially his friendship with Liu Weidong, captain of the Public Security Brigade's 1st Unit, would allow him to twist the truth. Yet, to his shock, the situation had reversed so swiftly. Liu Weidong said that in all likelihood, they would have to swallow this bitter pill in silence. The surveillance in the detention room was intermittent. When Wang Qiuyang chased and beat Chenji, the cameras were working perfectly, capturing everything. But when it came to how his arm got broken, the cameras conveniently malfunctioned. The only clues came from fragmented surveillance footage, showing him chasing Chenji while throwing punches, with marks left on the wall from his fists, as if he had struck the wall too hard and broken his arm in the process. Though the explanation seemed far-fetched, Liu Weidong advised against digging deeper, because if they investigated further, his violation of protocol would come to light. Even if they uncovered the truth behind Wang Qiuyang's broken arm, he would still face disciplinary action. Now under scrutiny from internal oversight, whether Liu Weidong could continue the investigation depended entirely on Chen Sinyu's stance. So Liu Weidong advised Wang Qiuyang to swallow the loss in silence. Wang Qiuyang was utterly frustrated. Finally, he understood the saying, "There are no eternal friendships, only eternal interests." Liu Weidong had sacrificed him for his own benefit. He was betrayed by his friend, but had no strength to resist. If he insisted on investigating the truth, Liu Weidong would be the biggest obstacle, and he might end up suffering the consequences. What shocked him even more was Liu Weidong telling him that Ding Haowei, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, was Chenji's classmate. It turned out that the advice given by his colleagues in the criminal investigation team at the time was actually setting them up. Upon learning this, Wang Qiuyang grew even more despondent, realizing he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Chapter 44. Best to have him shot. In over 30 years of living, Wang Qiuyang had never felt so utterly powerless. The confidence and high spirits of the past now seem utterly ridiculous. Turns out he was the real clown all along. In this wretched state of mind, staring at his 2 broken arms, Wang Qiuyang naturally thought of the catalyst, Lu Hong. He felt this entire misfortune was entirely caused by Lu Hong. He began recalling what Lu Hong had told him about her life after marrying Chenji. Back then, both of them thought Chenji was a jinx, unlucky since childhood, and plagued by misfortune even after starting work. But now Wang Qiuyang himself had fallen into bad luck. Looking at it another way, Chenji graduated from a prestigious university and had a high starting point in his career, yet his misfortunes began after meeting Lu Hong. He himself had sailed smoothly through over 30 years, only to end up in this sorry state after knowing Lu Hong. So it turned out Lu Hong was the real harbinger of misfortune. Lost in his foul mood, Lu Hong kept calling to harass him, which naturally sent Wang Qiuyang into a rage. His sister answered the phone and held it up to his ear. Before Lu Hong could speak, Wang Qiuyang roared, "Calling, calling, calling. What the hell are you calling for, you bitch? Don't you know I can't take calls right now? You jinx, haven't you ruined me enough? What the hell do you want?" Lu Hong froze with the phone in her hand. She knew Wang Qiuyang was in a bad mood after breaking his arm, but that didn't give him the right to lash out at her like this. Words like slut and jinx stabbed at the most vulnerable parts of her heart. Perhaps this was what they called a guilty conscience. These were precisely the words Lu Hong couldn't bear to hear, yet Wang Qiuyang had just hurled them at her. Lu Hong's tears fell instantly as she choked back a sob. "Yangzi, even if you curse me, no matter how harshly, I'll listen. But how could you call me a jinx? Woo-woo." Originally, when Lu Hong married Chenji, she thought she'd found her true destined partner. Who could have imagined Chenji would turn out to be such an unlucky star, completely disrupting her once stable life and turning her into a debtor? Later, Lu Hong finally managed to get involved with Wang Qiuyang, the owner of a gym. Wang Qiuyang was flawless in every aspect, financially well off, with looks and physique that were beyond reproach. Although he was a married man, Wang Chuyang assured Lu Hong that he would divorce his wife soon, so she didn't mind the issue of him having a wife too much. Lu Hong had thought she had escaped the pit of fire that was Chun-ji and could start a brand new life. But before her good days could even begin, Wang Chuyang ended up with a broken arm. Moreover, judging from Wang Chuyang's tone, he blamed Lu Hong for his broken arm. This outcome was something Lu Hong hadn't anticipated either. Back at the Public Security Brigade, Lu Hong had thought Wang Chuyang was particularly impressive, wealthy, and influential, and believed she'd found the right man. Later, the public security team locked Wang Qiang and Chun-ji in the detention room, which gave Lu Hong a sense of vicious satisfaction. She knew this was deliberately arranged by the public security team, because ever since Chun-ji arrived at the station, he had been filled with hatred toward her and Wang Chuyang. The two would start fighting the moment they saw each other. The public security team simply wanted to give Wang Chuyang a chance to teach Chun-ji a lesson. Lu Hong knew Chun-ji had been practicing Sanda and working out, but she still thought Wang Chuyang was the better fighter. Last night, after leaving the public security brigade, Lu Hong waited outside the police station for Wang Chuyang. She waited and waited, but Wang Chuyang never showed. Instead, Chen Sinyu's wife arrived and started questioning her relentlessly. Then, she saw Chun-ji walk out completely unharmed, and a sinking feeling settled in her gut. Sure enough, after asking around, Lu Hong received shocking news. Wang Chuyang had both arms broken. No need to ask, it was definitely Chun-ji's doing. Lu Hong understood just how deep a man's hatred could run towards someone who cuckolded him. Locking those two in the same room would be nothing short of fight to the death. Back at the public security brigade, the way Lu Hong and Wang Chuyang sat together had already made their relationship crystal clear to Chun-ji. Lu Hong knew Chun-ji would find out about this sooner or later, so she didn't want to hide it anymore. She thought with Wang Chuyang's protection, she wouldn't need to fear Chun-ji. But unexpectedly, Wang Chuyang was no match for Chun-ji at all. His arms were brutally broken by Chun-ji. What's more terrifying is that Chun-ji didn't even have to face legal consequences. Lu Hong was genuinely frightened now. How had she never realized Chun-ji possessed such capabilities before? She knew full well that Chun-ji could ruin her now, and Wang Chuyang was no longer in any position to protect her. At this moment, as Wang Chuyang hurled insults at her so brazenly, Lu Hong felt deeply wronged, but had no choice but to endure it in silence. She couldn't afford to turn against Wang Chuyang, nor did she want to simply give up on him. What's more crucial is that she needed to discuss something with Wang Chuyang. She had discovered that Chun-ji had obtained $1 million in cash through criminal means. They had to figure out how to use this to send Chun-ji to prison. Lu Hong had no experience in such matters, nor any connections, so she could only rely on Wang Chuyang. Only by putting Chun-ji behind bars could she feel at ease. She even wished Chun-ji had committed murder to get the money. If he were executed, it would permanently eliminate the problem. Wiping her tears, Lu Hong suppressed her grievances and said in a choked voice, "Yangzi, don't be angry. I have something important to tell you. Is it a good time to talk now? How the fuck asterisk could it be inconvenient? Spit out if you've got something to say." Lu Hong lowered her voice. "I came back to get something and found stacks of cash under the guest bed. Counted it, a full $1 million. Think about it. His debts have already exploded. I know exactly what his financial situation is like. He couldn't scrape together 10,000, let alone $1 million. If he had $1 million, he'd have paid off his debts long ago." The money was neatly tucked under the mattress, clearly hidden to avoid being discovered. "I suspect this money was either stolen, scammed, or even taken through murder. He thought I'd left home for good, and no one would find the cash under the bed, never expecting I'd return looking for something. What now? Should I report him to the police immediately? I think it'd be best to arrest him and have him shot. Wouldn't that be revenge for you?" Wang Chuyang fell silent, quickly assessing what this news meant for him. Lu Hong was right. Given Chun-ji's current financial situation, there was no way he could come up with $1 million in cash. And hiding the money neatly under the bed? Clearly a guilty conscience. That money wasn't obtained honestly. Whether it was stolen or robbed, this million yuan would be enough to ruin Chunji. And who knows, this might just be a fraction of his ill-gotten gains, with more hidden elsewhere. Wang Chuyang had witnessed Chunji's skills firsthand, so he didn't doubt for a second that the money had been obtained through illegal means. After a moment's thought, Wang Chuyang said to Lu Hong, "Don't leave now. Keep an eye on that money. I'll discuss this with a friend first and see how to handle it." This was a golden opportunity, one they had to seize to bring that bastard down for good. "I think this might just be a portion of his ill-gotten gains. You should check other places to see if there's more. I'll contact you after we discussed it." The friend Wang Chuyang mentioned could only be Lu Weidong. He had quite a few police friends, but most were grassroots officers. The highest-ranking one was Lu Weidong, captain of the Public Security Brigade. Wang Chuyang asked his sister to find Lu Weidong's phone number and called him, explaining the situation and asking what they should do next. Unexpectedly, Lu Weidong on the other end of the line hesitated. "The situation you described involves a non-public official's home containing a large sum of unexplained cash. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't warrant a case for the crime of possessing unexplained huge assets. Moreover, what you're describing is just speculation without concrete evidence. There haven't been any recent theft or robbery cases to investigate." Hearing this, Wang Chuyang grew anxious. "We're not just making wild guesses. This is a logical chain of evidence. He owes nearly $1 million in debt that he can't repay, and his debts have already blown up. His wife knows their financial situation best. Given his circumstances, he couldn't even scrape together 10,000. How could he possibly have $1 million? Hiding the money under the mattress. It's clearly ill-gotten gains. Isn't that evidence enough?" But Lu Weidong still didn't think it was enough to justify opening a case. Wang Chuyang was frantic with frustration, nearly leaping out of bed in anger. In his view, the million yuan Chunji had hidden under the mattress had to be the proceeds of crime. Who would have thought Lu Weidong could be so dogmatic? Even when the money's dubious origins were logically provable, he refused to file a case. Were they really just going to let Chunji off the hook? Later, after Wang Chuyang's persistent wheedling, Lu Weidong reluctantly agreed to summon Chunji for questioning, at least temporarily. He had to admit Wang Chuyang made a valid point. If the money was ill-gotten, interrogating Chunji might uncover some incriminating leads. With solid evidence in hand, they could officially open an investigation, and who knows, they might even crack a major case. Chapter 45 thought it was just a formality. To be on the safe side, Lu Weidong asked Lu Hong to take a photo of the 1 million yuan on the bed and send it to him. From the photo, the 1 million yuan was neatly arranged under the mattress, a highly suspicious way to store money. Combined with Chunji's current financial situation, there were significant doubts about him. However, without any other direct leads or evidence, they certainly couldn't open a case based solely on this irregularity. Moreover, since no case had been filed, the public security authorities had no right to investigate Chunji's accounts or transaction records. It seemed the only option at the moment was to summon Chunji for questioning. Lu Weidong immediately instructed his subordinate to call Chunji and notify him to come to the Public Order Brigade. By this time, night had fallen. Chunji was having dinner at home while being lectured by his father. To be precise, it wasn't really a scolding. With Chen Shaoli's current state of mind, how could he muster the authority to lecture his son? He was simply distressed about his son's spending, pleading earnestly, "Shaoji, I do believe now that you've earned some money through part-time work. But even if you've made money, you can't spend it like this. These past 2 years, your career has been rough. First losing your job, then the company going under. Look at you. With your postgraduate degree from a prestigious university, you ended up being forced to deliver goods alongside Chinsinu. Life is full of ups and downs. It's perfectly normal. When things aren't going well, being able to adapt and endure hardship is something I truly admire. But after finally earning some money through side jobs, you should be frugal. You can't just splurge the moment you have cash in hand. What's the point of spending so much money like this? What do you mean it's meaningless?" Chunji said with a smile. "Everything I bought is stuff our family actually needs. Back when times were tough, you yourself used to say that nearly everything in our house was at least 30 years old. All the other families in the village have kept up with modern society, using all those high-tech gadgets nowadays, while our household stayed stuck in the past. Now that we finally have some money, shouldn't we at least try to catch up with the times? I think this is just the beginning. In a few days, I plan to renovate the house again, throw out all these shabby, 30-year-old furniture and replace them with brand new ones. Hold it right there. Dad cut him off sharply. How come I never noticed you were such a show-off before? What's the point of renovating the house? The furniture works just fine. Why replace it? Look at all these things you've bought. Such a huge refrigerator. With just your brother and me at home most of the time, how much food could we possibly need to store in such a big fridge? It's just wasteful electricity for no reason. Chun-Ji defended himself. These new models may look bulky, but they use less than 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity per day. This is the energy-saving type. Our old fridge was the real electricity guzzler. Don't give me that lecture. Dad waved his hand dismissively. Even if it didn't use a single kilowatt, this fridge alone costs over 10,000 yuan. Whether our old fridge wastes electricity or not, how many years would it take to rack up 10,000 yuan in electricity bills? And this TV, why buy such a huge one? Are we opening a movie theater in our house? After all, your brother is just looking at it here. What's the difference between a bigger or smaller one? The last thing we should buy is an air conditioner. The thing would just sit around and used forever. How many truly hot days are there now? Just tough it out a little and it'll pass. An air conditioner is an electricity guzzling monster. Even if you bought one, I couldn't bear to turn it on. Chun-Ji exclaimed, "You mustn't say that. You're scaring me. The money's already spent. The tickets are bought. You can't just leave them there as decorations." "Dad, it's so hot. We have to turn on the air conditioning. Besides, with the air conditioning running in the shop, the food and stuff won't spoil as easily." Dad sighed and said, "I just couldn't bear seeing you spend money so recklessly. Can't you see? Your aunt feels just as heartbroken about this. Your aunt and I have talked it over. If you bought something for your grandfather, then so be it. At his age, he deserves to enjoy life a little. But it's really not right for our family to buy so many things. Have you spent all the money in your hands now? The 30,000 you sent me the other day, I haven't touched it. I'll send it back to you." Chun-Ji quickly pressed his father's hand down. "Dad, just keep it and spend it however you want. I've got money now. You should be able to tell I'm really making good money this time. Back then, buying the house, the car, the engagement, the wedding, it really did wear me out. Think about it. I haven't given you much money, have I? When I was short on cash, I gave you less. Now that I have money and am more comfortable, I'll give you more. Otherwise, I'll send you another 20,000. He took out his phone again. Startled, his father quickly grabbed his son's hand again. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. I won't send it back, and you don't need to send me any more money. I haven't touched this 30,000 yet. I'll ask you for more when I've spent it all." His father didn't dwell on the surveillance camera installation and didn't ask how much it had cost either. You could tell today's events had frightened Dad. He just didn't want to show his fear to his son. He'd been holding it in, refusing to discuss what happened during the day. Since Dad didn't bring it up, Chun-Ji didn't mention it either. After all, everything has to start somewhere. For a family that's been bullied for years without the power to fight back, the beginning of resistance would inevitably involve fear, hardship, and unimaginable challenges. There's simply no way around it. Who could blame the family for having so many historical issues left unresolved? These matters are like a festering sore. Sooner or later it must burst, and only through the pain of rupture can the ailment be completely cured. The current situation is that the more we try to comfort Dad, the more it feels like covering up, only amplifying his fear. So, it's better for everyone to play the ostrich, choosing to ignore it and face this unknown danger and fear with an escapist mindset. Before dinner was even finished, Chun-Ji received a call from the Public Security Brigade. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, Chun-Ji assumed it was another debt collector and rejected the call. Although he had already repaid all his debts, scattered collection calls still came through over the past 2 days. The platform's response was that while they had notified third-party collection agencies, it was impossible to stop the calls immediately. It would take about 3 to 5 days for them to gradually disappear. Later, the unfamiliar number kept calling, so Chun-Ji finally answered it. The caller identified themselves as being from the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau's Public Order Brigade. After confirming Chunji's identity, they requested that he come to the Public Order Brigade for questioning. Chunji thought to himself that it must still be about Wang Qiuyang's broken arm incident. He was well aware that if the police truly wanted to determine the truth behind Wang Qiuyang's broken arm, even if the surveillance footage from that time was damaged and there was no direct evidence, forensic examination could completely prove that his arm was broken due to external force impact. It wasn't broken by hitting a wall himself. There were only 2 people in that room at the time, making it easy to conclude that I was the one who broke his arm. But since Ding Haowei had already exploited the Public Security Brigade's tendency to distort right and wrong and engage in favoritism, they wouldn't dare investigate this matter thoroughly. Now that the Public Security Brigade wants to summon me, it's likely just going through the motions at most. Chapter 46. Scaring the monkey by beating the grass. So Chun didn't take the matter to heart either, saying, "I can't come over right now. I'm not in Jiangzhou. I've gone back to my hometown. I've got some family matters back home. I'll come by when I return in a few days." "No, you must come immediately." The other party's tone grew stern. "The issues you're involved in are quite serious. This isn't about you deciding when to come. You're being ordered to report for questioning right now." "I really can't make it today. Family matters." "How about tomorrow?" "I'll go straight to your place when I return tomorrow." "Approximately what time?" "Before 10 a.m. tomorrow." "All right, we'll wait until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If we still don't see you in person after that, we'll send someone to bring you in." After hanging up, Chunji sorted through the situation in his mind. Since he'd said there were family matters keeping him away today, and he'd come tomorrow, and they hadn't insisted too strongly, it meant the issue wasn't particularly serious. But from the tone of the other party, one could sense an urgency. It didn't seem like just a mere formality. He really wanted to call Ding Haowei, tell him about this matter, and then seek his advice. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Although they were old classmates and had a good relationship in the past, and now their bond seemed to have instantly deepened, he still shouldn't call him for every little thing. Aside from not wanting to annoy him, there was another reason. He didn't want to be looked down upon. It would seem as if he had no problem-solving ability at all, calling him for every trivial matter. "Then I'll go over there tomorrow first and see what they want to ask me." Chunji stayed at home for one night. After breakfast the next day, he returned to Jiangzhou and went straight to the Public Security Brigade. The 2 officers who questioned Chunji were from the Public Security Brigade. Chunji was certain he had never seen either of them before. 2 men were interrogating him, one asking questions while the other took notes, their expressions stern. The one conducting the questioning spoke in a particularly severe tone. He started with an intimidating opener. "Chunji, I believe I don't need to explain why you've been brought here. Speak up, tell us about your situation." Chunji smiled. "What do you want me to say? How would I know why you called me here?" The other party raised their voice. "Don't harbor any illusions. If we didn't have certain information, we wouldn't have called you here." Chunji said, "Since you already know everything, why bother asking me?" The other person slammed the table. "Watch your attitude. Let me tell you, there's a world of difference between confessing yourself and having us say it for you." Although Chunji had never been in such a situation before, he'd heard about these interrogation tactics used by the police. Moreover, he had a clear conscience and wasn't the least bit intimidated by their veiled threats. He said calmly, "There's no need to try and scare me. If you have questions, ask them directly. I'll tell you everything I know, truthfully. As for what I don't know, no matter how skilled your methods are, I still won't be able to answer. It seems you're unwilling to cooperate." "I'm fully cooperating right now, but your incoherent words leave me at a loss for what to say." The other party sneered. "Seems you still haven't grasped the current situation. Fine, I can give you some time to think things through properly." He turned to the officer in charge of recording and said, "Keep an eye on him. Let him reflect here on his own. Call me when he's ready to talk." With that, the police officer walked out. The officer in charge of recording closed his notebook without saying a word, simply locking eyes with Chunji in a silent standoff. Chunji wasn't in any hurry either. If you want to play this waiting game, then we'll wait. It's not like he had anything better to do anyway. By noon, another officer came to relieve the first one and brought Chunji 2 steamed buns and a small bowl of vegetables. Chunji chuckled. "Not bad at all. Strangers like me even get free meals here." The police officer glared at him, without saying a word. After the meal, they continued the standoff like this. Chunji knew that for summons like theirs, the maximum duration couldn't exceed 24 hours. Moreover, if it were a routine case summoning relevant personnel, such summons shouldn't last more than 8 hours. As time passed, Chunji's thoughts became clearer. He felt there must be another reason for being summoned here. It couldn't just be about Wang Qiuyang's broken arm. If they wanted to ask about that incident, they wouldn't need to beat around the bush like this. The rhetoric they used when he first arrived was clearly meant to intimidate him, try to extract useful information he might know, but they didn't. None of that verbal maneuvering would be necessary for Wang Qiuyang's case. Chunji was somewhat puzzled. What exactly did they want to know from him? By late afternoon, nearing the end of the workday, the officer in charge of questioning returned. His tone was even harsher than before, still employing intimidation tactics to pressure Chunji. But Chunji wasn't buying any of it. If it was just about breaking Wang Qiuyang's arm that made the other party go all out against me, then it might be a bit troublesome. But if it wasn't about that, Chunji would have a clear conscience and wouldn't be intimidated by their threats. Seeing Chunji remain completely unmoved, the other party seemed to have lost all patience. So they went straight for the big guns. Chunji, it seems I need to give you a little hint. Where should I start? He seemed to be deep in thought, pondering for a few seconds before saying, how about we start by discussing the 1 million yuan you've hidden under your mattress? What do you think about that? Chunji was completely stunned. He never expected that all their roundabout tactics and veiled threats were actually because they discovered the 1 million yuan stashed beneath his mattress. Clearly, they believed that money had dubious origins. But there were no other clues or evidence, which was why they had summoned him, hoping he would voluntarily disclose the source of the money. Chunji couldn't help but laugh. How could I tell you where this money came from? I'm not a public official, so I have no obligation to report my assets to you. However, I must make one thing clear. I have always been a law-abiding citizen and would never engage in anything illegal. This money was earned honestly and above board, but I see no need to give you a detailed explanation right now. The other party sneered coldly. Since you don't want to explain why this million was hidden under the bed, let's change the subject. You owe so much debt that you can't repay it, and now it's all exploded. At such a young age, you're facing credit problems, and you'll definitely be sued and enforced next. Don't you want to use this million to pay off your debts? This question seemed to stump Chunji, and he fell silent. Chapter 47. Half of the premarital assets belongs to me. Chunji thought for a brief moment, then said calmly, you seem to know me quite well. Except, the information you've heard through the grapevine is seriously outdated. My debts are already cleared. I'm completely free of burdens now. You think we believe that? The other party spoke while pulling out a phone, flipping through several screenshots, and thrusting them in Chunji's face. Take a look. Just moments ago, your wife received multiple collection notices. Is this what you call debts cleared? Chunji stared at them intently and nodded. That's right. I've paid everything off. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chunji cut the nonsense. The other person slammed the table violently, thoroughly provoked by Chunji's indifferent expression. Do you think lying through your teeth is amusing? This defiant attitude of yours will only dig your hole deeper. Chunji wasn't the least bit intimidated by the other party's rage. Instead, he stood up, adopting a posture ready to leave. Sit down, the other party roared again. Chunji gave him a contemptuous glance. I really won't sit down. He pointed at the screenshot on the other person's phone. Take a good look. This is the collection message just sent to my ex-wife. Then I'll call this platform. You listen. With that, Chunji took out his phone and dialed the official customer service number of that platform. During the call, through communication with the customer service representative, he further confirmed that his debt on the platform had been fully settled. Moreover, the customer service explained in detail how to obtain a settlement certificate and apologize for the collection calls and text messages not being able to stop immediately. His call was on speakerphone, and the two officers heard everything clearly. After hanging up, the mockery on Chunji's face grew even more pronounced. Tell me, do you believe what you just heard from the customer service rep, or the false information my ex-wife provided to smear me? The two police officers were momentarily left speechless. Chunji continued, Let me go over this again. Now I'm absolutely certain that this whole mess was orchestrated by my ex-wife. She found $1 million in cash under the bed at home and swore to everyone that the money was dirty, absolutely obtained through illegal means. You have neither evidence nor any leads in this matter, yet you've called me here to intimidate me. But I am upright and have a clear conscience. No matter how much you try to scare me, you won't get the result you're hoping for. So, I hope this conversation ends here. You detained me here for a whole day without reason. Can I go home now? The two officers exchanged glances. The officer in charge of questioning stood up and walked out, clearly going to seek instructions. Before long, he returned. Entering the room, he forced a stiff smile at Chun-Ji and said, "We will continue investigating this matter. For now, it may have been a misunderstanding. Mr. Chun, you may go home for now. Should any further issues arise, we hope you'll continue cooperating with our work." Chun-Ji said calmly, "Cooperating with the People's Police is every citizen's duty. If you have any further questions, just give me a call. However, I'd still like to offer some advice. Don't just take one side of the story at face value. It's best to investigate thoroughly and gather some evidence and leads before taking any action." The two officers could only force awkward smiles as they politely escorted him to the hallway. At this moment, Lu Weidong emerged from another office with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Chun-Ji's retreating figure with a dark expression. The two police officers asked him, "Captain Lu, should we notify Wang Qiuyang right away? That Lu Hong is still at home watching over $1 million in cash. If Chun-Ji suddenly returns, she might be caught off guard." "What notice?" Lu Weidong snapped angrily. "That pair of man and woman are no good people. They've done nothing but cause trouble for us. Serves her right to be caught off guard." Leaving the public security brigade, Chun-Ji immediately drove home. Upon opening the door, he found the house in complete disarray. Lu Hong was crouched beside the secondary bedroom bed, frantically trying to straighten the overturned bedsheet while the $1 million in cash lay conspicuously on the mattress. Hearing the door open, Lu Hong's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly turned her head, locking eyes with Chun-Ji. A flicker of panic flashed through her eyes before she forced composure, standing up with her hands unconsciously clutching at the hem of her clothes. At the sight of this, Chun-Ji's anger flared up instantly. Striding up to Lu Hong, he demanded, "What are you doing here? Why have you turned my house upside down?" He deliberately emphasized the words "my house" with particular weight. Lu Hong took a step back, her eyes darting around as she muttered softly, I was just checking. This money of yours has shady origins. How could I not be worried?" Chun-Ji snorted coldly. "Worried? Seems to me you just want to report me, get me locked up, and take all the assets for yourself. You're really heartless. After all these years as husband and wife, this is how you treat me?" Lu Hong curled her lip disdainfully and said, "Husband and wife? Look at you now, first drowning in debt, then suddenly rolling in cash. Who knows if you've gotten involved in something illegal? I don't want to live in fear because of you." Chun-Ji laughed bitterly in anger. He stepped forward, grabbed a stack of cash, and waved it in Lu Hong's face. "You think this money is dirty, don't you? Well, let me tell you, I earned this fair and square. I've got plenty of money now, while all you care about is vanity and shallow feelings." Lu Hong's eyes fixed greedily on the money, but she stubbornly retorted, "Humph, who knows if it was earned cleanly or not? Since you have money, and we're not officially divorced yet, this is marital property. You have to give me half." Chun-Ji slammed the money onto the bed and pointed at Lu Hong's nose, shouting, "Someone like you want to share my money? Not a chance. You went behind my back to the police, trying to get me locked up. Do you really think I let you succeed? And what's going on between you and Wang Qiuyang has already gone public. This is just the beginning." Lu Hong was intimidated by Chun-Ji's imposing manner. She bit her lip and blustered with a false show of strength. "Don't go too far. I deserve a share of this money." She was quite clever, avoiding Chun-Ji's bait and instead focusing the conversation squarely on the money. How could Chun-Ji fail to see she was evading the main issue? He took a deep breath to calm himself, then sneered coldly. "Fine, you want money, is that it? Take a good look at yourself. With that kind of scheming attitude, don't even think about getting a single cent from me. Get out of here right now. This house hasn't been yours for a long time. Lu Hong wanted to argue further, but Chun Ji's icy glare made it clear she wouldn't get anywhere. She had no choice but to grab her bag and slink away, muttering under her breath, "Just you wait, this isn't over." Staring at her panicked, retreating figure, Chun Ji flung one last remark. "I wasn't planning to settle accounts either." Bang! Lu Hong slammed the door behind her as she fled. Chapter 48, Wrong to Death. Listening to the fading click-clack of high heels striking the floorboards down the hallway, the sound gradually sinking as if swallowed by the earth, Chunji knew this money couldn't stay here any longer. Or perhaps the dream of sleeping on a pile of money had already been realized, and the thrill had been savored. It was time to stash it away. Now that his wealth had been exposed, keeping so much cash at home would only invite thieves. Once Lu Hong turned against him, she showed just how ruthless she could be. Convinced that his money was ill-gotten, she immediately reached out to her police connections, clearly determined to put him behind bars. If Lu Hong's eagerness to divorce him over his debts had already broken Chunji's heart, this time, her attempt to have him locked up had truly enraged him. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since they're trying to ruin him completely, he no longer needs to hold back. Whether it's her or Wang Shuyang, this matter is far from over. That very night, Chunji called a locksmith to have the door lock replaced. During the divorce, seeing Lu Hong pack up so thoroughly, he knew she had no intention of returning after leaving. He never expected her to come back and rummage through everything, even searching the secondary bedroom. Then the lock must be changed. Since the divorce application had already been filed and the divorce agreement notarized, this home no longer had anything to do with Lu Hong. In principle, she no longer had the right to enter this house without permission. It's just that the divorce papers haven't been finalized yet. So since she came back on her own, you can't accuse her of breaking the law. The next day when the bank opened, Chunji went to deposit the 1 million yuan, still using his brother's identity and bank card, of course. Since the divorce isn't completely settled yet, it's better not to have any assets under his own name. After depositing the money, he went to the hospital to check on Sinyu's condition. Entering the hospital room, he saw Su Meiwan peeling grapes for Sinyu to eat. Chunji immediately pretended to gag. How nauseating. Just focus on recovering in the hospital. Must you also flaunt your affection? You only took a couple of punches. It's not like your hands are broken. Can't you eat grapes by yourself? Hearing this, Sinyu became even more provocative. Not only did he act as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself, letting Su Meiwan feed him grapes, but he also reached out to stroke her thigh. Since you've just gone through a divorce, I won't rub salt in your wounds. But my example here is a textbook case of positive energy. Learn from me in the future. An ugly wife, barren land, and tattered cotton-padded jacket. These are the true treasures of us old peasants. When you enter your second marriage, you must strictly adhere to this principle in choosing a partner. Don't always be so fixated on beautiful women that you can't move. Look at their hearts instead. True beauty lies within. Su Meiwan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Don't be fooled by a pretty face. Stay far away from women with hearts as venomous as snakes. Only then did she realize what was being implied. Furious, she shoved a freshly peeled grape right into Sinyu's nostril. Who are you calling ugly? So you've always thought I was ugly? Then why did you marry me? And why did you trick me into having 2 kids with you? You hypocritical bastard. Chunji quickly stepped in to mediate between the two. To reiterate, Su Meiwan wasn't particularly pretty. At best, she was barely passable to look at. She was well aware of how she looked and knew she wasn't beautiful. But just because she recognized it herself didn't mean she could tolerate others calling her ugly to her face. By the time Chunji pulled Su Meiwan away, Sinyu, already injured, had suffered several more slaps on top of his existing wounds. When things finally calmed down, Su Meiwan angrily said to Chunji, "Why hasn't the side that did the beating sent over the medical expenses yet? Look how badly Sinyu was beaten. Not only are we suffering, but he can't go to work. How much money is he losing every day? What's more, I can't go to work either. I have to stay here to care for him. We got beaten up, missed work, and still have to pay for it ourselves. This is just too much bullying." The cops who came that night promised the attackers would cover the medical bills, but they went back on their word. Chenji thought to himself that the attacker had indeed come to the hospital, just not to deliver money. He was admitted as a patient too, and in worse shape with both arms broken. But Chunji didn't want to discuss this with them. If Su Meiwan let something slip and someone figured out he was the one who broke the guy's arms, it wouldn't end well. The night before last, Chunji had thought that since Wang Chuyang hit Sinyu first and he had broken Wang's arm in return, the score was settled between them. After all, he had money now. He could cover Sinyu's medical bills and lost wages, and he even wanted to give him a little extra. But now, upon further reflection, why should he be the one to pay? That bastard Wang Chuyang had no grudge against Sinyu, yet he'd beaten him so badly at the first opportunity. Sinyu, such a fine young man, had been injured so severely he needed to be hospitalized for days. Hitting someone comes with consequences. A broken arm doesn't grant immunity. So he said to Sinyu, call the inspector now and ask them to pressure the other side to send the medical fees immediately. Say the hospital is demanding payment again, and we can't afford to cover it anymore. Sinyu hesitated. I'm not good with words. I'll mess it up. Why don't you call the inspector instead? Chunji could tell Sinyu wasn't bad with words. The kid just had a psychological hang-up about dealing with the police, which was why he didn't want to make the call. Su Meiwan could also see Sinyu's little scheme. Being fiery-tempered and unfazed by police, she immediately pulled out her phone to call the inspector. On the call, she passionately explained the situation to the inspector, demanding that Wang Chuyang be compelled to pay the medical expenses promptly. She emphasized how severely Sinyu had been beaten, how much had already been spent on hospital treatment, and that ongoing care would be needed. Yet the assailant still hadn't taken responsibility. After hanging up the phone, Su Meiwan was still fuming and muttering. That bastard surnamed Wang is a complete scoundrel, beating someone up like this and still trying to weasel out of paying compensation? Not a chance in hell. Chunji comforted her. Old Wan, don't get too worked up. After all, we're in the right. There's no way he won't pay up. If the inspector doesn't take it seriously, we'll just keep calling. Before long, the inspector responded, stating that Wang Chuyang had been notified and would promptly handle the medical expenses of the hospital. Wang Chuyang did promise over the phone to deliver the medical fees to the injured party immediately, but he was merely stalling the inspector for the time being. How could he possibly be willing to pay those medical expenses? I only gave Chin Sinyu a beating, just some superficial bruises from punches and kicks, but Chenji broke both my arms. That's serious injury. Yet Chunji, the assailant, remains at large without paying a single cent in compensation. So here's the situation. I, the one with serious injuries, have to pay medical fees and lost wages for someone with minor bruises? Where's the justice in that? After hanging up with the inspector, he immediately called Lu Weidong. As soon as the call connected, he poured out his grievances with immense frustration. Then he said, Captain Lu, is this how problems are handled in a society governed by the rule of law? Where's the law? Where is fairness and justice? And just now, the inspector told me over the phone that my actions already constitute personal injury, and the medical expenses are only part of the civil compensation. They hope I can face this positively and strive to obtain the other party's forgiveness as much as possible. If the party insists on pursuing legal action against me, my 2 broken arms might have to heal in the detention center's clinic. I feel utterly wronged. Captain Lu, we absolutely can't swallow this bitter pill in silence. Chapter 49. The Side Effects of Backdoor Deals. Lu Weidong on the other end of the phone was utterly fed up and said coldly, The inspector is absolutely right. Now you only have 2 choices. Either deliver the medical expenses with a humble attitude, say some nice words to gain their forgiveness. If you think you've been wronged, then go to the detention center's clinic first and heal your arm before we talk. Wang Chuyang's voice was choked with sobs. Both my arms are broken now, severely injured and disabled. How am I supposed to deliver the medical fees and still speak humbly with a good attitude? How are you going? Lu Weidong sneered. Crawl there. Click. He hung up the phone directly. At this moment, Wang Chuyang's sense of helplessness was beyond words. Before, he thought that with Lu Weidong as his backing, he could basically do whatever he wanted. For instance, that evening, he thoroughly beat Chin Sinyu to his heart's content, and after taking the beating, the other party was fined and detained. all thanks to his good friend who happened to be the captain of the public security brigade. But now he suddenly realized that pulling strings also had its downsides. If he didn't have this connection with Lu Weidong, having both arms brutally broken, this bitter resentment, he would never have swallowed it. Wasn't Chunji old classmates with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division? Then he could also appeal. If the city level didn't work, he'd go to the provincial level. If the province didn't work, he'd head to the capital to petition the emperor. In a society governed by law, surely there must be a place to seek justice. But doing this would inevitably implicate Lu Weidong. Back then, it was Lu Weidong who orchestrated the whole scheme, twisting right and wrong, arranging for the beaten and injured Chen Xinyu to be detained and fined. Wang Qiuyang and Chunji were locked in the same detention room, which was also arranged by him. If Wang Qiuyang insisted on making a scene, all the illicit benefits would be exposed, and Lu Weidong would undoubtedly be held accountable. Of course, given how far things had gone, Wang Qiuyang didn't dare to continue lodging complaints, not out of friendship to avoid implicating Lu Weidong. When it came to personal interests, what did friendship even matter? The crucial point was that Wang Qiuyang understood. If he insisted on pressing charges, Lu Weidong would immediately switch sides, turning from friend to foe. This brawl case was handled by Lu Weidong. If things escalated, how he would frame the case was anyone's guess. Now Wang Qiuyang knew Chunji had powerful backing, making him no match at all. If his friend were to betray him too, it would spell utter ruin. There was no choice but to swallow his anger for now. At least temporarily, he had to grit his teeth and endure it. As for how to get back at Chunji in the future, Wang Qiuyang himself had no idea. It all seemed hopeless. Apart from having more money than Chunji, he realized he was no match for him in a fight, and when it came to backing, Chunji's connections were far more powerful than his own. Left with no choice, he called a friend over and asked him to go pay Chen Xinyu's medical bills. The friend stared at Wang Qiuyang as if he were a monster. Did I hear that right? Didn't you say both arms were broken by the other party, and now we're pursuing criminal charges against them to get compensation for our medical expenses? They haven't sent a single cent, yet you're giving medical fees to the one who got beaten? Did their arms or legs get broken? Wasn't it just 2 punches from you? Serve you right for getting your arms broken, while we have to compensate the one who only took 2 punches. Is there anything in this world so upside down and black and white? Wang Qiuyang wore an awkward expression. There was no way to explain this matter, so he could only mumble vaguely. I have my own arrangements. Just take the money over first. His friend said, Yangzi, this isn't like you. We've always been the ones bullying others. Since when do we let people walk all over us and take a dump on our heads? Not only can we not send him the medical expenses, now we have to make them send it over first. Wang Qiuyang said with a dark expression, I called you here to get things done. Just do as you're told. Why say so much? Seeing Wang Qiuyang's foul mood, his friend said no more and reluctantly went to deliver the medical expenses. Watching his friend's resentful demeanor, Wang Qiuyang felt utterly miserable, more disgusted than if he'd eaten shit. After much deliberation, he redirected his anger toward Lu Hong. The more he thought about it, the more he believed this woman was a jinx. This whole mess started because of her. If not for her, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating loss. What's worse, if he hadn't discovered the million yuan hidden under her bed the day before, Lu Weidong wouldn't have held such a grudge against him. That bitch really screwed me over. Last night, Lu Hong went straight to Wang Qiuyang's hospital room. She knew that since Wang Qiuyang had been hospitalized with a broken arm, his wife hadn't shown up once. So she grew bold and openly came to his room. Some things couldn't be discussed clearly over the phone. Calls were inconvenient anyway, especially since Wang Qiuyang needed his sister to hold the phone to his ear. Face-to-face discussion was definitely better. After Lu Hong arrived at the hospital room, Wang Qiuyang's sister tactfully excused herself, leaving only the 2 of them inside. Lu Hong immediately lashed out at Wang Qiuyang in frustration. What's going on? Why was Chunji released? Did he escape from prison himself? He's back home now. I almost got hit by him earlier. That bastard was staring at me like a madman. I know he must hate me to death. He was released? Wang Qiuyang was equally shocked. There's no way they'd let him go so easily. If he was released, Lu Weidong would have definitely said something. There must be something fishy going on here. In Wang Qiuyang and Lu Hong's understanding, the 1 million yuan Chunji had hidden under his bed couldn't possibly have come from legitimate means. This reasoning makes perfect sense. Chunji was drowning in debt with no way to repay it. His financial bomb had already detonated. Forget about 1 million. He couldn't even scrape together 10,000 yuan. Besides, if he had any money, he'd definitely use it to pay off his debts rather than keeping it home. Even if he did keep cash at home, why would he hide it under the bed? This clearly indicates something fishy. Wang Qiuyang immediately called Lu Weidong to inform him that Chunji had returned home, demanding to know what was really going on. On the phone, Lu Weidong snapped impatiently. What the hell is going on? Ask your all-knowing girlfriend. Don't ask me. Wang Qiuyang was baffled by the hostility. Captain Lu, what's with the temper? Aren't we supposed to be working together to deal with that Chun guy? Shut your mouth. Lu Weidong roared, cutting him off mid-sentence. The police welcome credible tips about illegal activities. But if you're fabricating reports for ulterior motives, you'll face legal consequences. Wang Qiuyang grew even more confused. Since when did Lu Weidong start spouting bureaucratic jargon? Exchanging a glance with Lu Hong, he said, Captain Lu, could you be more specific? If there's a problem, we can fix it. Lu Weidong replied, whether Chunji has money or not, I don't know. We don't have the authority to check his accounts, but we can confirm he isn't in debt. With that, Lu Weidong hung up the phone. Both of them were stunned. After a while, Wang Qiuyang suddenly snapped at Lu Hong. He already hung up. Why are you still holding the phone to my ear? Lu Hong finally snapped out of it and hurriedly put the phone aside. Why did Captain Lu lie to us? Has he teamed up with Chunji now? Lu Hong asked. Chapter 50. This marriage cannot be ended. Wang Qiuyang snapped impatiently. How could that be? They don't know each other at all. Tell me the truth. Does that Chin fellow really owe money or not? Lu Hong grew anxious. How come even you don't believe me? If he weren't in debt, would I have treated him like that? Look at all these harassing calls and collection messages. Do you think I made them up? Lu Hong pulled out her phone and showed Wang Qiuyang the collection calls and messages. See, there was just another collection call I didn't answer, and these messages, several came today alone. Wang Qiuyang pondered for a moment and said, could all these collection calls and messages be from scammers? Maybe Mr. Chin's personal information was leaked, which is why he's getting so many scam calls. Lu Hong replied, impossible. At first, I answered all these collection calls myself. They were from loan platforms or third-party collection agencies. Their attitude was terrible, threatening to visit in person, file lawsuits, and even come to my workplace. To prove her point, Lu Hong dialed back one of the collection numbers, but the call wouldn't go through. No one answered. She dialed another number, and this time the call went through, but there was no response from the other end. Lu Hong was baffled. What's going on? Why isn't the other party speaking when the call connected? Aren't they desperate to reach the debtor? Wang Qiuyang, being more experienced, said coldly, many debt collection calls can't be reached when you call back. Even if it could ring, it would just be an automated machine on the other end, not a real person. How can we contact the debt platform then? Lu Hong muttered to herself, maybe we should try a proper bank. She flipped through the collection messages and dialed an official customer service number listed for a bank in one of the texts. This time the call went through, but since she wasn't using Chunji's own phone, the customer service representative said they couldn't access the debtor's information. Lu Hong was dumbfounded, her convictions wavering. Could it be that Chunji wasn't actually in debt? Was this whole mess just an act he staged to divorce her and leave with nothing? If that were the case, Chunji hiding $1 million in cash under the mattress would make perfect sense. Which meant Chunji not only had no debts, but actually had over $1 million in savings. But if the money was kept in his own account, Lu Hong might discover it during the divorce proceedings. So to protect his assets, he withdrew $1 million in cash and hid it under the mattress in the spare bedroom. Chunji knew Lu Hong never went into the spare bedroom, so he thought hiding it there was foolproof. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more convinced she became that this was exactly what had happened. She also recalled how cunning and calculating Chunji could be. For example, since childhood, he had vowed to avenge his father. Over 20 years had passed, yet he felt he hadn't reached a position of wealth and influence, the optimal time for revenge. So all these years, while his family suffered bullying, he never resisted, biding his time in silent endurance. Lu Hong could easily imagine just how deep the cunning and how strong the willpower must be of someone who had learned to endure and bide their time since childhood. For a man capable of enduring patiently for over 20 years, fabricating a debt scheme to deceive his wife upon discovering her infidelity would have been child's play. The more Lu Hong pondered it, the more flawless the entire logical chain appeared. That's exactly how it must have happened. She secretly rejoiced that if she hadn't forgotten something at home, she would never have returned to that sorrowful place, let alone search the secondary bedroom, and thus would never have discovered Chun-Ji's carefully laid trap. At this thought, Lu Hong regretted it so much her guts turned green. All day long, she had stared at that 1 million yuan, not daring to take a single cent. Because she was convinced it was ill-gotten gains, taking it would make her a criminal too. Looking back now, I should have known it was Chun-Ji's secretly saved money. How wonderful it would have been to take it all while he was away. With 1 million in hand, I could advance or retreat as I pleased, and, at the very least, I could have taken half. Such a golden opportunity slipped right through my fingers. But at this moment, Lu Hong didn't dare rush home to take that money. She couldn't forget the icy stare Chun-Ji had fixed on her as she left. Originally, Lu Hong had openly shown up at the hospital, intending to keep Wang Qiuyang company during his stay. Since she had already set her sights on him as her next target, she figured his injury and hospitalization were the perfect opportunity to deepen their bond. But now she had no interest in staying. She needed to return to her temporary lodgings and carefully plan her future. Could there still be a chance between her and Chun-Ji? Only after discovering that Chun-Ji was actually quite wealthy did Lu Hong suddenly realize how capable he truly was. He had just graduated and landed a job at a major company with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Later, when he was blacklisted after changing jobs, it wasn't his fault. It was because his supervisor led the entire team to jump ship, angering the big players in Jiangzhou's new energy industry. The new energy startup Jiping Auto they joined disbanded shortly after, which only proves Chun-Ji had bad luck, not a lack of ability. On the contrary, managing to save 1 million yuan despite being unemployed and blacklisted shows his remarkable ability to earn money. The more Lu Hong admired Chun-Ji's capabilities, the more she felt Wang Qiuyang was utterly mediocre by comparison. She used to think Wang Qiuyang was tough, but against Chun-Ji, he proved utterly defenseless. Both his arms were broken in mere moments. She'd assumed Wang Qiuyang mingled with influential, well-connected friends who had pull in every department. Yet when he crossed paths with Chun-Ji, locked in a room together, his broken arms became an unsolvable case, leaving him to swallow the injustice in silence. What kind of power and wealth is this, when you don't even dare to seek justice, let alone revenge? That night, Lu Hong lay completely sleepless. By dawn, she had made her final decision. No matter what, she couldn't divorce Chun-Ji. After all, Chun-Ji was still a stock with potential. His height, looks, and hidden capabilities all surpassed Wang Qiuyang's. Wang Qiuyang appears wealthy and influential, running a large gym, but he's a womanizer who seems to treat their relationship as just a fling. What's more, he's still married. All these factors make him unreliable. Then there's Chun-Ji. Ever since they started dating, he's been devoted to her with marriage and starting a family in mind. He's truly a dependable man. In the morning, Lu Hong called her workplace again to ask for leave, then waited until she figured Chun-Ji had left for work before rushing back home. She took out her key to open the door, but it wouldn't turn no matter how hard she tried. Only then did she realize Chun-Ji had changed the lock. But this didn't stump Lu Hong. She immediately called a locksmith, claiming she'd left her keys inside, and asked them to come open the door. Nowadays, locksmith companies are quite standardized. After arriving, they asked Lu Hong to prove she was the homeowner. Lu Hong was furious. "You're just a locksmith. Why are you more troublesome than the police? Do I have to prove my father is my father too? Just open the door and check the wedding photos on the wall. You'll know right away. If there's no photo of me on the wall, you can call the police to arrest me." Their quarreling disturbed the neighbors. The door across the hallway opened to check the situation. Lu Hong immediately found a witness, asking the neighbor to confirm she was the lady of the house. Unaware the couple was going through a divorce, The neighbor naturally vouched for her. With this assurance, the locksmith proceeded to open the lock. Opening the door and stepping inside, the wedding photo on the bedroom wall confirmed her identity as the lady of the house. Following Lu Hong's request, the lock cylinder was replaced. After the locksmith left, Lu Hong rushed into the secondary bedroom in a frenzy, lifting the bedsheet to search for that dazzling 1 million yuan. But to her immense disappointment, the neatly stacked 1 million yuan beneath the bed had vanished without a trace. Staring at the empty bed, Lu Hong felt somewhat dazed. Was it all just a dream yesterday? Perhaps there was never 1 million yuan, just a figment of her imagination. Of course, her mind was in chaos right now, which was why she felt so disoriented. Chunji had transferred the assets so quickly, leaving Lu Hong both panicked and filled with regret for tipping her hand and letting him know she'd discovered the hidden wealth. I just wonder if Chunji has now hidden that 1 million in cash somewhere else or deposited it in the bank.